Welcome back to our podcast. In this episode, we will discuss the rise and the fall of the Mongol Empire. The Mongol Empire didn't begin with an empire. It began with a boy named Temujin, abandoned on the steppe with his mother and siblings after his father was poisoned. No army, no allies, no future. Within 50 years, that boy would command the largest contiguous land empire in human history. This is how it happened. The Eurasian steppe in the 12th century was a world most people never saw. A sea of grass stretching from Hungary to Manchuria, broken only by rivers, mountains, and the occasional cluster of felt tents. No cities, no farms. Just endless grassland where survival depended on horses, herds, and knowing when to move. The people who lived there were nomads, pastoralists, who followed their animals across the plains in seasonal cycles. Sheep, goats, cattle, and above all, horses. They lived in gers, portable round tents covered in felt, designed to be dismantled and loaded onto carts within hours. When pasture ran out, they moved. When winter came, they moved. When rivals appeared on the horizon, they moved faster. These weren't unified peoples. They were clans, tribes, loose confederations held together by kinship, marriage alliances, and temporary loyalty to a strong leader. Mongols, Tatars, Merkits, Naimans, Karaites. Dozens of groups speaking related languages, practicing similar customs, but constantly competing for grazing land, livestock, and prestige. Raiding was normal. So was revenge. A stolen herd could spark decades of blood feuds. Alliances shifted like wind across grass. The economy was simple but effective. Herding provided milk, meat, wool, and hides. Horses provided mobility, military power, and status. Trade with sedentary civilizations along the steppe's edges brought grain, silk, metal goods, and luxuries. But wealth wasn't measured in gold. It was measured in animals and followers. A man with many horses and loyal warriors could become a Khan, a tribal leader. A man without either was nothing. Warfare was constant, but rarely decisive. Tribes raided each other for livestock and captives. Victors absorbed defeated clans or scattered them. Leadership was fluid. A powerful Khan could unite several tribes under his banner, but when he died, the confederation often splintered. There was no tradition of empire, no concept of permanent conquest, just survival, competition, and the endless cycle of alliance and betrayal. Into this world, around 1162, Temujin was born. His father, Yesugei, was a minor chieftain of the Borjigin clan, part of the broader Mongol tribal grouping. Yesugei had enemies. He had killed a Tatar chief and kidnapped Temujin's mother, Hoilun, from a rival tribe. These weren't unusual acts, but they made alliances fragile. When Temujin was 9, Yesugei was poisoned by Tatars while attending a feast. Leadership of the clan passed to others. Temujin's family was abandoned. This wasn't cruelty for its own sake. It was pragmatism. A widow with young children was a burden. Resources were scarce. The clan moved on, leaving Hoilun and her children to fend for themselves. They survived on wild plants, fish, and small game. Temujin's younger brother was killed in a dispute over food. Temujin himself was captured by a rival clan and held in a wooden collar. He escaped. These weren't dramatic turning points in the mythic sense. They were the grinding reality of steppe life for those without protection. What changed wasn't destiny, it was calculation. Temujin began rebuilding alliances. He sought out his father's old blood brother, Togrul, Khan of the Karaites, a powerful Turkic Mongol tribe. Togrul agreed to help, not out of sentiment, but because Temujin offered loyalty and military service. Temujin also formed a close bond with Jamuka, a childhood friend and fellow Mongol leader. Together, they raided the Merkits, who had kidnapped Temujin's wife, Borte. The raid succeeded. Orte was recovered. Temujin gained reputation, but alliances on the steppe were fragile. Jamuka and Temujin eventually split. The reasons were partly personal, partly political. Jamuka represented the old tribal order, where leadership was tied to aristocratic bloodlines and traditional clan hierarchies. Temujin represented something different. He began attracting followers based on loyalty and merit, not kinship. Herders, blacksmiths, former slaves, anyone willing to follow him could rise. This was radical. Over the next 2 decades, Temujin fought a series of wars against rival tribes. He defeated the Tatars, who had killed his father. He turned against Togrul when the Karait Khan plotted to betray him. He fought the Naimans, a powerful confederation in the west. Each victory brought more followers, more horses, more resources. But Temujin didn't just conquer, he absorbed. Defeated warriors were offered a choice: join or die. Most joined. Their families were integrated into Mongol society. Old tribal identities were deliberately broken down. By 1206, Temujin had unified the Mongol tribes and many neighboring groups under his rule. A great assembly, a Kurultai, was held near the Onon River. Tribal leaders, warriors and shamans gathered. Temujin was proclaimed Genghis Khan, a title meaning something like universal ruler or oceanic ruler. The exact translation is debated, but the meaning was clear. He was no longer a tribal chief. He was the leader of a new political entity. This wasn't just a title. It was a transformation. Genghis Khan reorganized Mongol society from the ground up. The old tribal system, with its aristocratic clans and hereditary privileges, was dismantled. In its place, he created a decimal military system. Units of 10, 100, 1,000 and 10,000. Every able-bodied man was a soldier. Commanders were chosen for competence, not bloodline. A shepherd could become a general if he proved capable. Loyalty was no longer to a clan or tribe. It was to Genghis Khan personally. This was enforced through law. The Yasa, a legal code attributed to Genghis, laid out rules for everything from military discipline to theft to adultery. Punishments were harsh. Desertion meant death. Theft from a comrade meant death. Disloyalty meant death. But the law applied to everyone, including nobles. This was revolutionary. On the steppe, aristocrats had traditionally been above customary law. Now they weren't. Religious tolerance was also codified. Genghis Khan himself likely practiced a form of shamanism. The traditional Mongol belief system centered on sky worship and ancestor spirits. But he exempted religious leaders of all faiths from taxation and military service. Buddhists, Muslims, Christians, Taoists, all were protected. This wasn't idealism, it was pragmatism. Religious conflict was a waste of resources. Unity required flexibility. The Mongol military machine that emerged from these reforms was unlike anything the steppe had produced before. Every warrior was a cavalryman, trained from childhood to ride and shoot. Horses were small, tough, and capable of surviving on minimal forage. Each warrior typically had several mounts, allowing them to cover vast distances without exhausting their animals. A Mongol army could travel over 100 kilometers in a day, far faster than any infantry force. The composite bow was their primary weapon. Made from layers of wood, horn, and sinew, it was compact, powerful, and accurate. Mongol archers could shoot from horseback at full gallop, a skill drilled into them from youth. They carried multiple types of arrows. Light ones for distance, heavy ones for penetration. Tactics emphasized mobility and deception. Feigned retreats drew enemies out of formation. Encirclements cut off escape. Coordinated charges shattered defensive lines. Discipline was absolute. Units communicated using flags, drums, and whistles. Commanders could maneuver thousands of men across miles of terrain with precision. Scouts ranged far ahead, gathering intelligence on enemy movements, terrain, and resources. The YAM system, a network of relay stations, allowed messages to travel hundreds of kilometers in days. This gave Mongol commanders a strategic advantage. They knew where their enemies were before those enemies knew where they were. Logistics were equally sophisticated. Mongol armies traveled light. Warriors carried dried meat, curdled milk, and other portable rations. They could survive for weeks without resupply. When they did need food, they took it from the land or from conquered populations. This allowed them to campaign year-round, something sedentary armies struggled to do. With this system in place, Genghis Khan turned his attention outward. The first major target wasn't a steppe rival. It was the Tangut-led Western Xiar dynasty in northwestern China. The Tanguts controlled key trade routes along the Silk Road. They were wealthy, sedentary, and vulnerable. Mongol raids began in 1205. The Tanguts fortified their cities, but Mongol cavalry ravaged the countryside, destroying crops and cutting supply lines. The Tanguts sued for peace, paying tribute and offering princesses as brides. Genghis accepted. The Mongols had no interest in occupying cities yet. They wanted submission and resources. Next came the Jin dynasty, which ruled northern China. The Jin were descendants of the Jurchen people, semi-nomadic warriors who had conquered northern China in the previous century. By Genghis Khan's time, they had become sedentary and bureaucratic, but they still fielded large armies. The Mongols invaded in 1211. Jin forces outnumbered the invaders, but Mongol mobility and tactics overwhelmed them. City after city fell. Beijing was besieged in 1213. The siege lasted 2 years. When the city finally surrendered, the Mongols extracted massive tribute and withdrew. They didn't yet have the expertise to hold and administer large urban centers. The most consequential conflict, however, was with the Khwarezmian Empire. This was a Turkic-Persian state stretching across Central Asia, from Afghanistan to the Caspian Sea. It was wealthy, militarily powerful, and ruled by Shah Muhammad II, a proud and ambitious leader. The conflict began almost by accident. In 1218, a Mongol trade caravan was massacred in the Khwarezmian city of Otrar. The local governor, possibly acting on the Shah's orders, seized the goods and killed the merchants. Genghis Khan sent envoys demanding justice. The Shah executed one envoy and sent the others back humiliated. This was a fatal mistake. Genghis Khan mobilized an army estimated at over 100,000 men. In 1219, they invaded. The Khwarezmian Empire had perhaps twice as many soldiers, but they were dispersed across garrisons and fortified cities. The Mongols moved too quickly for the Shah to concentrate his forces. One by one, cities fell. Bukhara, Samarkand, Merv, Herat. Some resisted and were annihilated. Others surrendered and were spared, their populations conscripted into Mongol labor forces. The Shah fled west, pursued by Mongol detachments led by generals Jebi and Subutai. He died on an island in the Caspian Sea, broken and powerless. His son, Jalal ad-Din, fought on for several years, but without the resources to rebuild. By 1223, the Khwarezmian Empire was effectively destroyed. Central Asia was now Mongol territory. These conquests weren't random violence. They followed a pattern. Genghis Khan demanded submission. If rulers complied, paid tribute, and accepted Mongol overlordship, they were often left in place. If they resisted, the Mongols made examples. Cities that surrendered quickly were spared. Those that held out were sacked, their populations massacred or enslaved. This wasn't sadism. It was strategy. Terror became a weapon. Word spread. Resistance was futile. surrender was survival. Conquered territories were organized with surprising efficiency. Genghis Khan appointed governors, often drawn from the local elite, to manage daily administration. Mongol officials oversaw tax collection and military conscription. Religious leaders were exempted from taxes and granted legal protections. Trade routes were secured and expanded. Merchants traveled under Mongol protection, knowing that banditry would be punished swiftly and brutally. The steppe, once a barrier between civilizations, became a highway. The yasa was enforced across the empire. Theft, adultery, and betrayal were capital crimes. But the law also protected property rights and guaranteed safe passage for merchants and envoys. This created a degree of order that many regions hadn't known in generations. The Mongols didn't impose their culture, they imposed their system. As long as you obeyed, paid taxes, and provided soldiers, you could keep your language, religion, and customs. Merit-based promotion extended beyond the military. Administrators, artisans, and engineers from conquered peoples were recruited into Mongol service. A Chinese siege engineer could rise to prominence. A Persian bureaucrat could manage a province. A Turkic merchant could advise on trade policy. Genghis Khan valued competence over ethnicity. This wasn't enlightened tolerance. It was pragmatic exploitation of available talent. By 1227, the Mongol Empire stretched from Korea to the Caspian Sea. It encompassed steppe, desert, mountains, and river valleys. Millions of people lived under Mongol rule, speaking dozens of languages, practicing different religions, following different customs. Yet, they were all subject to the same Khan, the same law, the same system. This was unprecedented. No steppe confederation had ever achieved this scale or stability. Genghis Khan died in August 1227 during a campaign against the Tanguts. The exact cause is unclear. Illness, injury from a fall, or complications from an old wound. His body was returned to Mongolia and buried in an unmarked grave, the location kept secret. According to tradition, anyone who witnessed the funeral procession was killed to preserve the secrecy. His empire, however, didn't die with him. Before his death, Genghis Khan had divided his realm among his sons, assigning each a territory to govern. His third son, Ogedei, was designated as his successor, chosen for his administrative skill and ability to maintain unity. The Kurultai confirmed this decision in 1229. The empire would continue. But that's another chapter. What matters here is what Genghis Khan had built: a unified Mongol state, a revolutionary military system, a legal framework that transcended tribal identity, and an empire larger than any that had come before. He didn't conquer through superior numbers or advanced technology. He conquered through organization, discipline, and the ruthless application of mobility and terror. The steppe, once a patchwork of feuding tribes, was now the core of an empire that would reshape Eurasia. Ogedei took the throne not as a conqueror like his father, but as a consolidator. The empire Genghis Khan left behind was vast, but it was also fragile. Territories stretched across thousands of miles. Languages, religions, and customs clashed. The bonds holding it together were recent, personal, and tied to one man's authority. Ogedei's task was to transform that into something lasting. He understood that conquest alone wouldn't sustain an empire. You needed roads, tax systems, courts, and bureaucrats. So while his brothers and generals prepared for new campaigns, Ogedei focused on infrastructure. He established a permanent capital at Karakorum in central Mongolia. Before this, the Mongol court had been mobile, moving with the herds. Karakorum changed that. It became the administrative heart of the empire, a city of stone and wood where envoys, merchants, and officials gathered. Palaces were built, warehouses filled with tribute. Scribes recorded tax revenues and military levies. This wasn't just symbolism, It was governance. The YAM system, the relay network of messengers and stations, was expanded dramatically under Ogedi. Stations were placed every 20 to 30 miles along major routes. Fresh horses were kept ready. Messengers carried bronze tablets that granted them authority to requisition supplies. This allowed information to travel faster than any previous empire had managed. Orders from Karakoram could reach the western frontier in weeks, not months. Intelligence flowed back just as quickly. The empire could react. Ogedei also standardized taxation. Previously, conquered regions had been taxed irregularly, often by military governors who took what they wanted. Ogedi imposed a more systematic approach. Taxes were calculated based on population and prodi, the activity. Records were kept. Officials were held accountable. This didn't make taxation less harsh, but it made it predictable. Predictability allowed economic recovery. Farmers knew what they owed. Merchants could plan. Trade resumed. Religious tolerance, already a policy under Genghis Khan, was formalized. Ogedei granted tax exemptions to Buddhist monasteries, Christian churches, Muslim mosques, and Taoist temples. Religious leaders were protected under Mongol law. This wasn't altruism, it was practical. Religious institutions commanded loyalty. By co-opting them rather than destroying them, the Mongols reduced resistance and gained legitimacy. Ogedei's court became a cosmopolitan center. Chinese scholars served as advisors. Persian bureaucrats managed finances. Uyghur scribes handled correspondence. Christian monks from Nestorian communities translated documents. This diversity wasn't accidental. Ogedei deliberately recruited talent from across the empire. He needed administrators who understood local systems, engineers who could build siege weapons, and diplomats who could negotiate with foreign powers. The Mongol elite provided military leadership, but the empire's daily functioning depended on conquered peoples. While Ogedi built institutions, his generals expanded the empire. In the east, campaigns against the Jin dynasty continued. The Jin had retreated south of the Yellow River after earlier defeats, but they still controlled significant territory. Mongol forces pushed deeper into northern China, besieging cities and subjugating provinces. The Jin capital, Kaifeng, fell after a prolonged siege in 1233. The city's defenses were formidable, but the Mongols had learned siege warfare from Chinese and Central Asian engineers. They used catapults, trebuchets, and gunpowder weapons. Walls were breached. The city was sacked. The Jin dynasty collapsed shortly after. In the west, Mongol armies moved into Europe. This wasn't a planned conquest of the continent, but a punitive expedition that spiraled into something larger. The campaign began in 1236 under the command of Batu, a grandson of Genghis Khan. The initial target was the Volga Bulgars and the Kipchak Turks, steppe peoples who had resisted Mongol authority. These groups were defeated quickly. The Mongols then turned toward the Russian principalities. The Russian lands were politically fragmented, divided into rival principalities that rarely cooperated. This made them vulnerable. In 1237, Mongol forces invaded Ryazan, a city east of Moscow. The Prince of Ryazan refused to surrender. The city was stormed, burned, and its population killed or enslaved. Moscow was taken next, then Vladimir. By 1240, Kiev, the historic center of Rus civilization, fell after a brief siege. The city's churches were looted, its walls demolished. The Mongols didn't occupy these territories in the traditional sense. They imposed tribute, installed local rulers who swore loyalty, and moved on. The goal wasn't colonization. It was submission. From Russia, the Mongols advanced into Poland and Hungary. In April 1241, at the Battle of Legnica in Poland, a Mongol force defeated a coalition of Polish and German knights. The Europeans fought bravely, but their heavy cavalry was outmaneuvered by Mongol horse archers. The battlefield was left littered with corpses. 2 days later, another Mongol army won a decisive victory at the Battle of Mohi in Hungary. The Hungarian king barely escaped. His kingdom was devastated. Mongol detachments raided as far west as Austria and Croatia. European chroniclers described them as a scourge sent by God, punishment for Christian sins. Panic spread. Prayers were offered. Fortifications were hastily reinforced. Then, abruptly, the Mongols withdrew. In December 1241, Ogedei Khan died. According to Mongol tradition, all princes and generals had to return to Mongolia for the Kurultai to elect a new Khan. Batu and his commanders turned east, abandoning their advance into Europe. The invasion ended not because of European resistance, but because of internal politics. Europe had been spared by accident. The death of Ogedei triggered a succession crisis. His designated heir had died before him. The Kurultai was delayed while factions maneuvered. Batu, who commanded the Western armies, had a claim but chose not to press it. Instead, he supported Guyuk, Ogedei's eldest son. Guyuk was elected Khan in 1246, but his reign was short. He died in 1248, possibly poisoned. Another Kurultai was convened. This time, Monkey, a grandson of Genghis Khan through his youngest son Tolui, was chosen. Monkey's election marked a shift in power within the Mongol elite. The descendants of Tolui now controlled the Khanate. Monkey was a capable leader, disciplined and methodical. He purged officials he considered corrupt, reformed the tax system, and reorganized the military. Under his rule, the empire resumed its expansion. In the east, Monkey assigned his brother Kublai to complete the conquest of China. The Song dynasty, which ruled southern China, had so far avoided Mongol invasion. They were protected by rivers, mountains, and a sophisticated military. But the Mongols were patient. Kublai spent years preparing, studying Song defenses, recruiting Chinese defectors, and building a navy. The Song would not fall quickly, but the groundwork was being laid. In the west, Monkey sent another BOI, Hulagu, to conquer the Middle East. Hulagu's target was the Abbasid Caliphate, the symbolic center of Sunni Islam. The Caliphate had lost most of its political power centuries earlier, but it still held religious authority. The Caliph in Baghdad was respected across the Muslim world. Hulagu's campaign began in 1253. He moved methodically, securing alliances with Christian kingdoms in Armenia and Georgia. His army included Mongol cavalry, Chinese siege engineers, and auxiliary forces from conquered peoples. In 1256, Hulagu attacked the Nizari Ismailis, a Shia sect known in the West as the Assassins. They controlled a network of fortresses in the mountains of Persia. These fortresses were considered impregnable. Hulagu besieged them one by one. The assassins surrendered. Their leader was executed. Their strongholds were dismantled. In 1258, Hulagu's army reached Baghdad. The city was one of the largest in the world, home to hundreds of thousands. Its walls were thick, its defenses manned. But the Caliph, Al-Mustasim, underestimated the Mongols. He refused to surrender. Hulagu besieged the city. Chinese engineers constructed siege engines. Walls were breached. Mongol soldiers poured in. What followed was one of the most destructive sacks in history. Baghdad was looted for days. Libraries were burned. The House of Wisdom, a center of learning for centuries, was destroyed. Manuscripts were thrown into the Tigris River. According to later accounts, the water ran black with ink. The Caliph was captured and executed. The Abbasid Caliphate, which had existed for over 500 years, ended. The psychological impact across the Muslim world was immense. Hulagu continued west, taking Aleppo and Damascus. His forces reached the eastern Mediterranean. The Mongol Empire now bordered the Crusader states, and the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt. It seemed unstoppable. Then, in 1259, Möngke Khan died during a campaign in southern China. Once again, Mongol expansion halted. Hulagu withdrew most of his forces to participate in the succession struggle. He left behind a smaller army under one of his generals. In 1260, that army was defeated by the Mamluks at the Battle of Ain Jalut in Palestine. It was the first major Mongol defeat in open battle. The Mamluks, themselves former slaves trained as elite soldiers, used Mongol tactics against them. They feigned retreat, lured the Mongols into a trap, and crushed them. The defeat didn't destroy Mongol power, but it set a limit. The empire would expand no further west. The succession after Möngke's death was contentious. Kublai and his younger brother Arik Böke both claimed the throne. A civil war erupted. Kublai, based in China with access to greater resources, eventually won. He was proclaimed Khan in 1260, but the unity of the empire was fracturing. Hulagu in the Middle East, Batu's successors in Russia, and the descendants of Chagatai in Central Asia increasingly acted independently. They still acknowledged the Great Khan in theory, but in practice, the empire was dividing into regional khanates. Kublai focused on China. In 1271, he declared the founding of the Yuan dynasty, claiming the mandate of heaven as a legitimate Chinese emperor. This was a significant shift. The Mongols were no longer just conquerors. They were integrating into the civilizations they ruled. The Song dynasty resisted for another decade, but in 1279, the last Song emperor drowned after a naval battle. China was fully under Mongol control for the first time. Kublai's reign marked the height of Mongol power in East Asia. He rebuilt Beijing as his capital, promoted trade, and patronized the arts. The Silk Road flourished under Mongol protection. Merchants traveled from Europe to China with relative safety. Marco Polo's famous journey occurred during this period, but Kublai's attempts to expand further met with failure. Invasions of Japan in 1274 and 1281 were destroyed by storms, later called kamikaze or divine winds by the Japanese. Campaigns in Southeast Asia against Vietnam and Java also failed. The Mongols were unmatched on open plains, but in jungles, islands, and mountainous terrain, their advantages disappeared. By the late 13th century, the Mongol Empire had reached its greatest territorial extent. It stretched from Korea to Hungary, from Siberia to the Persian Gulf. No empire in history had covered more land. But it was no longer truly unified. The khanates operated independently, sometimes even warring with each other. The Golden Horde in Russia, the Ilkhanate in Persia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Yuan dynasty in China each had their own interests. Still, the Pax Mongolica, the Mongol peace, facilitated unprecedented exchange. Ideas, technologies, and goods moved across Eurasia. Chinese innovations like gunpowder and printing spread west. Persian astronomy influenced Chinese science. European merchants established direct contact with East Asia. This interconnectedness had consequences. The Black Death, which devastated Europe in the 14th century, likely spread along Mongol trade routes. Disease travelled as easily as silk. The Mongol Empire's legacy is complex. It caused immense destruction. Cities were razed, populations massacred, entire cultures disrupted. Yet it also created stability across a vast region, enabling trade and cultural exchange on a scale not seen again until the modern era. The empire didn't last. By the mid-14th century, the Khanates were in decline. The Yuan dynasty was overthrown in 1368. The Ilkhanate collapsed into rival states. The Golden Horde fragmented. The Chagatai Khanate split. Within a century and a half of Genghis Khan's death, Mongol rule had ended almost everywhere. but the memory endured. The Mongols had proven that steppe nomads could conquer and rule settled civilizations. They had shown that mobility, organization, and ruthlessness could overcome superior numbers and resources, and they had briefly united a significant portion of the known world under a single authority. The collapse was inevitable, but it wasn't immediate. For decades after the fragmentation began, the Mongol Khanates still cast long shadows across Eurasia. The idea of a unified empire persisted, even as the reality dissolved. Each Khanate told itself it was the true heir to Genghis Khan's legacy. Each claimed legitimacy through blood and conquest. But the center could not hold. The distances were too vast, the cultures too different, and the ambitions of local rulers too strong. The Yuan dynasty in China faced the most dramatic fall. Kublai Khan's successors lacked his vision and adaptability. Corruption spread through the administration. Ethnic tensions between Mongols and Chinese deepened. Natural disasters, famines, and rebellions eroded stability. The Mongols had never fully integrated into Chinese society. They remained outsiders, ruling through force and bureaucracy. When that force weakened, resentment boiled over. By the 1350s, massive peasant uprisings tore through the empire. The Red Turban Rebellion, fueled by secret societies and messianic movements, directly challenged Mongol rule. In 1368, a former Buddhist monk turned rebel leader named Zhu Yuanzhang captured Beijing. The last Yuan emperor fled north into Mongolia. The Ming dynasty replaced the Yuan, and China was Chinese again. The Ilkhanate in Persia collapsed even earlier. After the death of Abu Sa'id in 1335, the Khanate splintered into competing factions. No strong successor emerged. Regional warlords carved out independent domains. The unity imposed by Hulagu's conquest evaporated. Persia fragmented into a patchwork of rival states, none strong enough to dominate. The Mongol ruling class gradually assimilated into Persian culture or disappeared entirely. Within a generation, the Ilkhanate was a memory. The Golden Horde in Russia lasted longer, but also fragmented. Internal succession disputes weakened central authority. The Horde split into smaller Khanates: Kazan, Crimea, Astrakhan, Sibir. These successor states continued to influence Russian politics for centuries, but they were shadows of the original. By the late 15th century, the Russian principalities, led by Moscow, began to throw off Mongol dominance. Ivan III, the Grand Prince of Moscow, stopped paying tribute in 1480. The so-called Tatar yoke was over. Russia turned from vassal to regional power. The Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia also disintegrated. By the mid-14th century, it had split into eastern and western halves. Neither held significant power. Nomadic tribes reasserted independence. Settled cities like Samarkand and Bukhara were contested by local rulers. The Mongol identity blurred. Some descendants adopted Islam and Persian culture. Others remained nomadic, clinging to older traditions. Central Asia returned to fragmentation. Why did the empire fall apart so completely? Several factors converged. First, the empire was too large to govern as a single entity with medieval technology. Communication across thousands of miles took months. Orders from the Great Khan arrived outdated or ignored. Local rulers had to make decisions independently, and over time, they stopped asking permission. Second, the Mongols never developed a stable succession system. Genghis Khan's meritocratic ideals clashed with the reality of hereditary power. Every transition sparked conflict. Brothers fought brothers, uncles challenged nephews. The Kurultai, the assembly that once elected Khans, became a formality or was ignored entirely. Third, the Mongols assimilated into the cultures they conquered. This wasn't weakness, it was adaptation. But it diluted Mongol identity. A Mongol ruling in Persia spoke Persian, practiced Islam, and employed Persian administrators. A Mongol in China adopted Chinese customs and Confucian governance. Over generations, the distinction between conqueror and conquered blurred. The unifying Mongol identity dissolved. Fourth, the empire's military advantage faded. Other powers learned Mongol tactics. Gunpowder weapons, which the Mongols had used and spread, became more sophisticated. Fortifications improved. Armies adapted. The Mongols remained formidable, but they were no longer invincible. Finally, the economic and political systems that sustained the empire weakened. The Pax Mongolica depended on stability and security. As central authority collapsed, trade routes became dangerous again. Merchants faced bandits, warlords, and extortion. The flow of goods slowed, revenue declined. Without wealth, the Khanates couldn't maintain armies or bureaucracies. The spiral accelerated. Yet the Mongol collapse wasn't a simple story of decline and defeat. In many regions, Mongol influence persisted long after formal rule ended. In Russia, the administrative and military systems bore Mongol imprints for centuries. The emphasis on centralized authority, the use of census data for taxation, and the reliance on mounted cavalry all had Mongol origins. Persian culture absorbed Mongol elements. Literature, art, and architecture reflected the fusion. Miniature paintings depicted Mongol-style clothing and tents. Persian historians wrote detailed accounts of the Mongol period, preserving their memory. In China, the Yuan dynasty left institutional legacies. The use of paper currency, the promotion of theatre and drama, and the integration of diverse ethnic groups into a single, administrative framework influenced later dynasties. The Mongol language left traces across Eurasia. Turkic and Mongolian loanwords entered Russian, Persian, and Chinese. Place names reflected Mongol presence. And the memory of the empire shaped how later rulers thought about power and legitimacy. Timur, or Tamerlane, a 14th century conqueror, claimed descent from Genghis Khan to legitimize his conquests. He wasn't Mongol by blood, but the association mattered. The Mughal Empire in India, founded in the 16th century, took its name from the Persian word for Mongol. The founders were Timurid descendants who traced their lineage back to Genghis Khan. The symbolism reinforced their authority. The Mongols also changed the trajectory of world history in ways that outlasted their empire. The Black Death, which killed a third of Europe's population in the 14th century, spread along trade routes the Mongols had secured. Fleas carrying plague bacteria travelled in caravans from Central Asia to the Black Sea, then into Europe. The Mongol network facilitated the deadliest pandemic in recorded history. This wasn't intentional, but it was consequential. Europe's social, economic, and political structures were shattered. Labour shortages empowered workers. Feudalism weakened. The Renaissance emerged partly from the chaos. The Mongols also accelerated the exchange of technology. Gunpowder, originally a Chinese invention, spread west through Mongol conquests. By the 14th century, European armies were using cannons and firearms. This transformed warfare and eventually enabled European colonial expansion. Printing technology, also Chinese, moved westward. Ideas about astronomy, mathematics, and medicine crossed continents. The Mongol Empire acted as a conduit, linking civilizations that had been isolated. Religiously, the Mongol period was transformative. The Mongols' policy of religious tolerance allowed diverse faiths to coexist and interact. Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, and shamanism mingled in Mongol courts. This exposure influenced religious thought. In Persia, the Mongol conversion to Islam shifted the region's religious landscape. In Russia, the Orthodox Church strengthened its position by cooperating with Mongol rulers. In China, Tibetan Buddhism gained prominence under Mongol patronage. These shifts had long-term effects on regional identities. Politically, the Mongol Empire demonstrated that nomadic peoples could not only conquer, but also govern vast sedentary populations. This challenged assumptions about civilization and barbarism. It showed that military power, organizational skill, and adaptability mattered more than cultural sophistication or technological advancement. The Mongols weren't more civilized than the societies they conquered, but they were more effective at projecting power. This lesson wasn't lost on later empires. The Ottomans, Safavids, and Mughals all drew on Mongol models of governance and military organization. The Mongol Empire's fall also marked a shift in global power dynamics. As the Khanates fragmented, no single power dominated Eurasia. Regional states emerged, each with distinct identities and ambitions. Europe, previously on the periphery of the Mongol world, began its rise. The age of exploration was partly driven by the disruption of overland trade routes. European merchants sought sea routes to Asia to bypass the unstable post-Mongol landscape. This led to the voyages of Columbus, da Gama, and Magellan. The Mongol collapse indirectly triggered European expansion. In the steppes, Mongol successor states and tribes continued to play significant roles. The Crimean Khanate raided Eastern Europe for centuries. The Dzungar Khanate challenged Qing China in the 17th and 18th centuries. Mongol identity persisted, though it evolved. The descendants of Genghis Khan remained politically relevant across Asia for generations. Bloodlines mattered. Even rulers with tenuous connections to the Borjigin clan claimed Genghisid legitimacy. The memory of the Mongol Empire became mythologized. In Mongolia, Genghis Khan was revered as a national hero, the founder of the Mongol nation. In the 20th century, after decades of Soviet influence suppressed his memory, independent Mongolia embraced him as a symbol of pride and identity. Statues, monuments, and currency bore his image. In contrast, in many conquered regions, the Mongols were remembered as destroyers. Persian, Russian, and Chinese histories often depicted them as barbaric invaders. This narrative emphasized suffering and resilience, shaping national identities in opposition to the Mongol legacy. Modern scholarship has complicated these views. Historians now recognize the Mongol Empire's role in connecting the world. It wasn't purely destructive or purely beneficial. It was both, depending on perspective and context. The Mongols destroyed cities and killed millions, but they also facilitated trade, cultural exchange, and technological diffusion. They were conquerors and administrators, nomads and statesmen, destroyers and builders. The empire's legacy raises uncomfortable questions about power, violence, and progress. Can mass slaughter be justified by subsequent trade and cultural exchange? Does the spread of ideas and technology offset the human cost? These aren't questions with clear answers. The Mongol Empire forces us to confront the complexity of history. It wasn't a morality tale with heroes and villains. It was a human story, driven by ambition, survival, and the relentless pursuit of power. What remains undeniable is the scale. The Mongol Empire was the largest contiguous land empire in history. It reshaped Eurasia. It connected civilizations that had barely known each other. It demonstrated the potential and limits of nomadic power. And it left a legacy that persists in language, culture, politics, and memory. The steppes that birthed the Mongols are quieter now. The great herds and armies are gone. But the echoes remain, carried on the wind across grasslands that once witnessed the rise and fall of the world's most unlikely empire. Genghis Khan's empire didn't dismantle itself overnight. It fractured slowly, deliberately, through a system he had designed before his death. In 1227, as his body was carried back to Mongolia in secret, His sons and grandsons already held pieces of the realm. The question wasn't whether the empire would divide, but how it would be managed. The Mongol tradition of inheritance didn't favor primogeniture. Each son received a portion of the father's wealth and territory. This worked for small tribal chieftains. For an empire spanning continents, it became a structural flaw. Genghis Khan had 4 legitimate sons through Berta. Yochi, the eldest, ruled the western steppes. Chagatai controlled Central Asia. Ogadai was named Great Khan, the supreme ruler. Tolui, the youngest, inherited the Mongolian heartland and the bulk of the army. This division seemed logical. Each son governed a vast region, but Ogadai held ultimate authority. The empire remained unified under a single Khan, supported by a council of princes and generals. Yet cracks appeared almost immediately. Jochi died before Genghis Khan, possibly murdered. His sons, Batu and Orda, inherited his territories but harbored resentment toward the central leadership. Chagatai and Ogadai clashed over policy and succession. Tolui's descendants, through his wife Sorgagtani Beki, would later challenge the entire system. For a time, the structure held. Ogadai, as Great Khan, expanded the empire further. He completed the conquest of northern China, subduing the Jin dynasty entirely by 1234. He sent armies west into Europe under Batu Khan, grandson of Genghis through Jochi. These forces swept through Russia, Poland, and Hungary, reaching the gates of Vienna before withdrawing. Europe trembled. The Mongols seemed unstoppable. But Ogadai's death in 1241 triggered the first major succession crisis. His widow, Turagena, ruled as regent while maneuvering to place her son, Guyuk, on the throne. This took 5 years. During that time, the empire's expansion stalled. Batu Khan, who commanded the Western armies, refused to attend the Kurultai, the assembly of Mongol nobles, citing illness. In reality, he opposed Guyuk's candidacy. When Guyuk finally became Great Khan in 1246, tensions escalated. He planned to march west and confront Batu directly. Only his sudden death in 1248 prevented civil war. After Guyuk, the succession passed to Tolui's line. Munka, Tolui's eldest son, was elected Great Khan in 1251. This marked a shift. The descendants of Ogadai and Chagatai were sidelined. Tolui dominance began. Munka was capable. He reformed the administration, curbed corruption, and launched new conquests. He sent his brother Hulagu to subdue the Middle East, and his brother Kublai to complete the conquest of China. These campaigns succeeded militarily, but deepened divisions. Hulagu's forces sacked Baghdad in 1258, ending the Abbasid Caliphate. This shocked the Islamic world. The destruction was total. Libraries burned. Scholars were killed. The Tigris reportedly ran black with ink and red with blood. Hulagu established the Ilkhanate in Persia, ruling nominally under Munka, but increasingly autonomous. Meanwhile, Kublai pushed into southern China, targeting the Song dynasty. This required different tactics. The Song had fortified cities, naval power, and a sophisticated economy. Mongol cavalry alone couldn't win here. Kublai adapted, employing Chinese engineers, siege experts, and even foreign advisors. He began to Sinicize, adopting Chinese administrative practices and Confucian advisors. This alarmed traditionalists. Munka's death in 1259 shattered the fragile unity. He died during the campaign against the Song, possibly from dysentery or an arrow wound. Immediately, his brothers Kublai and Arik Boke both claimed the throne. Kublai was in China. Arik Boke was in Karakorum, the traditional Mongol capital. Each held a Kurultai and declared himself Great Khan. Civil war erupted. Kublai had resources, Chinese revenues, and military strength. Arik Bukha controlled the Mongolian heartland and had support from traditionalists who despised Kublai's Chinese sympathies. The war lasted 4 years. Kublai won, but the empire fractured irreparably. Arik Bukha surrendered in 1264 and died shortly after, possibly poisoned. Kublai became Great Khan, but his authority was contested. The other Khanates, Chagatai, the Golden Horde, and the Ilkhanate, recognized him nominally, but operated independently. The Mongol Empire had become a confederation of successor states, each pursuing its own interests. The Golden Horde, ruling the western steppes and Russia, was led by descendants of Jochi. They had the least contact with the central leadership and the most independence. Batu's brother Berke converted to Islam in the 1250s, the first Mongol Khan to do so. This put him at odds with Hulagu, whose Ilkhanate had destroyed Baghdad. The two Khanates fought each other in the 1260s, a conflict that shocked Mongol traditionalists. Mongols killing Mongols violated the unity Genghis Khan had forged. The Chagatai Khanate, centered in Central Asia, also fragmented. It split into eastern and western branches, each ruled by rival claimants. Nomadic and settled populations clashed. The region became a borderland, contested and unstable. The Ilkhanate in Persia thrived initially. Hulagu and his successors ruled over a wealthy, urbanized region. They rebuilt infrastructure, patronized arts and sciences, and eventually converted to Islam. Yet they remained isolated from the other Khanates, surrounded by hostile neighbors. Kublai focused on China. He completed the conquest of the Song dynasty in 1279, becoming the first non-Chinese ruler to control all of China. He founded the Yuan dynasty, ruling as a Chinese emperor while maintaining Mongol identity. His court was cosmopolitan, hosting Persian administrators, Italian merchants like Marco Polo, and Buddhist, Muslim, and Christian advisors. But Kublai's campaigns beyond China failed. He attempted to invade Japan twice, in 1274 and 1281. Both invasions ended in disaster, destroyed by storms the Japanese called kamikaze, divine winds. He sent expeditions to Southeast Asia against Vietnam, Burma, and Java. All failed. The Mongols excelled on open plains. Dense jungles, mountains, and naval warfare exposed their limits. By the late 13th century, the Mongol Empire existed only in name. The Khanates were independent states with distinct identities. The Golden Horde ruled Russia. The Ilkhanate governed Persia. The Chagatai Khanate controlled Central Asia. The Yuan dynasty dominated China and Mongolia. They shared a common origin, but no unified policy. The decline accelerated in the 14th century. The Yuan dynasty faced internal rebellion and economic strain. Kublai's successors were weak. Factionalism plagued the court. In 1368, the Ming dynasty overthrew the Yuan, driving the Mongols back to the steppes. The Ilkhanate collapsed in the 1330s, fragmentating into rival states. Persia descended into chaos until Timur, a Turkic conqueror claiming Genghisid descent, rose in the late 14th century. The Golden Horde fragmented into smaller Khanates. The Crimean, Kazan, and Astrakhan Khanates emerged, each controlling portions of the former realm. The Chagatai Khanate split repeatedly, eventually giving rise to the Timurid Empire. What caused the collapse? Several factors converged. The empire was too large to govern centrally. Communication across such distances was slow, even with the yam system. Regional governors became de facto rulers. Succession disputes were inevitable. Mongol inheritance customs guaranteed conflict. Without a clear system of primogeniture, every succession became a contest. The empire's diversity worked against cohesion. Mongols ruled over Chinese, Persians, Russians, Turks, and countless others. These populations had distinct cultures, religions, and political traditions. Holding them together required constant military pressure. When that pressure eased, centrifugal forces took over. Economic shifts also played a role. The Mongol Empire facilitated trade, but it didn't create lasting economic integration. Once the empire fragmented, trade routes became contested. The Black Death, which spread along Mongol trade networks in the 14th century, devastated populations and disrupted commerce. Ironically, the Mongols' success in connecting Eurasia accelerated the plague's spread. Cultural assimilation diluted Mongol identity. In China, Mongol rulers adopted Chinese customs. In Persia, they converted to Islam and embraced Persian culture. In Russia, they remained distant overlords, but their influence waned as Russian principalities grew stronger. The Mongols didn't disappear. They transformed. The steppes remained home to Mongol tribes and successor states. In the 17th century, the Dzungar Khanate emerged as a powerful Mongol state, challenging Qing China. The Crimean Khanate raided Eastern Europe until the 18th century. Mongol identity persisted, though it evolved. Yet the empire, as a unified entity, was gone. By 1400, no one claimed to rule all the Mongol territories. The dream of a single steppe empire controlling Eurasia had ended. The legacy, however, endured. The Mongol Empire demonstrated that nomads could conquer and govern settled civilizations. It showed that administrative innovation mattered as much as a military might. The yam system, decimal military organization, and religious tolerance influenced later eras. The Ottomans borrowed Mongol administrative techniques. The Mughals in India claimed descent from Genghis Khan and Timur. The Russian Empire absorbed Mongol governance practices. The Mongol collapse also had unintended consequences. It disrupted overland trade routes, prompting European exploration. The search for sea routes to Asia, driven by the instability of post-Mongol Eurasia, led to the Age of Exploration. Columbus, da Gama, and Magellan sailed because the Silk Road was no longer safe or reliable. In this sense, the Mongol Empire's fall helped launch European expansion. The memory of the Mongols shaped regional identities. In Mongolia, Genghis Khan became a national hero, celebrated as the founder of the Mongol nation. In the 20th century, after decades of Soviet suppression, independent Mongolia embraced him as a symbol of pride. In conquered regions, the Mongols were often remembered as destroyers. Persian, Russian, and Chinese histories emphasize suffering and resilience. This narrative shaped national identities in opposition to the Mongol legacy. Modern scholarship has revised these views. Historians now recognize the empire's complexity. It wasn't purely destructive or purely beneficial. It was both, depending on perspective. The Mongols killed millions and destroyed cities, but they also facilitated unprecedented cultural exchange. The empire's legacy forces uncomfortable questions. Can mass violence be justified by subsequent trade and innovation? Does technological diffusion offset human suffering? These questions lack simple answers. The Mongol Empire reveals history's ambiguity. It wasn't a story of good versus evil. It was a story of power, ambition, and unintended consequences. What remains certain is the scale. The Mongol Empire was the largest contiguous land empire ever. It connected civilizations that had barely interacted. It demonstrated both the potential and limits of nomadic power, and it left a legacy in language, culture, politics, and memory that persists across Eurasia. The steppes are quieter now, but the echoes remain, carried on winds across grasslands that witnessed the rise and fall of the world's most unlikely empire. The Mongols didn't invent the wheel, the stirrup, or the composite bow. They perfected what already existed and weaponized coordination at a scale no one had seen before. Their military wasn't revolutionary because of new tools. It was revolutionary because of how those tools were used, together, under pressure, across impossible distances. Speed became strategy, discipline became doctrine, and fear became their advance guard. The foundation was the horse. Mongol warriors didn't just ride horses, they lived on them. From childhood, boys learned to ride before they could walk confidently. They slept in saddles during long migrations, ate while riding, and fought without dismounting unless absolutely necessary. Each warrior maintained multiple horses, rotating them to preserve stamina. This wasn't luxury, it was tactical necessity. A Mongol army could cover 70 miles in a day, more than double what infantry forces managed. Speed collapsed distance. Enemies who expected weeks of warning received hours, but speed meant nothing without control. The Mongols organized their forces using the decimal system. Units of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000. Every soldier knew his place within this structure. Orders flowed down through clear chains of command. Discipline was absolute. Desertion meant death, not just for the deserter, but for his entire unit of 10. This collective punishment created peer pressure stronger than any officer's threat. Soldiers policed themselves because survival depended on it. Training was constant and brutal. Mongol boys practiced archery from age 3. By adolescence, they could shoot accurately from a galloping horse, hitting targets behind them without slowing. The composite bow they used was a masterpiece of engineering, layers of wood, horn, and sinew glued together, capable of piercing armor at 200 yards. Western knights, encased in metal, discovered too late that their protection was irrelevant against arrows that punched through steel at distance. The Mongols didn't fight like Europeans. No mass charges of armored knights, no stationary formations waiting for honorable engagement. They used deception, feigned retreats, encirclements, and psychological warfare. A common tactic involved pretending to flee, drawing enemy forces into pursuit, then wheeling around to slaughter the scattered, exhausted pursuers. Impatience killed more armies than Mongol arrows ever did. Reconnaissance was sacred. Before any campaign, the Mongols sent scouts, spies, and merchants into enemy territory. They mapped roads, assessed fortifications, identified political divisions, and noted harvest cycles. When the invasion began, commanders already knew the terrain better than their opponents. Intelligence wasn't gathered during war. It was gathered years before, patiently, methodically. Communication across vast distances was solved through the YAM system, a network of relay stations spaced roughly 20 miles apart. Messengers could cross the empire in weeks, carrying orders, reports, and intelligence. Fresh horses waited at each station. Riders slept in shifts, passing messages without delay. This infrastructure gave the Mongols something empires dream of: real-time command over continental distances. Siege warfare initially challenged them. Steppe nomads didn't build cities, so they didn't naturally understand how to destroy them. Early Mongol sieges were costly and slow. Genghis Khan solved this by hiring Chinese and Persian engineers, experts in siege engines, catapults, and explosive devices. The Mongols absorbed foreign knowledge without pride or prejudice. If something worked, they used it. By the 1210s, Mongol armies carried siege trains capable of reducing walled cities within weeks. Psychological warfare amplified their physical strength. The Mongols cultivated terror deliberately. Cities that resisted faced total annihilation. Populations were massacred, buildings razed, irrigation systems destroyed. Survivors were driven ahead of the army toward the next city, spreading panic. Refugees told stories of unstoppable horsemen. of mountains of skulls, of resistance ending only in death. Often, cities surrendered without a fight. Fear was cheaper than siege equipment. Yet the Mongols weren't mindlessly destructive. Cities that surrendered peacefully were spared, often thriving under Mongol rule. Artisans, engineers, and administrators were valuable. They were relocated, not killed, put to work building the empire. The Mongols understood that dead subjects paid no taxes. Violence was a tool, deployed strategically, not emotionally. Discipline extended beyond battle. Looting was forbidden until victory was complete. Soldiers who broke ranks to plunder were executed. This ensured battlefield cohesion and prevented the chaos that ruined other armies. After victory, plunder was distributed according to rank and contribution. Meritocracy governed rewards. A common soldier who fought bravely received more than a noble who hesitated. The Mongols also mastered logistics. Armies carry their destruction with them, consuming resources faster than any region can provide. Mongol forces moved light, living off the land when possible, but also organizing supply lines that stretched back to the steppe. Herds of livestock followed the army, providing meat and milk. Mobile camps could be established and dismantled within hours. Flexibility meant survival. Genghis Khan didn't micromanage battles. He set objectives, appointed capable commanders, and trusted them. Subotai, Jeba, Mukhali. These generals operated independently, adapting to circumstances without waiting for orders. Centralized vision, decentralized execution. This allowed the Mongols to fight simultaneous campaigns across continents, something no other power could coordinate. Religious tolerance played an unexpected military role. By refusing to impose religious uniformity, the Mongols avoided the rebellions that plagued other empires. Conquered populations saw that their temples, mosques, and churches remained intact. This didn't inspire love, but it reduced resistance. Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, and Taoists all served in Mongol armies. Diversity became strength when harnessed under shared command. The Yasa, Genghis Khan's legal code, applied equally to all. Theft, adultery, and lying were punished severely, regardless of rank. This created predictability. Soldiers knew the rules. Civilians knew the rules. Justice, harsh as it was, felt consistent. In a world of arbitrary feudal lords, consistency was revolutionary. Mongol warfare wasn't static, it evolved. Early campaigns relied on speed and archery. Later campaigns incorporated siege warfare, naval operations, and winter fighting. The Mongols learned from every enemy. After fighting Chinese armies, they adopted gunpowder weapons. After encountering heavily armored knights, they developed tactics to neutralize them. Adaptation was constant. Morale was maintained through shared hardship. Genghis Khan ate the same food as his soldiers, slept in similar tents, and rode into battle alongside them. There was hierarchy, but not luxury. Leaders earned respect through competence, not birthright. This egalitarianism, limited as it was, bonded the army in ways feudal levies never achieved. Women played roles rarely acknowledged. They managed households during campaigns, maintained herds, and sometimes fought. Mongol women were skilled archers and riders. When men were away for years, women kept the economy functioning. This wasn't equality, but it was pragmatic. Everyone contributed because survival demanded it. The Mongols faced setbacks. Early attempts to conquer fortified cities sometimes failed. Unfamiliar terrain, like dense forests or tropical jungles, hindered cavalry operations. Naval invasions, particularly against Japan, ended disastrously. The Mongols weren't invincible. They were adaptable, learning from failures and refining tactics. After Genghis Khan's death in 1227, his successors inherited this military machine. They continued campaigns, conquering Russia, the Middle East, and more of China. But the military system Genghis built remained the foundation. His innovations in organization, logistics, and psychological warfare became templates copied by later empires. The Ottoman Janissaries borrowed Mongol training methods. Russian military organization showed Mongol influence. Even European armies eventually adopted elements of Mongol tactics, particularly the emphasis on mobility and intelligence gathering. The Mongols demonstrated that discipline and coordination mattered more than individual heroism. Modern militaries still study Mongol campaigns. The principles remain relevant: speed, surprise, intelligence, flexibility, and psychological dominance. The tools have changed. The underlying logic hasn't. The Mongol military wasn't built on innovation alone. It was built on cultural values that prioritized collective survival over individual glory. The steppe taught harsh lessons. Tribes that cooperated endured. Those that didn't perished. Genghis Khan took these survival instincts and scaled them into an empire. Conquered peoples often joined Mongol armies. Turks, Chinese, Persians, all served under Mongol commanders. This wasn't coercion alone. Mongol armies offered opportunity. Merit-based promotion meant a talented soldier, regardless of origin, could rise. For many, serving the Mongols provided stability and wealth their previous rulers never offered. The empire's military success rested on infrastructure invisible to enemies. The yam system, the decimal organization, the legal code. These weren't glamorous, but they were essential. Battles were won by logistics as much as by bravery. The Mongol way of war was unsentimental. Victory mattered. How you achieved it mattered less. This pragmatism horrified sedentary civilizations, but it worked. Within decades, the Mongols controlled more territory than Rome at its height. Their military legacy outlasted their political unity. Even after the empire fragmented, Mongol tactics influenced warfare across Eurasia. The composite bow, the feigned retreat, the emphasis on mobility, all became standard. The Mongols didn't just conquer, they redefined what conquest could look like. Standing on the steppe in 1227, at the moment of Genghis Khan's death, the empire stretched from Korea to the Caspian Sea. It wasn't finished expanding. His sons and grandsons would push further, but the foundations were complete. The military system that would carry them forward was already perfected. The Mongols proved that size, wealth, and fortifications couldn't stop a force that moved faster, thought strategically, and refused to accept limits. They turned the steppe's harshness into an advantage, weaponizing endurance and mobility. And they built an army that didn't just conquer cities. It conquered the idea that nomads were incapable of empire. The steppe had always bred warriors. Genghis Khan transformed them into something civilization had never seen: a coordinated, disciplined, transcontinental war machine that operated with industrial efficiency centuries before the industrial age. That was the true revolution, not the bows or the horses, but the mind that organized them into an unstoppable system. The empire Genghis Khan left behind wasn't just territory, it was infrastructure, roads, courier stations, trade routes, all built to move information and armies faster than any civilization had managed before. The yam system became the nervous system of the Mongol world. Messengers rode day and night, changing horses at stations spaced across the steppe. Orders from Mongolia reached Persia in weeks, not months. Intelligence flowed back just as quickly. This wasn't glamorous, but it was revolutionary. Controlling an empire spanning thousands of miles required communication speed that matched military speed. The Mongols understood this instinctively. They built relay stations across Central Asia, staffed them with fresh horses and supplies, and enforced strict protocols. Messengers carried paisas, metal tablets that granted authority and access. No local official dared delay a rider bearing the Khan's seal. The system worked because it was simple. Speed mattered more than comfort. Efficiency trumped ceremony. A message from the Khan wasn't a suggestion, it was law, delivered at a gallop. This infrastructure supported more than military campaigns. It enabled trade on a scale Eurasia hadn't seen since Rome. Merchants travelled under Mongol protection, knowing bandits were hunted ruthlessly. Caravans moved silk, spices, and silver across routes that had been too dangerous for generations. The Pax Mongolica, the Mongol peace, wasn't peaceful in the way we imagine peace. It was enforced order. Violate it, and Mongol cavalry arrived swiftly. But within that order, commerce flourished. Cities that submitted early and paid tribute were left largely autonomous. Bukhara, Samarkand, and others became trade hubs under Mongol oversight. The Mongols didn't micromanage. They demanded taxes, loyalty, and safe passage for their messengers. Beyond that, local rulers governed as they always had. This pragmatism made occupation sustainable. The Mongols lacked the bureaucratic machinery to directly administer every city and province. They didn't need it. Local elites did the work, knowing rebellion meant annihilation. Religious tolerance was another unexpected feature of Mongol rule. Genghis Khan himself followed traditional shamanistic beliefs, but he didn't impose them. Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, and others were allowed to practice freely, provided they didn't threaten Mongol authority. This wasn't enlightenment. It was pragmatism. Religious conflict destabilized regions. Stability generated taxes. The Mongols wanted taxes. They exempted clergy from taxation, protecting religious institutions in exchange for prayers and political support. Monks and priests became informal ambassadors, spreading word that Mongol rule, while harsh, allowed spiritual life to continue. This strategy reduced resistance. Cities with diverse populations were less likely to unite against occupiers who protected everyone's gods. The Mongols weaponized tolerance. The legal code, the Yasa, reinforced this order. Written laws applied across the empire, cutting through local customs and tribal traditions. Theft was punished severely. Adultery, lying, and desertion carried harsh penalties. The Yasa wasn't merciful, but it was consistent. Everyone, from nobles to commoners, theoretically faced the same laws. In practice, enforcement varied, but the principle mattered. It signaled that Mongol rule operated on rules, not whims. For populations accustomed to arbitrary authority, this was a strange comfort. Predictable brutality was easier to navigate than unpredictable violence. The Yasa also codified merit-based promotion. Commanders were chosen for competence, not lineage. This wasn't egalitarian idealism, it was efficiency. The best generals won battles. Losing battles weakened the empire. Therefore, the best generals commanded. This logic seems obvious, but most medieval armies didn't operate this way. Aristocratic birth determined leadership, regardless of skill. The Mongols ignored birth. Talent and loyalty mattered. A shepherd's son could become a general. A captured enemy could rise to advisor. This fluidity created fierce loyalty. Soldiers knew advancement was possible, and that knowledge made them fight harder. The Mongols also mastered psychological warfare in ways their enemies couldn't counter. Before attacking, they spread rumors. Exaggerated tales of Mongol cruelty circulated deliberately. Survivors of massacres were sometimes released intentionally, sent to spread fear. Cities heard what happened to those who resisted, and many chose submission. This saved Mongol lives and resources. A city that surrendered immediately avoided destruction. One that resisted, even briefly, faced total annihilation. The message was clear. Cooperation meant survival. Defiance meant erasure. This binary choice simplified decision-making for besieged rulers. Surrender wasn't cowardice. It was the only rational option. The Mongols encouraged this reasoning, offering generous terms to those who submitted quickly. Governors who opened gates were often kept in power. Those who waited, hoping for rescue that never came, watched their cities burn. The calculus was brutal but effective. Fear became a weapon sharper than any sword. Mongol intelligence gathering was equally sophisticated. Spies infiltrated cities months before armies arrived. Merchants reported on fortifications, food supplies, and internal politics. The Mongols knew which officials were corrupt, which commanders were competent, and which factions could be turned. This information shaped strategy. Weak points were targeted. Rival factions were played against each other. By the time Mongol forces appeared on the horizon, they already understood the enemy better than the enemy understood itself. This intelligence advantage came from patience. The Mongols didn't rush campaigns. They prepared meticulously, gathering information, positioning forces, and waiting for the right moment. When they struck, it looked sudden, but months of preparation made victory almost inevitable. The appearance of speed was deliberate. Enemies saw only the final assault, not the slow encirclement that preceded it. This perception magnified Mongol reputation. They seemed to appear from nowhere, strike decisively, and vanish before reinforcements arrived. In reality, every move was calculated. The composite bow remained central to Mongol tactics, but its effectiveness depended on training that began in childhood. Mongol children learned to ride and shoot before they could read. By adulthood, they could hit moving targets while galloping. This skill wasn't innate, it was drilled endlessly. Boys competed in archery contests, tribes held mock battles, hunting expeditions doubled as military training. The steppe provided a natural training ground. Chasing game across rough terrain taught horsemanship. Shooting at distance taught accuracy. The harsh environment filtered out weakness. Those who survived childhood were already hardened warriors. The Mongol military didn't need boot camps. The steppe was the boot camp. By the time young men joined the army, they already possessed skills European knights trained years to acquire. This cultural advantage was impossible to replicate. Sedentary societies couldn't produce horsemen of equivalent quality. Knights were effective in formations, but individually they couldn't match steppe riders. The Mongols exploited this gap ruthlessly. Logistics separated the Mongols from other nomadic raiders. Previous steppe confederations had launched devastating raids, then retreated before supplies ran out. The Mongols didn't retreat. They stayed, supplied by a network that stretched back to Mongolia. Each campaign was supported by herds of livestock driven alongside the army. Horses, sheep, and goats provided food and mobility. When campaigns extended beyond grazing lands, the Mongols requisitioned supplies from conquered territories. Resistance meant starvation. Cooperation meant survival. Local populations learned quickly. The yam system facilitated this supply chain. Messengers coordinated shipments, directed herds, and reported shortages. The Mongol army moved like a migrating nation, carrying its economy with it. This mobility allowed campaigns to last years. European armies disbanded after months. Mongol forces sustained operations indefinitely. This endurance wore down enemies. Cities that held out initially, hoping the Mongols would leave, eventually faced starvation. The Mongols simply waited. Time was their ally. Siege warfare, initially a Mongol weakness, became a strength through adaptation. Early campaigns struggled against fortified cities. The Mongols lacked siege experience and equipment, but they learned. Chinese engineers were captured and forced to share expertise. Siege towers, catapults, and mining techniques were adopted. Within years, Mongol armies besieged cities as effectively as they fought open battles. This adaptability terrified enemies. A force that could dominate battlefields and break fortifications left no safe refuge. Cities that had relied on walls for centuries suddenly found those walls insufficient. Mongol siege tactics combined patience with innovation. They diverted rivers, starved defenders, and bombarded walls relentlessly. Psychological pressure mounted. Defenders knew relief wasn't coming. The Mongols controlled the countryside. No army could reach them. Surrender became inevitable. This inevitability was cultivated deliberately. The Mongols wanted enemies to feel hopeless, and hopelessness broke resistance faster than catapults. The decimal organization system scaled effortlessly. 10 soldiers formed a unit. 10 units formed 100. 10 hundreds formed 1,000. This structure allowed armies to split and recombine fluidly. A force of 10,000 could divide into 10 independent units, each operating autonomously. Commanders at every level understood their role. Orders flowed downward efficiently. Information flowed upward just as smoothly. This organizational clarity gave the Mongols a coordination advantage that seemed almost supernatural to enemies. European armies struggled with command hierarchies. Nobles argued over precedence. Orders were misunderstood or ignored. The Mongols had none of these problems. Every soldier knew his commander. Every commander reported to the next level. The chain was unbroken. This discipline wasn't imposed through fear alone. It was internalized. Mongol soldiers understood that survival depended on cohesion. A unit that broke formation died. One that held together won. This lesson was reinforced in every battle, every skirmish, every hunt. Collective action worked. Individual heroics got you killed. The Mongol approach to conquered peoples was coldly rational. Populations were assessed for usefulness. Artisans, engineers, and scholars were spared and relocated. Warriors were conscripted or executed. Administrators who submitted were retained. Those who resisted were replaced. This sorting process was systematic. The Mongols didn't destroy for pleasure. They destroyed to simplify control. A city depopulated of resistors was easier to govern. Survivors learned the lesson. Cooperation brought stability. Resistance brought death. This binary choice shaped behavior across the empire. The Mongols also practiced collective punishment. If a city rebelled after surrendering, nearby cities faced retaliation. This extended accountability discouraged uprisings. No one wanted to be punished for a neighbor's defiance. The strategy created mutual surveillance. Communities policed themselves, knowing the Mongols would hold everyone responsible. This reduced the need for occupation forces. Fear maintained order more efficiently than soldiers. Trade routes stabilized under Mongol control, connecting east and west in ways not seen for centuries. Silk Road commerce surged. Goods moved from China to Europe with unprecedented speed. Merchants paid taxes to the Mongols but faced fewer local bandits. The protection was real. Mongol patrols kept routes secure. Caravans traveled without the constant fear of ambush. This security encouraged investment. More merchants risked long-distance trade. More goods flowed. More taxes reached Mongol coffers. The economic impact was profound. Technologies moved along these routes. Papermaking, gunpowder, and printing techniques spread westward. Agricultural innovations traveled eastward. The Mongol Empire became a conduit for ideas, not just goods. This wasn't intentional cultural exchange. It was a byproduct of enforced stability. But the consequences reshaped Eurasia. Knowledge that had been isolated in China reached the Middle East and Europe. Conversely, Islamic science and mathematics reached East Asia. The Mongols didn't care about these exchanges. They cared about taxes, but their indifference to cultural barriers allowed cross-pollination that changed civilizations. By 1227, the empire's reach was staggering. Mongol authority extended from the Pacific Ocean to the Caspian Sea. The Jin dynasty in northern China was shattered. The Khwarezmian Empire was erased. Central Asian cities paid tribute. Russian principalities submitted. The steppe was unified under one authority for the first time in history. This wasn't just conquest, it was consolidation. Tribes that had fought each other for generations now cooperated. The Mongol identity superseded older loyalties. A Karaite warrior and a Merkite warrior, once enemies, now served the same Khan. This unity was Genghis Khan's greatest achievement. Military victories could be won and lost. Empires rose and fell. But the idea that Mongol identity mattered more than tribal affiliation, that lasted. It survived Genghis Khan's death and carried his successors forward. The administrative structures, built during this period, outlasted the man who created them. The Yam system continued functioning. The decimal military organization remained standard. The Yasa governed behavior. These institutions were Genghis Khan's true legacy. They transformed a tribal confederation into an empire capable of governing diverse populations across vast distances. The Mongols had started as nomads surviving harsh conditions. They became administrators of complexity. This transformation happened within a single generation. The speed was unprecedented. Rome took centuries to build comparable systems. The Mongols did it in decades. This wasn't because they were smarter. It was because they were ruthlessly pragmatic. They adopted what worked and discarded what didn't. They learned from enemies, borrowed from conquered peoples, and synthesized techniques into something new. The result was an imperial system that functioned with machine-like efficiency. It wasn't elegant, it wasn't merciful, but it worked. And in the harsh calculus of empire building, effectiveness mattered more than elegance. The Mongols proved that nomads could master complexity, that horsemen could govern cities, and that an empire built on mobility could endure. Genghis Khan understood that conquest meant nothing without succession. An empire built on one man's vision could collapse the moment that man died. The steppe was littered with tribal confederations that had risen under charismatic leaders, only to fragment the instant those leaders fell. Genghis Khan intended a different outcome. He spent his final years constructing a framework for continuity. This wasn't sentimental legacy building, it was cold calculation. The empire needed to survive him. His sons were the obvious candidates, but sons inherited blood, not competence. The steppe tradition favored the youngest son inheriting the father's homeland. Older sons were expected to carve out their own territories. This system prevented concentration of power, but encouraged fragmentation. Genghis Khan modified it. He divided territories among his sons while maintaining centralized authority. Each son received lands to govern, but ultimate decisions remained with the Khan. This balance required trust. Trust required testing. Yochi, the eldest, governed the western territories. His legitimacy was questioned. Rumors persisted that he was not Genghis Khan's biological son, conceived during his mother's captivity. These whispers created tension. Yochi's relationship with his father was strained. He ruled competently, but remained distant from the core of Mongol power. His lands were vast, but peripheral. This suited Genghis Khan. Distance reduced conflict. Chagatai, the second son, was temperamental and rigid. He adhered strictly to Mongol customs and the Yasa. This made him useful as an enforcer, but dangerous as a ruler. Genghis Khan gave him Central Asian territories, where his strictness could maintain order among newly conquered populations. Chagatai's role was stability, not innovation. He resented Yochi and opposed him at every opportunity. Their rivalry was open, bitter, and potentially destructive. Ogedei, the third son, was pragmatic and diplomatic. He lacked Chaghatay's rigidity and Yochi's aloofness. Genghis Khan saw him as the natural successor. Ogedei could balance competing interests. He understood compromise without appearing weak. Most importantly, he could work with his brothers without triggering their jealousies. Genghis Khan designated him as the next great Khan. This decision bypassed tradition, but ensured continuity. Tolui, the youngest, inherited the Mongol heartland according to custom. He was militarily talented and fiercely loyal. His role was to support Ogedei and maintain the core Mongol military strength. Tolui's lands were smaller but strategically vital. He commanded the largest armies and controlled the most experienced generals. This arrangement gave Ogedei political authority while ensuring Tolui held military power. The balance was deliberate. Genghis Khan also distributed power among his generals. Subutai, Jebe, and others received territories and responsibilities. This prevented any single family member from monopolizing authority. Generals owed their positions to merit, not blood. They served the empire, not individual princes. This structure created multiple power centers, all oriented toward preserving the system Genghis Khan built. The administrative machinery was designed to outlast him. The yam system operated independently of personal leadership. Messengers carried orders regardless of who issued them. Tax collection followed established procedures. Military organization remained constant. The empire functioned through institutions, not personality. This was revolutionary. Previous steppe empires had been extensions of their founders. The Mongol Empire was becoming something more durable. Religious tolerance served succession as much as governance. By refusing to favor one faith, Genghis Khan prevented religious factions from forming around his sons. Each son could appeal to different religious communities without creating theological conflicts within the family. This neutrality reduced one potential source of civil war. The Mongols remained above religious disputes, benefiting from all faiths while being captured by none. Legal continuity was equally important. The Yasa wasn't just Genghis Khan's personal code. It was written, recorded, and enforced by a class of officials who answered to the system, not the man. After his death, the Yasa would continue governing Mongol society. Disputes would be resolved according to established law, not personal whim. This legal framework provided stability during transitions of power. Genghis Khan also cultivated loyalty that extended beyond himself. He promoted based on service to the Mongol cause, not service to him personally. Warriors swore oaths to the empire, not just the Khan. This shift was subtle but critical. Loyalty to an institution survives longer than loyalty to an individual. Soldiers who fought for Genghis Khan were taught to fight for Mongol unity. That distinction mattered when he was gone. Marriages were strategic tools for binding the empire together. Genghis Khan's daughters married into conquered kingdoms, carrying Mongol authority into foreign courts. His sons married women from allied tribes and subjugated peoples. These unions created networks of obligation and interest that transcended tribal boundaries. The extended family became a web holding the empire intact. By 1226, Genghis Khan was aging. He had survived countless battles, harsh winters, and the physical toll of decades on horseback. His body was failing, but his mind remained sharp. He launched one final campaign against the Tangut kingdom in northwest China. The Tanguts had been vassals but rebelled, refusing to provide troops for earlier campaigns. This defiance couldn't be ignored. Genghis Khan personally led the army, despite his declining health. The campaign was brutal. Tangut cities fell one by one. Resistance was crushed with methodical efficiency. But the effort drained Genghis Khan. He fell from his horse during the campaign, sustaining injuries that wouldn't heal. Fever set in. His condition worsened, The Mongol leadership understood he was dying. Preparations began for the transition. Genghis Khan's final orders concerned the Tanguts. He commanded their royal family be executed and their kingdom erased. This wasn't revenge. It was a message. Defying Mongol authority carried absolute consequences, even if the Khan himself died enforcing them. The order was carried out. The Tangut royal line ended. Their kingdom ceased to exist as an independent entity. In August 1227, Genghis Khan died. The exact cause remains unclear. Injury, illness, or simply age, sources differ. What's certain is that his death was kept secret. The Mongol army was deep in enemy territory. Revealing the Khan's death risked panic, desertion, or enemy attacks. His body was transported back to Mongolia in secrecy. Anyone who encountered the funeral procession was killed to prevent word from spreading. This brutal secrecy allowed the army to complete its campaign and withdraw safely. The funeral itself was private, conducted according to Mongol tradition. The location of his grave was hidden. Soldiers who buried him were reportedly executed to ensure the site remained secret. This wasn't paranoia. It was protection. Genghis Khan's body couldn't become a trophy for enemies or a pilgrimage site that might divide loyalties. He was buried somewhere in the Mongolian wilderness, unmarked and unfindable. The succession proceeded as planned. Ogedei was confirmed as Great Khan in 1229, after a Kurultai that included all major Mongol leaders. The delay was deliberate. It gave factions time to adjust, ensured consensus, and demonstrated that the empire's institutions functioned even without Genghis Khan. The transition was smooth. No civil war erupted, no provinces broke away. The empire held. This continuity was Genghis Khan's final victory. He had built something that survived him. Previous conquerors, Alexander, Attila, left empires that shattered immediately after their deaths. Genghis Khan left an empire that expanded for another generation. His grandsons would push Mongol borders further than he ever did. They conquered Russia, the Middle East, and all of China. But they did so using the systems he created. The administrative structures endured. The Yam system continued connecting the empire. The decimal military organization remained standard. The Yasa governed Mongol society for decades. Religious tolerance persisted, allowing the empire to absorb diverse populations without triggering constant rebellions. Merit-based promotion ensured competent leadership. These weren't abstract principles. They were practical tools that kept the empire functioning. Genghis Khan's legacy wasn't just territorial, it was systemic. He transformed how empires could be organized. The Mongols proved that nomadic peoples could govern sedentary civilizations. They demonstrated that meritocracy could outperform aristocracy. They showed that religious tolerance enhanced stability rather than weakening it. These lessons influenced successor states across Eurasia. The economic integration he initiated continued. Trade routes remained secure. Merchants moved freely across Mongol territories. The Silk Road flourished. Goods, technologies, and ideas continued flowing between East and West. This exchange accelerated under his successors. Paper money, gunpowder, and printing spread westward. Islamic astronomy and European metallurgy traveled eastward. The Mongol Empire became history's greatest facilitator of cross-cultural exchange. The military tactics he perfected became standard. Cavalry mobility, coordinated maneuvers, psychological warfare, and intelligence networks. All of these were copied by armies across Eurasia. The Mongols changed how wars were fought. Their emphasis on speed, flexibility, and information superiority influenced military thinking for centuries. European and Middle Eastern armies studied Mongol campaigns and adapted their techniques. Genghis Khan's unification of the steppe tribes was perhaps his most enduring achievement. Before him, the Mongols were fragmented, fighting each other more than external enemies. After him, Mongol identity superseded tribal divisions. This unity persisted even as the empire eventually fragmented into khanates. The idea that Mongols were one people, bound by common laws and shared purpose, outlasted the political structure. His approach to governance influenced how empires integrated conquered peoples. The Mongols didn't impose their culture or religion. They imposed order, collected taxes, and otherwise left local populations alone. This pragmatic tolerance allowed them to govern vast territories with relatively small occupation forces. Later empires borrowed this model. The Ottomans, the Mughals, and others recognized that cultural flexibility enabled political control. The psychological impact of Mongol conquest lasted generations. Cities that had resisted faced annihilation. Those that submitted were spared. This binary choice created a reputation that preceded Mongol armies. By the time his grandsons campaigned in Europe and the Middle East, the Mongol reputation alone caused cities to surrender without fighting. Fear became a weapon as effective as any cavalry charge. Genghis Khan's rise from tribal outcast to world conqueror demonstrated that social mobility was possible even in rigidly hierarchical societies. He promoted commoners to generals, ignored noble lineages, and valued competence over birth. This meritocratic approach was radical for its time. It showed that talent could trump tradition, that systems based on ability outperformed those based on ancestry. His emphasis on law over personal rule established a precedent for institutional governance. The Yasa wasn't perfect, but it was consistent. It applied to Mongols and subjects alike. Genghis Khan himself was bound by it. This created a legal framework that transcended individual rulers. The concept that law could govern an empire, not just the whims of monarchs, influenced later political development across Eurasia. The Mongol Empire at Genghis Khan's death in 1227 was the largest contiguous land empire in history. It stretched from the Pacific Ocean to the Caspian Sea. It encompassed dozens of ethnic groups, multiple religions, and diverse ecosystems. Yet it functioned as a unified entity. Communication flowed. Taxes were collected. Orders were obeyed. This administrative achievement was as impressive as any military victory. The empire's strength lay in its flexibility. Mongol rulers adapted to local conditions. In China, they worked with Confucian bureaucrats. In Persia, they employed Muslim administrators. In Russia, they ruled through local princes. This adaptability allowed them to govern populations that vastly outnumbered them. The Mongols were never more than a small minority in their own empire, but they controlled it through superior organization and ruthless enforcement. Genghis Khan's death didn't end the Mongol story. It marked a transition. The empire he built continued expanding under his sons and grandsons, but the foundations were his. The systems, the laws, the military tactics, the administrative structures, all of these were established during his lifetime. His successors inherited a functioning empire, not just conquered territories. That inheritance was his greatest gift to them and his most lasting impact on history. The fragmentation of the Mongol Empire after Genghis Khan's death reveals something often overlooked about his reign. He built an empire without building a clear succession system. Despite his meritocratic reforms, despite the Yasa's emphasis on law over personal whim, the question of who would lead after him remained tied to bloodline and family politics. His sons were capable commanders. His grandsons would become legendary conquerors. But none of them replicated his ability to unite through personal charisma and strategic vision. The empire survived his death because its institutions were strong enough to function without him. That's a rare achievement. Most empires built around singular leaders collapse when the founder dies. The Mongols didn't. They continued expanding for decades. But the unity he forged began fracturing almost immediately. His sons divided the empire into regions, each governed by a branch of his family. This wasn't a breakup, not yet, but it was the beginning. The seeds of division were planted at the moment of his greatest triumph. The Western campaigns under his grandsons Batu and Hulagu extended Mongol power into Europe and the Middle East. These conquests demonstrated the effectiveness of the systems Genghis Khan established. The armies operated far from Mongolia, yet they remained disciplined, coordinated, and supplied. The Yam system allowed messages to travel thousands of miles in weeks. Generals communicated with each other and with the central command structure. This logistical network was Genghis Khan's creation. Without it, the later conquests would have been impossible. The Mongols didn't just fight well, they organized well. That organizational capacity was what allowed a relatively small nomadic population to control territories containing millions of settled peoples. The cultural impact of Mongol rule extended beyond military conquest. Trade flourished under Mongol protection. The Silk Road, which had been fragmented by competing kingdoms and unstable borders, became a unified corridor. Merchants could travel from China to the Black Sea under Mongol law. They paid taxes, yes, but they received protection in return. Bandits were suppressed. Local wars didn't disrupt trade routes. This stability encouraged commerce on an unprecedented scale. Goods, ideas, and technologies moved across Eurasia faster than ever before. Chinese silk reached European markets. Persian astronomy influenced Chinese scholars. Indian mathematics spread westward. The Mongol Empire functioned as a conduit for exchange, not because the Mongols valued culture for its own sake, but because they recognized that prosperous trade meant higher tax revenues. Religious tolerance under Mongol rule was pragmatic rather than philosophical. Genghis Khan and his successors didn't care which gods their subjects worshipped as long as they paid taxes and obeyed orders. This indifference created an environment where religions coexisted with minimal interference. Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, and shamans all lived under Mongol rule. Churches, mosques, and temples operated freely. Religious leaders were often exempted from taxation, a policy designed to prevent religious unrest. The Mongols understood that suppressing religion created resistance. Allowing it cost nothing and bought loyalty. This approach was unusual for the era. Most empires imposed their religion on conquered peoples, or at least favored one faith over others. The Mongols didn't. Their primary loyalty was to the Great Khan and the Yasa, not to any deity. The destruction caused by Mongol conquest can't be minimized. Cities that resisted were annihilated. Populations were massacred. Infrastructure was destroyed. The psychological and physical damage lasted generations, but the aftermath of conquest was often reconstruction. The Mongols needed functioning economies to tax. Destroyed cities were rebuilt, sometimes under new management. Trade resumed. Agriculture recovered. The Mongols didn't conquer to leave wastelands. They conquered to extract resources. That required stability. So after the initial violence, Mongol rule often brought a harsh peace. It wasn't benevolent, but it was predictable. Merchants knew the rules. Peasants knew their obligations. Stability, even brutal stability, allowed economic activity to resume. The speed of Mongol expansion raises questions about the societies they conquered. Why did settled civilizations fall so quickly to nomadic warriors? Part of the answer lies in the fragmentation of the target states. The Khwarezmian Empire was internally divided. The Jin dynasty faced rebellions and economic strain. The Russian principalities were disunited and often at war with each other. The Mongols exploited these weaknesses. They didn't face unified resistance. They faced a series of isolated enemies who couldn't coordinate defense. The Mongols, by contrast, operated as a unified force under centralized command. This asymmetry was decisive. A coordinated army with clear objectives defeats fragmented opponents even when outnumbered. The technological advantages of the Mongols were significant but not overwhelming. Their composite bows were superior to most contemporary weapons, but other armies had crossbows and heavy cavalry. What set the Mongols apart was how they used their technology. Their tactics maximized the bow's effectiveness. Their mobility allowed them to choose when and where to fight. Their discipline meant orders were executed precisely. Technology mattered, but organization mattered more. A well-coordinated army with average weapons defeats a disorganized army with superior weapons. The Mongols proved this repeatedly. The legacy of Mongol conquest shaped the political landscape of Eurasia for centuries. The Khanates that emerged after the empire's fragmentation became major powers in their own right. The Golden Horde dominated Russia for over 2 centuries. The Ilkhanate controlled Persia and influenced Middle Eastern politics. The Yuan dynasty ruled China until the Ming overthrew them. These successor states carried Mongol administrative practices, military traditions, and political structures. They weren't Mongol in the same way Genghis Khan's empire was, but they were Mongol descendants. The systems he created outlasted the unity he imposed. The Mongols forced societies to adapt. States that survived Mongol conquest did so by learning from them. Military reforms spread across Eurasia. Cavalry tactics evolved. Intelligence networks improved. Diplomatic protocols changed. The Mongols didn't just conquer, they forced innovation in response. Societies that faced them had to modernize their militaries, improve their logistics, and strengthen their political structures. Those that didn't were destroyed. This pressure accelerated military and administrative development across the continent. The Mongol threat, even after the empire fragmented, shaped how states organized themselves. The Mongol postal system, the yam, became a model for later empires. The concept of relay stations where messengers could change horses and rest allowed rapid communication across vast distances. This system required infrastructure, organization, and resources. The Mongols built it across their empire. Later states adopted similar systems. The idea that information should travel faster than armies, that communication networks were strategic assets, became standard. The Mongols didn't invent courier systems, but they implemented one on a scale never before seen. That implementation demonstrated the value of rapid communication in governing large territories. The integration of conquered elites into the Mongol system was selective but effective. Genghis Khan and his successors didn't eliminate all local rulers. They co-opted those who submitted. Local princes, governors, and administrators kept their positions if they pledged loyalty and paid tribute. This reduced the need for Mongol occupation forces and allowed the empire to govern indirectly. The Mongols were always a minority in their empire. They couldn't occupy every city or oversee every village, so they ruled through intermediaries, backed by the threat of overwhelming force. This system worked because everyone understood the consequences of rebellion. The Mongols had demonstrated their willingness to destroy entire cities. That demonstration made direct rule unnecessary in most regions. The Mongol impact on China was particularly profound. The conquest of northern China disrupted centuries-old political structures. The Jin dynasty fell. The Song dynasty retreated south. Eventually, Kublai Khan, Genghis Khan's grandson, would conquer the Song and establish the Yuan dynasty. But even before that, Mongol presence in China forced adaptation. Chinese military technology improved in response to the threat. Gunpowder weapons developed partly as a counter to Mongol cavalry. The Mongols, in turn, adopted Chinese siege technology. This exchange of military innovation happened because the Mongols were flexible enough to learn from their enemies. They didn't cling to steppe traditions when Chinese methods worked better. That adaptability was a key to their success. The Mongol approach to urban centers was pragmatic. They needed cities for administration, trade, and tax collection. But they distrusted walled cities as potential centers of resistance, so they often destroyed city walls after conquest. This prevented rebellion but also left cities vulnerable to bandits and raiders. The Mongols had to balance control with economic functionality. A destroyed city paid no taxes. A fortified city might rebel. The solution was selective destruction followed by reconstruction under Mongol oversight. Cities were rebuilt, but without the defensive structures that might enable resistance. The role of women in Mongol society was more prominent than in many contemporary cultures. Mongol women managed households and herds when men were away on campaign. Some women held political influence. Genghis Khan's mother, Holun, played a significant role in his early rise. His wives and daughters managed territories and influenced policy. This wasn't equality in a modern sense, but it was a level of agency unusual for the era. Women's practical contributions to nomadic life gave them standing that sedentary agricultural societies often didn't grant. When the Mongols conquered settled regions, this difference became apparent. Mongol women sometimes shocked local populations by appearing in public, participating in discussions, and managing property. The environmental impact of Mongol conquest was significant. Depopulation in some regions allowed forests to regrow and agricultural land to revert to grassland. This had climatic effects, though quantifying them is difficult. The disruption of agriculture in densely populated areas reduced human environmental impact temporarily. But this came at the cost of millions of lives. The environmental recovery, such as it was, resulted from demographic collapse, not conservation. The Mongols weren't concerned with ecology, they were concerned with resources. But their conquests inadvertently altered landscapes by removing or displacing populations. The Mongol military advantage diminished over time as enemies adapted. European states developed heavy cavalry tactics and fortifications that blunted Mongol mobility. The Mamluks in Egypt defeated Mongol forces by matching their mobility and using superior infantry in key battles. The Japanese, protected by the sea, repelled Mongol invasions with help from storms that destroyed invasion fleets. The Mongol military system, revolutionary in the early 13th century, became less dominant as opponents learned from defeats and adjusted their strategies. The window of overwhelming advantage was relatively brief. But during that window, the Mongols reshaped the world. The transmission of disease along Mongol trade routes had catastrophic consequences. The Black Death, which devastated Europe and Asia in the 14th century, likely spread along routes protected and maintained by the Mongol Empire. The same networks that facilitated trade also facilitated pandemic. This wasn't intentional, but it was a direct result of increased connectivity. The Mongols didn't cause the plague, but their empire created conditions for its rapid spread. This illustrates a broader point about globalization. Increased connectivity brings benefits, but also risks. The Mongol Empire was an early example of this dynamic. The psychological legacy of Mongol conquest persisted long after the empire fragmented. Societies that experienced Mongol invasion carried the memory for generations. Russian chronicles recorded the horror of Mongol raids. Persian historians documented the destruction of cities. Chinese sources described the chaos of conquest. These accounts shaped how later generations understood the Mongols. Often, the Mongols were portrayed as barbaric destroyers, an image that obscured their administrative achievements and cultural tolerance. The memory of violence overshadowed the memory of the stability that followed. This selective memory influenced how history remembered the Mongols for centuries. Genghis Khan's personal legacy is inseparable from the empire he built. His rise from poverty to supreme power became legendary. Stories of his leadership, his cunning, and his ruthlessness spread across Eurasia. Some accounts exaggerated his achievements, others demonized him, but all recognized that he had changed the world. His descendants ruled vast territories for centuries. His name became synonymous with conquest. Even today, he remains one of history's most recognized figures. That recognition rests on the empire he created and the systems he established. Without those achievements, he would be a footnote. With them, he became immortal. The empire's administrative coherence was tested repeatedly as it expanded. Each new conquest required integration into existing systems. The Mongols developed protocols for this. After a city surrendered, officials were appointed to assess resources and organize tribute. Local leaders who cooperated were often retained. Those who resisted were replaced. This pragmatic approach allowed rapid incorporation of new territories. The Mongols didn't impose uniformity, they imposed control. That control allowed diversity to exist beneath it. Different regions operated under different rules, but all answered to the same ultimate authority. This flexibility prevented the empire from collapsing under its own weight during expansion. The scale of violence during Mongol campaigns is difficult to comprehend. Cities that resisted faced systematic destruction. Populations were massacred. Buildings were leveled. Agricultural infrastructure was demolished. These acts served strategic purposes. They discouraged resistance elsewhere. They eliminated potential threats. They demonstrated the cost of defiance. But they also reflected a worldview where mercy was conditional. The Mongols offered terms. Refusal meant annihilation. This binary approach worked because it was consistently applied. Everyone understood the calculation: submit and survive, resist and face obliteration. The logistics of maintaining a mobile army across such vast distances required innovation. The Mongols traveled with herds that provided food on the move. They could cover enormous distances without stopping for supplies. Each soldier carried basic provisions, but the real sustenance came from livestock. Horses provided milk, meat, and transportation. Sheep and goats supplemented diet. This mobile food supply allowed campaigns that would have been impossible for sedentary armies dependent on supply lines. The Mongols turned their nomadic lifestyle into military advantage. What others saw as primitive, they weaponized. Genghis Khan's death in 1227 came during a campaign against the Tanguts. The exact cause remains unclear. Some sources suggest injury. Others mention illness. What is certain is that he died in the field, still directing military operations. His body was returned to Mongolia. The burial location was kept secret and remains unknown. This secrecy was deliberate. The Mongols believed that disturbing a grave brought misfortune. Keeping the location hidden protected the site. It also prevented enemies from desecrating it. The secrecy succeeded. No one has found Genghis Khan's tomb. The succession mechanism Genghis established ensured continuity. Before his death, he designated his third son, Ogedei, as his successor. This decision bypassed the traditional preference for the eldest son. Jochi, the eldest, was excluded due to questions about his paternity. Chagatai, the second son, was too temperamental. Ogedei was chosen for his diplomatic skill and ability to work with others. This choice reflected Genghis Khan's understanding that the empire needed a unifier, not just a warrior. The designation was accepted by the family, preventing immediate civil war. The Kurultai that confirmed Ogedei's succession met 2 years after Genghis Khan's death. This delay allowed time for commanders to return from distant campaigns and for consensus to build. The gathering was massive. Representatives from across the empire attended. The delay also demonstrated that the empire's institutions were strong enough to function without immediate succession. The military continued operations. Administration continued collecting taxes. The machinery Genghis built kept running. When Ogedei was formally confirmed, the transition was smooth. This contrasted sharply with succession crises that destroyed other empires. The empire Genghis Khan left behind was unlike anything that had existed before. It stretched from the Pacific Ocean to the Caspian Sea. It included dozens of ethnic groups, multiple religions, and vastly different economies. Yet it functioned as a single political entity. This was possible because of the systems Genghis created. The military structure integrated warriors from conquered peoples. The administrative system employed local experts. The legal code provided consistent standards. The communication network tied distant regions together. These weren't accidental developments. They were deliberate constructions designed to make the empire governable. The Mongol approach to warfare evolved as they encountered different enemies. Early campaigns against steppe tribes relied on mobility and archery. Campaigns against sedentary civilizations required siege warfare. The Mongols adapted by recruiting engineers from conquered populations. Chinese engineers brought expertise in siege weapons. Persian engineers contributed knowledge of fortifications. The Mongols absorbed this expertise and incorporated it into their military system. By the end of Genghis Khan's reign, the Mongol army could conduct both mobile warfare and protracted sieges. This versatility made them nearly unstoppable. The religious tolerance the Mongols practiced had limits. They tolerated different faiths, but not defiance. Religious leaders who preached resistance were eliminated. Those who accepted Mongol authority were protected. The Mongols granted tax exemptions to religious institutions that cooperated. They allowed religious communities to maintain their practices, but they demanded that religious authority not challenge political authority. This separation was enforced ruthlessly. The result was a religious landscape where diverse traditions coexisted under Mongol supervision. Faith was permitted. Rebellion disguised as faith was crushed. The economic integration the Mongols achieved had lasting effects. Merchants who had operated regionally could now trade across the entire empire. A merchant in Persia could do business in China without crossing hostile borders. The Mongols standardized weights and measures in some regions to facilitate trade. They protected merchant caravans from bandits. They established rest stations where traders could resupply. These measures made long-distance trade safer and more profitable. The increased trade volume generated tax revenue for the empire. Economic policy and military conquest reinforced each other. The Mongol military's intelligence system was perhaps its most underappreciated advantage. Before invading a region, the Mongols gathered detailed information. They interviewed merchants who had traveled there. They sent scouts to map terrain. They identified political divisions they could exploit. When they attacked, they knew the enemy's strengths and weaknesses. They knew which cities were fortified and which were vulnerable. They knew which leaders could be bribed and which had to be defeated. This information advantage meant that Mongol campaigns were rarely surprises to the Mongols themselves. They were calculated operations based on reconnaissance. The psychological impact of Mongol conquest extended beyond those directly affected. Societies that heard about Mongol victories feared they would be next. This fear sometimes led to preemptive surrender. Cities opened their gates rather than face siege. Rulers sent tribute, hoping to avoid invasion. The Mongols cultivated this fear deliberately. They publicized their victories. They spread stories of their invincibility. They made examples of those who resisted. The result was a strategic environment where the threat of Mongol attack was often sufficient to achieve objectives without actual combat. Fear became a weapon as effective as arrows. The Mongol impact on Central Asian urban culture was profound. Cities that had been centers of Islamic learning and Persian culture were devastated. Some never fully recovered. The population of Samarkand was reduced dramatically. Bukhara was burned. Merv was destroyed so thoroughly that its exact location was later disputed. These weren't random acts. They were responses to resistance. But they also reflected the Mongol prioritization of mobility over urban life. Cities represented permanence and hierarchy. concepts the Mongols viewed with suspicion. They valued what could move and adapt. Cities were obstacles to be overcome or eliminated. The integration of Turkish peoples into the Mongol Empire had long-term linguistic and cultural effects. Many Turkish tribes joined the Mongols voluntarily or through conquest. Over time, Turkish language and culture influenced Mongol successors. The armies of later Mongol states often spoke Turkish rather than Mongolian. The fusion of Mongol political structures with Turkish cultural elements created hybrid societies. This process began during Genghis Khan's lifetime as Turkish warriors were incorporated into Mongol units. The cultural exchange went both ways. Mongols adopted Turkish administrative practices in some regions. Turkish groups adopted Mongol military organization. The Mongol approach to diplomacy was direct and uncompromising. They sent envoys with clear demands: submit or face invasion, pay tribute or be destroyed. There was no negotiation about the fundamental relationship. States could choose submission or resistance, but not equality. This approach worked because the Mongols had the military power to enforce it. When envoys were killed, the Mongols responded with overwhelming force. The murder of Mongol ambassadors by the Khwarezmian Shah triggered one of the most destructive campaigns of the era. The message was clear. Diplomacy with the Mongols required respect for their representatives. The environmental knowledge the Mongols possessed was crucial to their success. They understood grasslands intimately. They knew which plants indicated water. They knew how to read weather patterns. They knew how to find shelter in open terrain. This knowledge allowed them to operate in environments where other armies would have perished. When they invaded regions with different environments, they adapted. In forested areas, they used local guides. In deserts, they followed established routes. They didn't conquer every type of terrain equally well, but they learned enough to operate effectively across diverse landscapes. The Mongol use of terror as policy was systematic. After capturing a city that had resisted, they would sometimes order the population to assemble outside the walls. They would then categorize people. Skilled artisans were spared and relocated. Young people were enslaved, and the rest were killed. Survivors were sometimes sent to neighboring cities to spread fear. This wasn't savagery for its own sake. It was calculated. The Mongols understood that reputation could substitute for force. If cities believed resistance was futile, they would surrender without fighting. This saved Mongol lives and resources. The cruelty served strategic ends. The legal reforms Genghis Khan implemented created a sense of order within the empire. The Yasa code, though harsh, was applied consistently. Theft was punished severely. Adultery was punished severely. Lying to superiors was punished severely. But the severity was predictable. Everyone knew the rules. This predictability reduced arbitrary violence. Under previous steppe traditions, disputes were often settled through feuds that could last generations. The Yasa short-circuited this by providing clear judgments. It replaced personal revenge with state authority. This was revolutionary for societies where clan loyalty had been paramount. The Mongol impact on the Silk Road was transformative. Trade routes that had been dangerous and fragmented became secure and unified. A merchant could travel from the Mediterranean to China under Mongol protection. This security increased trade volume dramatically. Goods that had been rare luxuries became more common. Ideas traveled along these routes as well. Technologies spread faster. Artistic styles influenced distant regions. The Mongol Empire didn't create the Silk Road, but it made it safer and more efficient than it had ever been. This economic integration was one of the empire's most enduring achievements. The military discipline the Mongols maintained was enforced through harsh penalties. Desertion meant death. Cowardice meant death. Disobeying orders meant death. But the severity was balanced by reward. Successful warriors received shares of plunder. Brave fighters were promoted. Commanders who won battles were honored. This combination of fear and incentive kept the army cohesive. Soldiers knew that success brought wealth and status. They also knew that failure or disloyalty brought execution. The system worked because it was applied uniformly, regardless of family connections. The Mongol conquest created refugee flows that reshaped populations. People fled advancing armies. Artisans were forcibly relocated. Enslaved populations were moved to different regions. These movements mixed populations that had previously been separate. Persians ended up in China. Chinese craftsmen ended up in Persia. This forced migration spread skills and knowledge. It also caused immense suffering. But it had the unintended effect of accelerating cultural exchange. Technologies and ideas that might have taken centuries to spread moved across continents in decades. When Genghis Khan died, the empire he left was at its peak of unity and expansion. It would grow larger under his successors, but it would never be as cohesive. His personal authority had held together diverse peoples and competing interests. His reputation had maintained discipline. His vision had provided direction. After his death, the empire continued to expand, but centrifugal forces began to pull it apart. Regional commanders became more independent. Succession disputes created factions. The institutions he built proved durable, but the personal leadership that had defined the empire's early decades was gone. The Mongol Empire's rise demonstrated that political will and military innovation could overcome vast disparities in population and resources. The Mongols were never numerous compared to the civilizations they conquered, but they were organized, disciplined, and ruthless. They adapted quickly. They learned from mistakes. They exploited every advantage. These qualities allowed a relatively small population to dominate much of Eurasia. The lesson wasn't that nomads were inherently superior to settled peoples. It was that strategic thinking and flexible tactics could defeat larger, wealthier opponents. The world after Genghis Khan's death was fundamentally different from the world before his rise. Trade networks were more extensive. Political structures were more centralized. Military technology had advanced. Cultural exchange had accelerated. These changes didn't all stem directly from Mongol actions, but the Mongols had been the catalyst. They had torn down old orders and created space for new ones. Whether this was progress depends on perspective. For those who died in Mongol campaigns, it was catastrophe. For merchants who prospered under Mongol peace, it was opportunity. The empire didn't bring universal benefit. It brought transformation, violent and complete. The empire Genghis Khan left behind in 1227 was not the product of destiny or divine favor. It was the result of deliberate choices made over decades. Choices about organization, discipline, and ruthless pragmatism. The Mongols didn't stumble into power. They constructed it systematically, piece by piece, reform by reform, conquest by conquest. What began as a fragmented collection of feuding tribes became a unified force capable of projecting power across continents. This transformation wasn't inevitable. It required dismantling centuries of tribal tradition. It required convincing warriors to follow merit rather than bloodline. It required building institutions that could function without constant personal oversight. Genghis Khan achieved this not through charisma alone, but through systems that outlasted individual loyalty. The military innovations the Mongols developed became templates for later armies. The emphasis on mobility, the integration of intelligence gathering into campaign planning, the use of psychological warfare as a force multiplier, all of these were refined to a degree that contemporary powers couldn't match. But these weren't abstract theories. They were practical solutions to specific problems. How do you defeat larger armies? Move faster than they can respond. How do you conquer fortified cities? Learn from those who know how. How do you govern vast distances? Build communication networks that collapse space. The administrative structures Genghis Khan established proved more durable than the unity he imposed. The yam system continued functioning long after the empire fragmented. The decimal military organization remained standard across successor states. The principle of religious tolerance, born from pragmatism rather than philosophy, became policy in empires that followed. These weren't accidental inheritances. They were functional systems that solved real problems of governance and control. The economic integration the empire achieved created connections that persisted after political unity dissolved. Trade routes secured under Mongol protection continued operating even as the empire split into competing khanates. Merchants who had learned to navigate Mongol law adapted to new rulers, but maintained the networks they'd built. The flow of goods, technologies, and ideas across Eurasia continued because the infrastructure remained intact. The legal framework Genghis Khan imposed, harsh as it was, demonstrated that nomadic societies could govern through law rather than custom alone. The yasa wasn't just Mongol tradition codified, it was a deliberate attempt to create predictable governance across diverse populations. Theft, adultery, and disobedience carried severe penalties, but those penalties were known in advance. This predictability allowed subjects to navigate Mongol rule without constant fear of arbitrary punishment. The law was brutal, but it was consistent. The conquest strategy the Mongols employed, offering clear terms and following through absolutely, created a calculus that rational actors could assess. Submit and survive. Resist and face annihilation. This binary choice simplified decision-making for besieged rulers. It wasn't mercy, but it was clarity. Cities that understood this calculation often chose submission. Those that miscalculated paid completely. The psychological impact of Mongol conquest extended far beyond territories they directly controlled. Societies that heard reports of Mongol victories adjusted their own military strategies. The reputation alone became a strategic asset. Fear spread faster than armies ever could. This wasn't accidental. The Mongols cultivated their reputation deliberately, understanding that terror could achieve objectives without combat. The integration of conquered peoples into Mongol administration demonstrated a flexibility unusual for the era. Chinese engineers, Persian bureaucrats, and Turkish warriors all found roles within the empire. This wasn't multiculturalism in any modern sense. It was practical exploitation of available talent. The Mongols recognized expertise regardless of origin and used it. This approach allowed a relatively small ruling class to govern populations that vastly outnumbered them. The succession system Genghis Khan established, imperfect as it proved, prevented immediate collapse after his death. By designating Ogedei as his successor and securing agreement from other family members before he died, Genghis Khan bought time for institutions to stabilize the transition. The empire didn't fragment immediately because the structures he'd built could function without him. The speed of Mongol expansion revealed weaknesses in the states they conquered as much as it demonstrated Mongol strength. Fragmented kingdoms, internal political divisions, and failure to coordinate defense all contributed to rapid Mongol victories. The Mongols were formidable, but they were also fortunate in their timing. They attacked states at moments of internal weakness and exploited those vulnerabilities ruthlessly. The environmental knowledge the Mongols possessed gave them advantages in terrain that challenged other armies. Their understanding of grassland ecology, their ability to live off the land, and their experience with harsh climates allowed operations in conditions that would have destroyed sedentary forces. This wasn't superior technology. It was superior adaptation to specific environments. The logistics system the Mongols developed, moving with herds that provided mobile food supplies, solved problems that had limited previous nomadic confederations. Earlier steppe empires had launched raids, but couldn't sustain long campaigns. The Mongols could. This logistical capacity transformed raiding into conquest and occupation. The intelligence networks the Mongols established, gathering information years before campaigns began, gave them strategic advantages that enemies couldn't counter. By the time Mongol armies appeared, they already understood local politics, terrain, and defenses better than defenders did. This preparation made seemingly rapid conquests the result of long planning. The composite bow, while not a Mongol invention, became devastating in their hands because of training that began in early childhood. The weapon's effectiveness depended on skill developed over years. This created a military advantage that couldn't be quickly replicated by opponents. You couldn't train a Chinese peasant or Russian farmer to match steppe horsemen in archery and riding within a single campaign season. The discipline the Mongols maintained through collective punishment created peer pressure stronger than any command structure. When entire units faced death for one member's desertion, soldiers policed themselves. This reduced the burden on commanders and created cohesion that survived the chaos of battle. The religious tolerance the Mongols practiced prevented the rebellions that plagued other empires. By refusing to impose religious uniformity, they avoided antagonizing conquered populations unnecessarily. This wasn't enlightened philosophy. It was recognition that religious conflict drained resources better spent elsewhere. The merit-based promotion system Genghis Khan implemented broke aristocratic monopolies on military command. Talented commoners could rise to general. Captured enemies could become advisors. This fluidity created fierce loyalty among those who benefited and demonstrated that competence mattered more than birth. The terror tactics the Mongols employed were calculated rather than emotional. Massacres served strategic purposes. They discouraged resistance elsewhere. They eliminated potential threats. They demonstrated consequences for defiance. The cruelty had a purpose beyond violence itself. The trade networks the Mongols protected generated revenue that funded further expansion. Secure trade routes meant prosperous merchants. Prosperous merchants meant higher taxes. Higher taxes meant larger armies. The economic and military strategies reinforced each other in a cycle that sustained expansion. The cultural exchanges the empire facilitated, intentional or not, spread technologies and ideas across Eurasia. Chinese innovations reached Persia. Islamic science reached China. European merchants established direct contact with East Asia. The Mongol Empire became a conduit for exchange on a scale not seen since Rome. The administrative reforms Genghis Khan implemented, particularly the decimal military organization, created a scalable system that could expand indefinitely. Units could split and recombine without losing coherence. Commands flowed through clear hierarchies. This organizational clarity gave the Mongols coordination advantages that seemed almost supernatural to enemies. The Mongol Empire at Genghis Khan's death in 1227 represented a peak of unity that would never be fully restored. His personal authority had held together competing interests and diverse peoples. His reputation had maintained discipline. His vision had provided direction. The institutions he built would continue functioning. But the cohesion he imposed through force of personality would gradually erode. The territories under Mongol control stretched from Korea to the Caspian Sea, encompassing millions of people across dozens of ethnic groups. This wasn't just conquest. It was the creation of a political entity unprecedented in scale and organization. The infrastructure connecting these territories, the laws governing them, and the military force protecting them all stemmed from systems Genghis Khan had established. The foundation for future expansion was complete. His sons and grandsons would push Mongol borders further west and south, but they would do so using the tools he'd forged. The military machine he'd perfected, the administrative structures he'd built, and the strategic principles he'd demonstrated would guide campaigns for decades after his death. What Genghis Khan proved was that nomadic peoples could not only conquer, but govern sedentary civilizations. Previous steppe confederations had raided and retreated. The Mongols stayed. They taxed. They administered. They integrated. This transformation from raiders to rulers was Genghis Khan's most significant achievement. The world in 1227 was fundamentally different from the world when Temujin was born around 1162. The steppe tribes that had spent centuries fighting each other were now unified under a single authority. The Silk Road, which had been fragmented and dangerous, was now protected and prosperous. Technologies and ideas that had been isolated in regional cultures were now spreading across continents. Political structures that had seemed permanent had been swept away and replaced with Mongol administration. This transformation came at immense cost. Cities were destroyed. Populations were massacred. Cultures were disrupted. The violence was systematic and deliberate. The Mongols didn't apologize for it. They saw it as necessary for achieving their objectives. Whether those objectives justified the methods is a question each observer must answer individually. What remains indisputable is the scale of what was accomplished. A boy abandoned on the steppe with no resources became the founder of history's largest contiguous land empire. A collection of feuding tribes became a unified military and political force that dominated Eurasia. A nomadic society developed administrative and legal systems capable of governing millions of settled peoples. The rise of the Mongol Empire wasn't inevitable. It required specific decisions made by specific individuals under specific circumstances. Genghis Khan's leadership mattered. His reforms mattered. His strategic vision mattered. Without him, the Mongol tribes might have remained fragmented, raiding neighbors, but never unifying into an empire. With him, they became a force that reshaped the world. The empire he built would eventually fragment. His descendants would fight over succession. Regional differences would pull the empire apart. But in 1227, at the moment of his death, the Mongol Empire stood unified and dominant, controlling more territory than any empire before it. That achievement, born from the harsh steppe and forged through decades of warfare and reform, represented a transformation in how power could be organized and projected across vast distances. The steppe that had bred Genghis Khan continued producing warriors after his death. But none would match his ability to unite, organize, and direct them toward a single vision. The systems he created outlasted him. The empire he built eventually divided. But the memory of what had been accomplished, of how a fragmented people became an imperial power, endured across the centuries that followed. Standing at the edge of 1227, the Mongol Empire represented both an ending and a beginning. The unification Genghis Khan had achieved was complete. The expansion he had initiated would continue. The institutions he had established would govern for decades. The military machine he had perfected would conquer territories he never saw. But the singular vision that had driven it all, the force that had transformed possibility into reality, was gone. What remained was the structure. The yam stations stretching across the steppe, the decimal military units operating with mechanical precision, the legal code governing behavior across cultures, the trade routes humming with protected commerce, the administrative machinery processing taxes and maintaining order. These weren't abstractions. They were functional systems that continued operating because they had been built to work regardless of who commanded them. The Mongol Empire in 1227 was the largest contiguous land empire in human history. It would grow larger still under Genghis Khan's successors, but it would never be as unified. The personal authority that had held it together was irreplaceable. The institutions he'd built were strong, but they weren't strong enough to permanently overcome the centrifugal forces of distance, diversity, and dynastic ambition. Still, for one moment in 1227, the empire stood complete. From the Pacific Ocean to the Caspian Sea, from the Siberian forests to the borders of India, Mongol authority was recognized and enforced. The tribes that had spent centuries fighting each other now fought under a single banner. The systems that would govern Eurasia for generations were fully operational. The template for how nomadic peoples could organize and rule sedentary civilizations had been perfected. Genghis Khan didn't live to see how far his empire would reach. He didn't witness the conquest of Russia, the destruction of Baghdad, or the subjugation of all China. But he built the machine that would achieve those conquests. He established the principles that would guide them. He created the institutional framework that would sustain them. The boy who had survived abandonment on the steppe, who had built alliances from nothing, who had unified warring tribes through a combination of force and vision, had transformed the world, not through technology or philosophy, but through organization, discipline, and an unwavering focus on practical results. The Mongol Empire's rise demonstrated that will and system could overcome vast disparities in resources and numbers. In August 1227, when Genghis Khan died during a campaign against the Tanguts, the empire didn't collapse. His body was carried back to Mongolia in secret. His sons prepared for succession. His generals continued their campaigns. The machinery he'd built kept functioning. That continuity was his final victory. He had created something that could survive without him, at least for a time. The steppe winds that had witnessed his rise continued blowing across grasslands that now belonged to a unified Mongol state. The horses his warriors rode carried the legacy of innovations that had changed warfare. The trade routes his armies had secured continued connecting civilizations. The administrative systems he'd established continued governing millions. Genghis Khan's empire was built on harsh realities. Violence as policy, discipline as culture, and pragmatism as philosophy. It wasn't built on idealism or mercy. It was built on recognition that power required organization, that conquest required planning, and that empire required institutions that transcended individual rule. The Mongol Empire at its peak in 1227 represented the culmination of decades of effort, from the unification of squabbling tribes to the conquest of vast territories, from the development of revolutionary military tactics to the creation of administrative systems capable of governing diverse populations. Every element had been deliberately constructed. What Genghis Khan proved was simple but profound. With sufficient will, organization, and ruthlessness, nomadic peoples could not only raid civilizations, but rule them. The steppe could produce not just warriors, but administrators. Mobility could be transformed into empire, and systems, properly designed, could outlast the men who created them. The world after 1227 would be shaped by the empire Genghis Khan built. His descendants would expand it further. His systems would govern for generations. His reputation would influence rulers for centuries. But the transformation he achieved, turning fragmented tribes into unified empire, happened during his lifetime. Everything that followed built on the foundation he laid. Standing in the moment of his death, the Mongol Empire represented a complete answer to the question of how nomadic peoples could organize for sustained conquest and governance. The answer wasn't technology or resources, it was discipline, adaptability, and institutional design. Those elements, refined through decades of trial and adjustment, had created an empire unlike anything history had seen. The steppe had produced many warriors. Genghis Khan transformed them into something more, a coordinated force capable of defeating any opponent, governing any territory, and sustaining operations across continental distances. That transformation, from tribal confederation to imperial system was the true achievement. The conquests were impressive. The organization that made them possible was revolutionary. In 1227, the Mongol Empire stood at its peak of unity and power. The institutions were established. The territory was vast. The military was unmatched. The succession was planned. Everything Genghis Khan had worked to build was operational and expanding. What happened next would be determined by those who inherited his legacy. But the foundation was complete, and it was strong enough to support the weight of empire for decades to come. The rise of the Mongol Empire from fragmented steppe tribes to continental power demonstrated that political organization and military discipline could overcome vast disparities in resources. The Mongols weren't more numerous, wealthier, or technologically superior to the civilizations they conquered. They were better organized, more flexible, and more ruthlessly focused on results. Those advantages proved decisive. Genghis Khan's life spanned from poverty and abandonment to absolute authority over millions. That trajectory wasn't destiny. It was the result of calculated decisions, strategic alliances, military innovation, and institutional reform. The empire he built reflected those choices. It was pragmatic rather than ideological, flexible rather than rigid, and focused on function rather than form. The Mongol Empire in 1227 represented a complete transformation of how nomadic peoples could organize and project power. The systems Genghis Khan created, the laws he established, the military he perfected, and the administration he built all continued functioning after his death. That institutional durability was his greatest achievement. He had built an empire that could outlast him, at least for a time, and in doing so, he had changed the world permanently. In the second part of this episode, we will focus us more on the fall of the Mongol Empire. The largest contiguous empire in human history didn't collapse in a single battle or dramatic siege. It fractured slowly, methodically, from the inside out, torn apart by the very structure that had made it invincible. When Genghis Khan died in 1227, he left behind an empire stretching from the Pacific Ocean to the Caspian Sea. But he also left behind something far more dangerous. A family of ambitious heirs with no clear rules about who should rule next. The Mongol Empire's fall wasn't a story of external defeat. It was a story of inheritance gone wrong, of brothers turning on brothers, of an empire too vast to govern as one, and of conquerors who became so absorbed by the cultures they conquered that they forgot what made them Mongol in the first place. What followed Genghis Khan's death was a century-long unraveling, a transformation so complete that by the time the dust settled, the unified Mongol Empire existed only in memory. This is the story of how the greatest land empire ever assembled tore itself apart. When Genghis Khan died during a campaign against the Western Seer, his death was kept secret for months. His body was transported back to Mongolia in complete secrecy, and anyone who encountered the funeral procession was killed to preserve the silence. This wasn't paranoia, it was strategy. The Mongols understood that the moment word spread of the Great Khan's death, the empire would become vulnerable, not to external enemies, but to internal chaos. The succession had been planned, at least in theory. Genghis had designated his third son, Ogedei, as his successor. But Mongol tradition was messy. Leadership wasn't simply inherited. It had to be confirmed by a Kurultai, a gathering of Mongol nobles and military commanders. This meant there was always a window, a dangerous period between one Khan's death and another's confirmation, when the empire held its breath. Ogedei Khan took power in 1229, 2 years after his father's death. Those 2 years weren't peaceful. They were filled with negotiation, persuasion, and the careful balancing of tribal loyalties. Ogedei was not his father. He lacked Genghis's charisma and his absolute authority. What he did have was pragmatism. He understood that holding the empire together would require more than military might. It would require administration, infrastructure, and compromise. Under Ögedei, the Mongol Empire continued to expand. His armies pushed into Russia, Eastern Europe, and deeper into China. The siege of Kaifeng in 1232 demonstrated that Mongol forces had adapted to siege warfare, employing Chinese engineers and gunpowder weapons. By 1234, the Jin dynasty in northern China had been completely destroyed, fulfilling one of Genghis Khan's final goals. But expansion masked deeper problems. Ögedei was a capable administrator, but he was also a heavy drinker, and his health deteriorated rapidly. More critically, he failed to establish a clear succession plan. When he died in 1241, the empire plunged into crisis. The death of Ögedei triggered the first major succession dispute. His widow, Töregene Khatun, seized power as regent, maneuvering to place her son Guyuk on the throne. This required another Kurultai, another round of political intrigue. Töregene ruled for 5 years, and during that time, the empire's westward expansion into Europe ground to a halt. Mongol armies that had been pushing toward Vienna and the heart of Europe were recalled. The conquest of Europe, which had seemed inevitable, simply stopped. Guyuk finally became Great Khan in 1246, but his reign was brief and bitter. He despised Batu Khan, the ruler of the Western territories, and grandson of Genghis through Yochi, the eldest son. The animosity between them was personal and political. Guyuk saw Batu as a rival. Batu saw Guyuk as illegitimate. When Guyuk died suddenly in 1248, possibly poisoned, the fault lines in the empire widened. The next Khan, Mungke, was chosen in 1251 after a violent purge of rival claimants. Mungke was competent, disciplined, and ruthless. He reorganized the empire's administration, conducted a massive census to improve tax collection, and launched new military campaigns. Under Mungke, Mongol forces invaded the Song dynasty in southern China and pushed into the Middle East, culminating in the sack of Baghdad in 1258. The destruction of Baghdad was a turning point, not because it was militarily significant, but because of what it symbolized. The Abbasid Caliphate, the center of Islamic civilization for centuries, was annihilated. The caliph was executed, and the city was left in ruins. This act sent shockwaves across the Islamic world and marked the Mongols as existential enemies of Islam. It also created a cultural and religious divide within the Mongol Empire itself, one that would deepen over time. Mungke's reign ended abruptly in 1259 when he died during the siege of a Chinese fortress. Once again, the empire was thrown into succession chaos. This time, the result was civil war. Two of Mungke's brothers, Kublai and Arik Boke, both claimed the title of Great Khan. Kublai had spent years in China, adopting Chinese administrative practices and surrounding himself with Chinese advisors. Arik Boke represented the traditionalist Mongol faction, based in the homeland of Karakoram, suspicious of foreign influence and determined to preserve Mongol customs. The war between them lasted 4 years, from 1260 to 1264. Kublai won, but the victory came at a devastating cost. The unity of the Mongol Empire, already fragile, shattered completely. By the time Kublai secured his position, the empire had effectively split into 4 separate khanates, each ruled by descendants of Genghis Khan, each pursuing its own interests. The Yuan dynasty in China, under Kublai Khan, controlled the wealthiest and most populous part of the empire. The Ilkhanate in Persia, founded by Hulagu Khan, ruled over the ruins of the Islamic heartland. The Chagatai Khanate dominated Central Asia, a vast but fractious region, and the Golden Horde, under the descendants of Yoki, controlled the steppes of Russia and Eastern Europe. These Khanates were nominally united under the authority of the Great Khan, but in reality, they operated as independent states. They had separate governments, separate armies, and increasingly separate identities. Worse, they began to fight each other. The Berke-Hulagu War, which erupted in the 1260s, was the first major conflict between Mongol Khanates. Berke Khan, ruler of the Golden Horde, had converted to Islam. When Hulagu Khan sacked Baghdad and executed the caliph, Berke was outraged. Religious allegiance now mattered more than family ties. The two Khanates went to war, and the violence was brutal. Mongol fought Mongol, and the myth of Mongol unity died on the battlefield. Kublai Khan, meanwhile, focused on China. He completed the conquest of the Song dynasty in 1279, unifying China under Mongol rule for the first time. But his ambitions extended beyond China. He launched two massive invasions of Japan in 1274 and 1281, both of which ended in disaster. Typhoons destroyed much of the Mongol fleet, and the Japanese called these storms kamikaze, the divine wind. Kublai also invaded Vietnam and Java, with similarly disastrous results. These campaigns drained resources, killed tens of thousands of soldiers, and achieved nothing. Kublai's reign marked the peak of Mongol territorial control, but it also revealed the empire's limits. The Mongols were masters of the steppe, but they struggled in unfamiliar terrain. Naval warfare, jungle fighting, and the logistics of overseas campaigns exposed weaknesses that had never mattered on the open plains of Central Asia. By the time Kublai died in 1294, the Mongol Empire was an empire in name only. The four Khanates were independent states. The Great Khan's authority was symbolic. Communication between the Khanates was irregular. Coordination was non-existent. The Pax Mongolica, the period of relative stability and open trade across Eurasia, was beginning to fray. What had gone wrong? The answer was both simple and complex. The Mongol Empire was built for conquest, not governance. Genghis Khan had created a military machine of terrifying efficiency, but he had not created the institutions needed to hold a vast, diverse empire together over generations. The Mongols ruled through fear and tribute, but fear fades, and tribute breeds resentment. More fundamentally, the Mongols were a tiny minority ruling over millions of conquered peoples. In China, perhaps a few 100,000 Mongols controlled a population of over 60 million. In Persia, the numbers were similarly lopsided. The Mongols could win battles, but they could not govern alone. They relied on local administrators, local bureaucrats, local systems of law and taxation. And the more they relied on these systems, the more they became absorbed by them. In China, Mongol rulers began adopting Chinese customs, speaking Chinese, practicing Chinese rituals. In Persia, they converted to Islam and embraced Persian culture. In Russia, they maintained a more distant relationship with their subjects, ruling through puppet princes. But even there, the distinctiveness of Mongol identity began to blur. The Mongols had conquered the world, but the world was quietly conquering them back. The next phase of the empire's decline would be driven not by external enemies, but by internal rot. The administrative systems that the Mongols inherited were fragile, and the Mongols themselves had little interest in the tedious work of governance. Corruption spread. Tax collection became arbitrary and exploitative. Local officials enriched themselves while the central government weakened. In China, the Yuan dynasty's problems were particularly acute. The Mongols had imposed a rigid social hierarchy that placed them at the top, followed by other Central Asian peoples, then Northern Chinese, and finally Southern Chinese at the bottom. This system bred resentment. The educated Confucian elite, who had run Chinese bureaucracy for centuries, found themselves excluded from power. Peasants were crushed by taxation and forced labor. Natural disasters, including devastating floods, compounded the suffering. By 1300, discontent was simmering beneath the surface of Yuan China. Peasants muttered in the fields. Merchants grumbled at the tax stations. Scholars, the backbone of Chinese civilization for 1,000 years, found themselves shut out of power. The Mongols had inherited a sophisticated administrative state, but they didn't trust it. They certainly didn't trust the Chinese to run it. So they imported administrators from Central Asia, Persians, Turks, Uyghurs, men who spoke neither Chinese nor Mongolian, but were loyal to the Khan. This worked for a time, but it created a state within a state. Orders from the top rarely reached the bottom intact. Local officials interpreted policy as they saw fit, and enforcement was spotty at best. Tax collectors became warlords in miniature, squeezing peasants for personal gain. The imperial treasury never saw half of what was collected. Corruption wasn't just a problem, it was the system. The peasantry bore the worst of it. They were forced to labor on public works projects, canals, roads, palaces, with little compensation. Taxes increased unpredictably. Natural disasters compounded the misery. In the 1330s, the Yellow River flooded catastrophically, displacing millions. The government's response was chaotic. Relief efforts were delayed or never arrived. The peasants, already on the edge of starvation, began to organize. Secret societies formed in the countryside, blending religious mysticism with political grievance. The most influential of these was the White Lotus Society, a Buddhist sect that promised salvation and the overthrow of the foreign dynasty. Their teachings spread rapidly among the desperate. Then came the plague. Around 1331, reports began filtering into China from Central Asia. A disease was spreading, something brutal and fast. It moved along the trade routes, the same routes that had enriched the Mongol Empire. By the mid-1330s, it had reached China. The Black Death killed indiscriminately. Rich and poor, Mongol and Chinese, it didn't matter. Entire villages were wiped out. Cities became tombs. The economy, already strained, collapsed in many regions. Trade stopped. Fields went untilled. The Yuan government, never particularly effective, was paralyzed. Officials fled their posts. Tax revenue evaporated. The dynasty was dying, and everyone could see it. In 1351, the first major uprising began. It was led by a secret society known as the Red Turbans, so named for the red scarves they wore as a symbol of rebellion. Their ideology was a mix of Buddhism, Taoism, and millenarian prophecy. They declared that the Yuan dynasty had lost the mandate of heaven, the ancient Chinese concept that justified imperial rule. The Mongols, they said, were foreign barbarians who had no right to govern China. The rebellion spread like fire through dry grass. Within months, large parts of southern China were in open revolt. The Yuan government sent armies to crush the rebels. But these armies were slow, disorganized, and often defeated. Mongol military superiority, so overwhelming a century earlier, had eroded. The soldiers were poorly trained, poorly motivated, and poorly led. Many were conscripts who had no desire to die defending a dynasty they hated. The rebels, meanwhile, were energized by success. They captured cities, seized granaries, and established their own administrations. The most successful of these rebel leaders was a man named Zhu Yuanzhang. He was a peasant, an orphan, a former Buddhist monk. He had nothing, and that made him dangerous. Zhu was a brilliant strategist and a ruthless commander. He understood that to overthrow the Mongols, he needed more than military victories. He needed legitimacy, so he cultivated the image of a restorer of Chinese civilization, a man who would bring back the glory of the past. He recruited scholars, adopted Confucian rituals, and positioned himself as the rightful heir to the fallen Song dynasty. It worked. Support poured in from all levels of Chinese society. By the 1360s, the Yuan dynasty was collapsing. The Mongol court in Dadu, modern Beijing, was paralyzed by infighting. Different factions of the imperial family fought for control, but control of what? The empire was fragmenting before their eyes. Rebel armies besieged cities. Provinces declared independence. Revenue dried up. The Mongol rulers, once the terror of the world, were reduced to helpless observers of their own downfall. In 1368, Zhu Yuanzhang's forces captured Dadu. The last Yuan emperor, Togon Temür, fled north into Mongolia with his court. The Yuan dynasty was over. Zhu declared himself emperor of the Ming dynasty, a name that meant bright or radiant. It was a symbolic rejection of everything the Mongols represented. The Mongols retreated to their ancestral homeland, where they would survive as the Northern Yuan, a shadow state clinging to the memory of past greatness. But their rule over China was finished, and with it, the economic heart of the Mongol Empire was lost. While China descended into chaos, the other Khanates faced their own crises. The Ilkhanate in Persia, which had once been one of the most stable and prosperous parts of the Mongol Empire, began to disintegrate in the early 14th century. The problem, as always, was succession. When the Ilkhan Ghazan died in 1304, he left a young son as his heir. Power struggles erupted among the Mongol nobility, and the central government weakened. Ghazan's successor, Olyetu, converted to Islam, but his conversion only deepened divisions within the Mongol elite. Some Mongols embraced Islam enthusiastically. Others clung to Buddhism or shamanism. Religious identity, once irrelevant to Mongol unity, became a source of conflict. The Ilkhanate's economy was also in trouble. The Mongols had inherited a sophisticated Persian tax system, but they mismanaged it badly. Tax collection was farmed out to private contractors, who squeezed the population mercilessly. Agriculture declined. Trade routes shifted. Revenue fell. The Ilkhans tried to compensate by debasing the currency, flooding the economy with worthless paper money. This caused rampant inflation and destroyed what little trust remained in the government. By the 1330s, the Ilkhanate was bankrupt. Then the Black Death arrived. It struck Persia in 1335, the same year that the last effective Ilkhan, Abu Sa'id, died without an heir. The combination of plague, economic collapse, and succession crisis was fatal. The Ilkhanate shattered into dozens of competing principalities. Mongol governors declared themselves independent. Local dynasties seized control of provinces. Persia descended into a period of chaos that would last for decades. The unified Mongol state that Hulagu had built was gone, replaced by a patchwork of warring factions. The Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia followed a similar trajectory, though it lasted somewhat longer. The Chagatai Khans ruled over a vast but sparsely populated region that included parts of modern Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Western China. Unlike China or Persia, this was nomadic territory, the heartland of Mongol culture. But even here, unity was fragile. The Khanate was divided into eastern and western halves, each with its own Khan and its own interests. The eastern Khans, based near the Tarim Basin, maintained more traditional Mongol customs. The western Khans, centered in Transoxiana, adopted Islam and Persian administrative practices. This cultural divide mirrored the larger pattern of Mongol fragmentation. As the Khans assimilated into the cultures they ruled, they lost to their common Mongol identity. Religious conversion accelerated the process. By the mid-14th century, most of the Chagatai Mongols had converted to Islam. This brought them closer to their Persian and Turkic subjects, but it also distanced them from the other Khanates. The Chagatai Khans began to see themselves less as Mongols and more as Muslim rulers. They patronized Islamic scholars, built mosques, and waged jihad against Buddhist and shamanist holdouts. The old Mongol world was disappearing, replaced by something new and unfamiliar. The Golden Horde, ruling over the western steppes and Russia, was the most durable of the four Khanates. It survived longer than the others, maintaining a semblance of unity into the late 14th century. The Golden Horde's strength lay in its control of trade. The Volga River was a commercial artery linking the Baltic, the Black Sea, and Central Asia. The Horde taxed this trade heavily, and the revenue made its Khans wealthy. They ruled Russia indirectly through puppet princes who collected tribute and enforced Mongol authority. This system was efficient and required relatively few Mongol administrators. The Russians did the work. The Mongols took the profits. But the Golden Horde's stability was an illusion. Beneath the surface, tensions were building. The Khans converted to Islam in the early 14th century, which alienated their Buddhist and shamanist subjects. Succession disputes became more frequent and more violent. Different branches of the royal family fought for control, and these conflicts often escalated into civil war. The most devastating of these was the Great Troubles, a period of anarchy that began in 1359, after the assassination of Khan Berdybek. For over 2 decades, the Golden Horde was torn apart by rival claimants. Khans rose and fell with bewildering speed. Some ruled for months, others for mere weeks. Central authority collapsed. Trade routes were cut. Cities were sacked. The economy imploded. Then came the Black Death. It struck the Golden Horde in the 1340s, spreading from Central Asia along the trade routes. The disease devastated the population. Entire regions were depopulated. The economy, already weakened by civil war, collapsed completely. By the 1350s, the northern trade routes that had enriched the Horde were broken. Merchants stopped coming. Revenue dried up. The Golden Horde, once the wealthiest of the Khanates, was bankrupt. In 1380, a coalition of Russian princes, led by Dmitry Donskoy of Moscow, defeated a Golden Horde army at the Battle of Kulikovo. This was the first major Russian victory over the Mongols, and it shattered the myth of Mongol invincibility. The Horde's grip on Russia began to loosen. Russian princes stopped paying tribute regularly. Some stopped paying altogether. The Mongols, weakened by internal strife and plague, lacked the strength to enforce their authority. The final blow came from an unexpected direction. In 1395, the Central Asian conqueror Timur, also known as Tamerlane, invaded the Golden Horde. Timur was himself of Mongol descent, but he had no loyalty to the old empire. He saw the Golden Horde as a rival, and he destroyed it with methodical brutality. His armies sacked Sarai, the Horde's capital, and razed it to the ground. Other cities met the same fate. Timur's invasion was a catastrophe from which the Golden Horde never recovered. It splintered into smaller Khanates, the Kazan Khanate, the Crimean Khanate, the Astrakhan Khanate, each too weak to challenge the rising power of Moscow. By the mid-15th century, the Mongol Empire was dead. The Yuan dynasty had been overthrown. The Ilkhanate had disintegrated. The Chagatai Khanate had fractured into competing states. The Golden Horde had collapsed. What remained were scattered successor states, some still ruled by descendants of Genghis Khan, but none with the power or ambition to reunite the empire. The age of Mongol domination was over. Why did it happen? The immediate causes, succession disputes, plague, military defeats, are clear enough, but the deeper reasons are more complex. The Mongol Empire was built on conquest, and conquest has a natural endpoint. Once there are no more enemies to defeat, no more cities to sack, no more tribute to extract, the system that sustained the empire begins to break down. The Mongols were warriors, not administrators. They excelled at destroying states, not building them. When the conquests stopped, they found themselves ruling vast territories they didn't understand and populations they couldn't control. The empire's size was both its greatest strength and its fatal weakness. At its height, the Mongol Empire stretched across Eurasia, but this made coordination nearly impossible. Orders took months to travel from one end of the empire to the other. By the time they arrived, circumstances had changed. Local governors acted independently, and the central government lacked the means to enforce obedience. The Khanates drifted apart, not because anyone planned it, but because distance and time made unity unsustainable. Cultural assimilation was another force quietly eroding Mongol cohesion. The Mongols were a tiny minority ruling vast populations. In China, there were perhaps a few 100,000 Mongols governing tens of millions of Han Chinese. In Persia, the ratio was similar. The Mongols could maintain military dominance, but they couldn't avoid the gravitational pull of the cultures they conquered. In the Yuan dynasty, Mongol rulers began adopting Chinese customs. They wore Chinese robes, ate Chinese food, and patronized Chinese arts. Kublai Khan commissioned Chinese scholars to write histories and employed Chinese advisors. His capital, Dadu, was built in the Chinese style. Over time, the Mongol elite became culturally indistinguishable from the Chinese aristocracy they had replaced. This wasn't deliberate policy. It was the natural result of living in China, surrounded by Chinese culture, dependent on Chinese bureaucrats to run the government. The same process occurred in the Ilkhanate. The Mongol rulers of Persia converted to Islam in the late 13th century, a move that shocked their cousins in the Golden Horde and the Yuan dynasty. Islam became the official religion of the Ilkhanate, and Persian became the language of the court. Persian customs replaced Mongol traditions. By the early 14th century, the Ilkhans were functionally Persian rulers who happened to be descended from Mongols. This cultural assimilation weakened the empire in two ways. First, it eroded the shared identity that had once united the Mongols. A Mongol ruler in China who dressed like a Chinese emperor, spoke Chinese, and practiced Buddhism had little in common with a Mongol ruler in Persia who spoke Persian, practiced Islam, and lived in a Persian palace. The cultural distance between the Khanates grew until they were, for all practical purposes, separate civilizations. Second, assimilation alienated the Mongols from their nomadic roots. The original Mongol strength came from the steppe. They were horsemen, warriors, herders. That identity was central to their military effectiveness and their sense of self. As they settled in cities, adopted sedentary lifestyles, and embraced foreign religions, they lost that identity. The Mongol elite in China became bureaucrats and patrons of the arts. The Mongol elite in Persia became courtiers and theologians. They were no longer the fierce warriors who had conquered half the world. This transformation created a paradox. The more successful the Mongols were at ruling their territories, the less Mongol they became. And the less Mongol they became, the weaker their hold on power. They had conquered through unity and military prowess. They lost their empire through fragmentation and cultural absorption. Religious differences deepened the divisions. The Golden Horde converted to Islam in the early 14th century, aligning themselves with the Mamluks of Egypt. This put them at odds with the Ilkhanate, which was also Muslim, but politically hostile to the Mamluks. The Yuan dynasty remained officially Buddhist and shamanist, though Kublai Khan tolerated other religions. The Chagatai Khanate was split between Muslim and non-Muslim factions, leading to internal conflict. These religious differences weren't just symbolic. They shaped foreign policy, determined alliances, and influenced how the Khanates governed their subjects. The Golden Horde's conversion to Islam strengthened its legitimacy in the eyes of its Muslim subjects, but it also created tension with the pagan Mongols, who remained in the steppe. The Ilkhanata's embrace of Islam alienated its Christian and Buddhist subjects, contributing to internal instability. The Yuan dynasty's religious tolerance was pragmatic, but it couldn't overcome the deeper cultural divide between Mongols and Chinese. By the early 14th century, the Mongol Empire existed only as a legal fiction. The Khanates maintained nominal allegiance to the Great Khan in China, but this was purely ceremonial. They conducted their own foreign policies, waged their own wars, and pursued their own interests. The empire had become a collection of independent states that shared a common ancestry but no common purpose. The Ilkhanate was the first to collapse. After the death of Abu Sa'id in 1335, the Khanate disintegrated into competing factions. Local warlords carved out their own territories. Persia descended into chaos. Within 2 decades, the Ilkhanate ceased to exist as a political entity. Its territories were divided among regional powers, none of them Mongol. The Chagatai Khanate followed a similar trajectory. It split into eastern and western halves, which fought each other for decades. The western half, centered in Transoxiana, became a battleground for rival dynasties. The eastern half, based in the Tarim Basin, survived longer but never wielded significant power. By the late 14th century, the Chagatai Khanate had fragmented beyond recognition. The Golden Horde and the Yuan dynasty held on longer, but both faced mounting challenges. In the Golden Horde, the civil wars of the Great Troubles had left the Khanate weak and divided. Rival claimants to the throne fought endlessly, draining resources and undermining stability. The economy, already devastated by the Black Death, never recovered. Trade declined. Cities emptied. The Horde's grip on Russia loosened as Russian princes gained confidence and began to assert their independence. In China, the Yuan dynasty faced a different set of problems. The Mongol rulers were increasingly isolated from the Chinese population. They relied on foreign administrators, mostly Central Asians and Europeans, to run the government. This alienated the Chinese elite, who resented being excluded from power. The peasantry, meanwhile, suffered under heavy taxation and corrupt officials. Famines and floods in the 1340s made things worse. The government's response was ineffective, further eroding its legitimacy. Popular resentment began to coalesce into organized resistance. Secret societies, many of them with religious or millenarian beliefs, spread through the countryside. They preached the overthrow of the Mongols and the restoration of a Chinese dynasty. The most significant of these groups was the Red Turbans, a loose coalition of rebels inspired by Buddhism, Taoism, and traditional Chinese beliefs. They wore red headbands to identify themselves and carried banners proclaiming the end of Mongol rule. The Red Turban Rebellion began in 1351 in the wake of a disastrous flood on the Yellow River. The government's failure to manage the disaster sparked widespread anger. Rebels rose up across southern and central China, attacking Mongol garrisons and seizing cities. The Yuan government responded with military force, but its armies were poorly led and undermotivated. Many Chinese soldiers defected to the rebels. Others simply deserted. The rebellion spread rapidly. By the mid-1350s, large parts of China were in rebel hands. The Yuan government, paralyzed by internal divisions and succession disputes, couldn't mount an effective counter-offensive. Different Mongol factions fought each other as much as they fought the rebels. The empire was eating itself alive. Among the rebel leaders was a man named Zhu Yuanzhang. He was born into poverty, orphaned as a child, and spent years as a Buddhist monk and a beggar. He joined the Red Turbans in his 20s and quickly rose through the ranks. He was a brilliant military strategist and a ruthless political operator. By the early 1360s, he had consolidated control over much of southern China and established himself as the leading rebel commander. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't just fight the Mongols, he fought other rebel leaders, eliminating his rivals one by one. By 1367, he controlled most of China south of the Yangtze River. The Yuan dynasty, reduced to a rump state in the north, was on the verge of collapse. In 1368, Zhu Yuanzhang proclaimed himself emperor of the Ming dynasty. His armies marched north and captured Dadu, the Yuan capital. The last Mongol emperor, Togun Temur, fled to Mongolia with the remnants of his court. The fall of the Yuan dynasty was a catastrophe for the Mongol Empire. China was the wealthiest and most populous part of the empire. Losing it meant losing the economic base that had sustained Mongol power for over a century. The Mongols retreated to the steppe, where they established the northern Yuan dynasty, a shadow of their former glory. They would remain a significant force in Mongolia for decades, but they would never again rule China. The collapse of the Yuan also had psychological effects. For the other Khanates, it shattered the illusion that Mongol rule was invincible. If the Mongols could be driven out of China, they could be driven out anywhere. The Yuan's fall emboldened resistance movements across the former empire. In Russia, princes who had paid tribute to the Golden Horde for generations began to withhold payments. In Central Asia, local rulers asserted their independence from the Chagatai Khanate. The Mongol Empire, already fragmented, was now in full retreat. The final blow came from an unexpected source. In the 1370s, a new conqueror emerged in Central Asia. His name was Timur, known in the West as Tamerlane. He was a Turkic-Mongol warlord who claimed descent from Genghis Khan, though this claim was dubious at best. Timur was ruthless, brilliant, and utterly without mercy. He built an empire through sheer force of arms, conquering Persia, Mesopotamia, and parts of India. His armies were as feared as the Mongols had once been. Timur had no loyalty to the old Mongol Empire. He saw the Khanates as rivals, not allies. In the 1390s, he turned his attention to the Golden Horde. The Horde, weakened by decades of civil war, was in no position to resist. Timur invaded in 1395, leading a massive army across the steppe. The Golden Horde's forces were routed in the Battle of the Terek River. Timur's armies swept through the Horde's territories, destroying everything in their path. The capital, Sarai, was sacked and burned. Other cities met the same fate. Timur's goal wasn't conquest, it was annihilation. He wanted to erase the Golden Horde as a political entity, and he succeeded. The Horde never recovered. It splintered into smaller Khanates, each weak and isolated. The Kazan Khanate, the Crimean Khanate, the Astrakhan Khanate. These successor states survived for a time, but none had the power or cohesion of the original Golden Horde. Timur also attacked the remnants of the Chagatai Khanate, absorbing much of its territory into his empire. He even launched a campaign against the northern Yuan, though this was less successful. By the time of his death in 1405, Timur had destroyed what remained of the Mongol Khanates in Central Asia and the Middle East. The Mongol Empire, already fractured, was now in ruins. Why did Timur succeed where others had failed? Part of the answer lies in timing. He attacked when the Khanates were at their weakest, after decades of internal conflict and external pressure. But timing alone doesn't explain it. Timur's armies were disciplined, well-led, and equipped with the latest military technology. He learned from the Mongols, adopting their tactics while avoiding their mistakes. He didn't try to build a unified empire. He built a personal domain, held together by his own authority. When he died, his empire fragmented just as the Mongol Empire had, but by then the damage to the Mongols was irreversible. By the mid-15th century, the Mongol Empire was gone. The Yuan dynasty had been replaced by the Ming. The Ilkhanate had dissolved into regional powers. The Golden Horde had splintered into minor khanates. The Chagatai Khanate had been absorbed by Timur's successors. What remained were isolated Mongol states, clinging to the memory of past glory, but unable to reclaim it. The age of Mongol dominance was over. The world had moved on. The Northern Yuan dynasty offers one of history's stranger ironies. The Mongols, who had once conquered China with devastating efficiency, now clung to a frozen homeland while watching their former subjects prosper. The remnants of the Yuan court retreated north in 1368 after the Ming forces captured their capital. They didn't disappear. They simply withdrew, maintaining the fiction of imperial continuity on the windswept grasslands where Genghis Khan had once united the tribes. These northern Yuan rulers retained some administrative structures. They kept records, appointed officials, and issued edicts. But their authority was hollow. The empire they claimed to govern no longer existed. The vast territories, the trade networks, the tribute systems, all of it had vanished. What remained was a rump state, isolated and impoverished, clinging to memories of past glory. The Northern Yuan continued to style themselves as the legitimate successors to the Mongol Empire. They maintained diplomatic relations with some neighboring states, though these relationships were far from equal. The Ming dynasty occasionally sent envoys, but only to ensure the northern border remained stable. The Russians, consolidating their own power, viewed the Northern Yuan as a minor nuisance rather than a genuine threat. Internal divisions plagued the Northern Yuan from the beginning. Different Mongol tribes competed for dominance, just as they had before Genghis Khan unified them. The central authority, already weak, fractured further. By the early 1400s, the Northern Yuan had split into eastern and western factions, each claiming legitimacy, neither possessing real power. The Oirats, a Western Mongol group, emerged as a significant force in the 15th century. They challenged the descendants of Genghis Khan for control of Mongolia. In 1449, they even managed to capture the Ming Emperor Zhengtong during a military campaign, a stunning reversal that briefly suggested Mongol power might resurge. But the moment passed. The Ming recovered, and the Oirats failed to capitalize on their victory. By the late 1500s, the Northern Yuan had become a historical curiosity rather than a political entity. The last great Khan died in 1634, and shortly after, the Manchu Qing dynasty absorbed what remained of Mongolia. The dynasty that had once ruled from the Pacific to the Mediterranean ended not with conquest or rebellion, but with quiet incorporation into a new imperial order. Meanwhile, in Central Asia, the Chagatai Khanate underwent its own prolonged dissolution. This Khanate had always been the most unstable of the four, torn between nomadic traditions and settled governance. The eastern portion, centered around the Tarim Basin and the steppes north of it, remained largely nomadic. The western portion, which included the wealthy cities of Transoxiana, developed a more urban character. These two halves never reconciled their differences. By the mid-14th century, they had effectively separated into distinct political entities. The western Chagatai Khanate became known as the Transoxiana Khanate, while the eastern portion retained the Chagatai name. Neither could claim meaningful continuity with the original Mongol Empire. Timur's rise in the 1370s shattered whatever unity remained in Western Central Asia. Though he claimed Mongol ancestry and married into the Chagatai line, Timur was fundamentally a new force. He built his empire through personal military prowess, not inherited legitimacy. When he died in 1405, his successors, the Timurids, ruled much of Central Asia and Persia, but they were no longer Mongol in any meaningful sense. They were Persianate, speaking Persian, patronizing Persian culture, and governing according to Islamic administrative models. The Eastern Chagatai Khanate limped along until the mid-15th century when it too fragmented. Various local powers emerged, including the Yarkent Khanate in the Tarim Basin, which survived until 1705. These successor states retained some Mongol customs and occasionally claimed descent from Genghis Khan. But they were regional powers, not imperial ones. The transformation from world empire to local dynasty was complete. What happened to the Golden Horde follows a similar pattern of fragmentation and absorption. After Timur's devastating invasion in 1395, the Horde never recovered its former strength. It broke into several competing khanates, each controlling a portion of the original territory. The Kazan Khanate controlled the middle Volga region. The Crimean Khanate held the northern Black Sea coast. The Astrakhan Khanate dominated the lower Volga. The Nogai Horde ranged across the steppes north of the Caspian Sea. These successor states maintained Mongol identities longer than their counterparts elsewhere. The Crimean Khanate, in particular, became a significant regional power, maintaining its independence until the late 18th century. But they were no longer part of a unified Mongol system. They pursued their own interests, formed their own alliances, and fought their own wars. The rise of Muscovy fundamentally altered the balance of power in Eastern Europe. The Grand Duchy of Moscow, once a tribute-paying vassal of the Golden Horde, gradually asserted its independence. The process was slow and uneven. Moscow occasionally still paid tribute in the early 15th century. But by 1480, the relationship had reversed. That year, during the Great Stand on the Ugra River, Ivan III of Moscow refused to submit to the Khan of the Great Horde, the largest successor state to the Golden Horde. No battle occurred. The two armies faced each other across the frozen river, and eventually the Mongol forces withdrew. This moment, sometimes called the end of the Mongol yoke, marked a symbolic turning point. The Mongols no longer commanded tribute from Russia. Instead, the Russians began their own expansion eastward, eventually conquering the very khanates that had once ruled them. By the mid-16th century, Ivan IV had conquered both Kazan and Astrakhan, bringing vast territories under Russian control. The Crimean Khanate survived longer, partly because it formed an alliance with the Ottoman Empire. This relationship gave it protection and legitimacy, but it also subordinated Crimea to Ottoman interests. When the Ottomans declined, so did Crimea. Russia finally annexed it in 1783, ending the last significant Mongol state in Europe. Why did these successor states fail where the original empire had succeeded? The answer lies in scale and unity. Genghis Khan and his immediate successors commanded loyalty from diverse Mongol tribes because they offered something concrete: wealth from conquest, glory from victory, and a vision of world domination. Once the conquest stopped, that unifying force dissipated. The successor Khanates were too small to inspire the same loyalty. A Khan ruling the Middle Volga region couldn't promise world conquest. He could only promise local stability and modest wealth. That was enough for a regional power, but not for an empire. The martial culture that had made the Mongols so formidable gradually eroded as generations passed without major campaigns. Cultural assimilation also played a role. In China, the Mongol elite had become Chinese in all but name. In Persia, they became Persian. In Russia, they adopted aspects of Islamic and Russian culture. This wasn't weakness, it was adaptation, but it meant they were no longer distinctly Mongol. The shared identity that had bound the empire together dissolved. The Mongols also faced a fundamental problem of numbers. Even at the empire's height, they were a minority ruling vast populations. In China, perhaps 2 million Mongols governed 100 million Chinese. In Persia, The ratio was similarly lopsided. This worked as long as the Mongols maintained their martial superiority and political unity. Once both eroded, the subject populations simply reclaimed control. There's a broader lesson here about empire itself. Conquest is easier than governance. The Mongols excelled at the former, but struggled with the latter. They could destroy states, but building new ones proved far more difficult. They could win battles, but managing economies, administering justice, and maintaining infrastructure required skills they never fully developed. The empire's very success created its downfall. The vast distances, diverse cultures, and complex administrative challenges overwhelmed their capacity to govern. As the Khanates pursued independent paths, they became absorbed by the civilizations they had conquered. The conquerors were, in a sense, conquered by their own success. By 1500, the Mongol Empire existed only in memory and scattered successor states. None of these states could claim to be the rightful heir to Genghis Khan's legacy. They were regional powers, not imperial ones. The age of Mongol dominance had ended, replaced by new empires and new powers. Yet the Mongols left an indelible mark on Eurasia. They had connected east and west, forcing distant civilizations into contact. The trade routes they protected, the technologies they spread, and the cultural exchanges they facilitated changed the world. The Black Death might have traveled along Mongol roads, but so did ideas, goods, and innovations that shaped the early modern period. The political map they created lasted in modified form for centuries. The Russian Empire's expansion eastward followed Mongol routes. The Qing dynasty's control of Mongolia and Central Asia built on Mongol precedents. Even the Ottoman Empire, which absorbed much of the former Ilkhanate territory, inherited administrative and military traditions from Mongol rule. In China, the Ming dynasty defined itself against Mongol rule, but it retained many Yuan administrative structures. The examination system, which the Mongols had neglected, was restored, but the territorial extent and some bureaucratic practices continued. The Qing dynasty, which followed the Ming, was even more direct in claiming the Mongol legacy, as the Manchu rulers saw themselves as successors to both Chinese and Mongol imperial traditions. The Mongol experience also influenced military thinking for centuries. Their tactics, particularly their use of cavalry mobility and psychological warfare, were studied and adapted by later commanders. The idea that a nomadic people could conquer settled civilizations challenged assumptions about the superiority of agricultural societies. Perhaps most importantly, the Mongol Empire demonstrated both the possibilities and limits of conquest-based imperialism. It showed that military prowess alone couldn't sustain an empire indefinitely. Without effective governance, cultural integration, and economic management, even the most powerful military force would eventually fragment. The Mongols succeeded in conquering more territory than any other pre-modern empire. They failed to create institutions that could outlast their military dominance. This paradox defines their legacy. They were simultaneously the most successful conquerors and the most spectacular example of imperial fragmentation in history. By the early 16th century, the Mongol world had been completely transformed. The descendants of Genghis Khan still ruled in some places, but they ruled as regional monarchs, not as heirs to a universal empire. The dream of world domination, which had driven Genghis Khan and his sons, had faded. What remained were memories, cultural influences, and the lasting impact of an empire that had briefly united the world under one authority before collapsing into a multitude of successor states. The empire's fragmentation didn't happen in isolation. While the Khanates drifted apart, the world around them was changing. New powers were rising, old enemies were regrouping, and the Mongols, for all their past glory, were about to face challenges they couldn't overcome with cavalry charges and siege weapons. The first serious external threat came from an unexpected direction, not from Europe, which had been terrorized by Mongol invasions in the 1240s. Not from China, which was under Mongol rule. The threat came from Egypt. In 1260, a Mongol army under Hulagu Khan had swept through the Middle East, destroying the Abbasid Caliphate and capturing Baghdad. The campaign seemed unstoppable. Then Munka Khan died, and Hulagu withdrew most of his forces to participate in the succession struggle. He left behind a smaller force under General Kitbuka to continue operations in Syria and Palestine. That decision proved catastrophic. The Mamluks of Egypt, a military caste of slave soldiers who had seized power in Cairo, saw an opportunity. They requested permission to cross Crusader territory to confront the Mongols. The Crusaders, calculating that the Mongols were the greater threat, agreed. The armies met at Ain Jalut in Galilee on September 3, 1260. The Mamluks, led by Sultan Qutuz and his general Baybars, employed tactics the Mongols had used against others. They feigned retreat, drawing the Mongol cavalry into a trap. The Mongol force was surrounded and destroyed. Kitbuka was captured and executed. This wasn't just another battle. It was the first time a Mongol army had been decisively defeated and unable to return for revenge. Every previous setback, from Vietnam to Hungary, had been temporary. The Mongols had always come back, not this time. The psychological impact was enormous. The myth of Mongol invincibility shattered. Muslim chroniclers celebrated Ain Jalut as a divine miracle. The Mamluks became heroes of Islam, and the Mongol advance into the Mediterranean world stopped permanently. The border between the Ilkhanate and the Mamluk Sultanate stabilized at the Euphrates River. For the next century, these powers would fight intermittently, but neither could gain decisive advantage. The Mongols had reached their geographical limit in the west. Meanwhile, in East Asia, Kublai Khan was discovering his own limits. His grandfather had conquered most of the known world with cavalry. Kublai inherited an empire but found that horses couldn't cross oceans. Japan had watched nervously as the Mongols conquered Korea. When Kublai sent envoys demanding submission, the Japanese shogunate executed them. This was a declaration of war. In 1274, Kublai assembled a massive invasion fleet. 30,000 troops, mostly Korean and Chinese, crossed the strait in hundreds of ships. They landed on Kyushu and pushed inland against fierce samurai resistance. Then a storm struck. The fleet was devastated. The invasion force withdrew. Kublai wasn't deterred. He spent 7 years preparing a second, larger invasion. In 1281, 2 fleets set out, one from Korea, one from southern China. Together they carried over 100,000 soldiers. It was the largest amphibious operation attempted before the 20th century. The invasion initially succeeded in establishing beachheads. Japanese defenders fought desperately, using every tactic they could devise. The samurai discovered that their traditional single combat methods were useless against Mongol formations. They adapted, adopting group tactics and guerrilla warfare. Then, in August, another storm arrived. This one was worse. A typhoon struck the invasion fleet while it was anchored off Kyushu. Ships were driven against each other, against rocks, against the shore. Thousands drowned. The fleet was destroyed. The survivors who made it to land were hunted down and killed. The Japanese called the storm kamikaze, the divine wind. They believed their gods had intervened to save Japan from foreign conquest. Whether divine intervention or meteorological bad luck, the result was the same. The invasion failed completely. The financial cost was staggering. The Yuan dynasty had mobilized enormous resources for an expedition that achieved nothing. Worse, it demonstrated that Mongol military might had clear limitations. Naval warfare was not their strength. Similar problems emerged in Southeast Asia. The Mongols invaded Burma, capturing the capital Pagan in 1287. They invaded Vietnam 3 times between 1257 and 1288. They sent expeditions into Java and Champa. All these campaigns followed a pattern: initial success, followed by guerrilla resistance, tropical diseases, supply problems, and eventual withdrawal. The terrain defeated them. Dense jungles negated cavalry advantages. Monsoons disrupted logistics. Local populations, who had no tradition of submission to foreign conquest, fought back using tactics the Mongols couldn't counter. Every campaign drained resources without producing lasting control. These military failures had profound consequences. They demonstrated that the Mongol way of war, so effective on the steppes and in open country, couldn't conquer everywhere. Geography imposed limits that tactical brilliance couldn't overcome. More importantly, the failed campaigns weakened the Yuan dynasty economically and politically. The Chinese population, which had grudgingly accepted Mongol rule, saw these expensive failures as evidence of incompetence. Why should they pay taxes to fund invasions that accomplished nothing? In the West, the situation was deteriorating differently. The Ilkhanate, established by Hulagu Khan, controlled Persia, Iraq, and parts of Anatolia. It was the most sophisticated of the Mongol Khanates, ruling over ancient civilizations with deep administrative traditions. But the Ilkhanate faced a fundamental problem: identity. The Mongol ruling class was Buddhist or shamanist. The overwhelming majority of their subjects were Muslim. This religious divide created constant tension. Ghazan Khan, who ruled from 1295 to 1304, made a dramatic decision. He converted to Islam and declared it the state religion. This was politically necessary, an attempt to reconcile the Mongol elite with their subjects, but it also meant abandoning part of their Mongol identity. The conversion didn't solve the Ilkhanate's problems. The economy was in crisis. Decades of warfare had disrupted trade. The Mongol practice of debasing currency to pay for military campaigns had caused severe inflation. Agricultural production declined as peasants fled over taxation. The Ilkhanate also suffered from the same succession problems plaguing other Mongol states. When Ghazan's brother, Oljeitu, died in 1316, his young son Abu Sa'id inherited a fractured realm. Powerful emirs fought for control of the child Khan. Regional governors became increasingly independent. Then, in 1335, Abu Sa'id died without an heir. The Ilkhanate exploded into civil war. Multiple claimants, some genuine descendants of Hulagu, some pretenders, fought for the throne. Regional dynasties declared independence. The central government collapsed completely. By 1353, the Ilkhanate had fragmented into dozens of small states. Some were ruled by Mongol dynasties, others by local Persian or Turkic families who had overthrown their Mongol governors. The unified Mongol Khanate in the Middle East ceased to exist. The Ilkhanate's collapse was the fastest of all the Mongol states. It went from seemingly stable empire to complete dissolution in less than 20 years. The speed of the collapse revealed how shallow Mongol control had been. They had ruled through military intimidation, not through building institutions that could survive political crisis. The Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia followed a similar trajectory, though more slowly. This Khanate, named after Genghis Khan's second son, controlled the region between the Ilkhanate and the Yuan dynasty. It included parts of modern Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Western China. The Chagatai Khanate never achieved the wealth or administrative sophistication of the Yuan or Ilkhanate. It remained closest to traditional Mongol nomadic culture. The Khans moved between summer and winter pastures, maintaining the lifestyle of steppe warriors, even as they ruled sedentary populations. This conservatism created problems. The Khanate was split between nomadic Mongols and settled Turkic Muslims. The two populations had different economic interests, different cultures, different visions for the state. Tension between them was constant, In the 1340s, the Khanate split formally. The western part, centered on Transoxiana, came under the control of Turkic emirs who paid only nominal allegiance to Mongol Khans. The eastern part, closer to Mongolia proper, remained more traditionally Mongol. This division set the stage for the next major threat to Mongol power, Timur, known in the west as Tamerlane. Timur was not Mongol. He was Turco-Mongol, from a tribe that had been part of the Chagatai Confederation, but wasn't descended from Genghis Khan. This was crucial. Timur could never claim to be a Khan. Mongol law reserved that title for descendants of the Golden Family, but Timur had military genius that rivaled Genghis Khan himself. Starting from a small power base in Transoxiana, he systematically conquered the entire region. He defeated rival warlords, absorbed their armies, and built a military machine as formidable as anything the Mongols had fielded at their peak. Unlike the Mongol Khans, Timur wasn't interested in administration or long-term governance. He was interested in conquest, glory, and loot. His campaigns were extraordinarily destructive, even by Mongol standards. Cities that resisted were obliterated, populations were massacred, pyramids of skulls became his signature. Between 1380 and 1405, Timur campaigned across Central Asia, Persia, Iraq, Syria, Anatolia, and India. He defeated every army that opposed him. The remnants of the Ilkhanate fell to his forces. The Golden Horde was shattered when he invaded and sacked its major cities. Timur claimed to be restoring the Mongol Empire. He married a Genghisid princess to legitimize his rule. He installed puppet Khans descended from Genghis Khan, while he held real power as emir. But his empire was personal, held together by his military reputation and nothing else. When Timur died in 1405 while preparing to invade China, his empire immediately fragmented. His sons and grandsons fought over the inheritance. Within decades, the Timurid Empire had broken into competing principalities. But Timur's campaigns had lasting effects on the Mongol successor states. The Golden Horde never recovered from his invasions. Its major cities were destroyed, its trade networks were shattered. The Khanate split into competing factions that fought each other for the next century. The Chagatai Khanate also fragmented further. The eastern portion eventually became Mogulistan, a separate Khanate that maintained Mongol culture but lacked the power to dominate the region. The western portion dissolved into the Timurid domains. Only the Yuan dynasty in China remained relatively untouched by Timur, protected by distance. But it faced its own catastrophic crisis, one that had been building for decades. The Yuan economy was in collapse. Kublai Khan's extravagant spending had emptied the treasury. His successors had resorted to printing paper money without backing, causing hyperinflation. The value of currency plummeted. Trade disrupted. Tax collection became increasingly difficult. Natural disasters compounded the economic crisis. The Yellow River, China's second longest river, had always been prone to flooding. But in the 1340s and 1350s, the floods became catastrophic. The river changed course multiple times, devastating the agricultural heartland of northern China. Millions died in floods and famines. The survivors faced crushing taxation as the Yuan government tried desperately to fund disaster relief and military operations. The burden fell heaviest on Chinese peasants, who had never accepted Mongol rule as legitimate. Then, the Black Death arrived. The plague, which had originated in Central Asia, traveled along Mongol trade routes. It reached China in the 1330s, spreading rapidly through densely populated regions. Estimates suggest that China's population, which had been around 120 million in 1200, dropped to perhaps 65 million by 1400. Much of that decline came from plague and plague-related famines. The combination of natural disaster, economic collapse, and pandemic created conditions for rebellion. And rebellion came. In 1351, A secret society called the Red Turbans launched an uprising in the Huai River Valley. The Red Turbans drew on Buddhist millenarianism, promising that a new era of justice and prosperity would replace Mongol rule. They also appealed to Chinese nationalism, calling for the overthrow of foreign barbarians and the restoration of Chinese rule. The rebellion spread rapidly. Within years, rebel forces controlled much of southern and central China. The Yuan government responded with military campaigns, but its armies were increasingly ineffective. Mongol military prowess had declined after generations of garrison duty and cultural assimilation. Multiple rebel leaders competed for power. The strongest was Zhu Yunzhang, a former Buddhist monk of peasant origin who had joined the Red Turbans and risen through military success. Zhu was a brilliant general and a ruthless political operator. By 1368, Zhu had defeated his rivals and assembled an army capable of challenging the Yuan directly. His forces captured Nanjing and marched north toward the Yuan capital of Dadu, modern Beijing. The last Yuan emperor, Togon Temür, fled north as Ming armies approached. He didn't fight a last stand. He didn't attempt to rally the Mongol forces. He simply retreated to Mongolia, taking the imperial seals and treasury with him. On September 14, 1368, Ming forces entered Dadu without resistance. The Yuan dynasty had fallen. China was under Chinese rule again after nearly a century of Mongol domination. The Mongols didn't disappear. They retreated to the steppe and established what historians call the Northern Yuan dynasty. This rump state controlled Mongolia proper and occasionally raided Chinese territory, but it was a regional power, not an empire. The Yuan's claim to rule China was finished. The fall of the Yuan was the most significant single blow to Mongol power. China had been the wealthiest and most populous part of the Mongol Empire. Losing it meant losing the economic foundation that had supported Mongol ambitions. The remaining Mongol states were much weaker without Chinese resources to draw on. The Ming dynasty that replaced the Yuan defined itself explicitly against Mongol rule. Chinese culture, which had been suppressed under Mongol domination, experienced a renaissance. The examination system was restored. Confucian values were reasserted. Everything Mongol was rejected as barbaric and foreign. Yet, ironically, the Ming retained much of the Yuan administrative structure. The provincial system, the postal network, and many governmental institutions had Mongol origins. The Ming simply claimed these as restored Chinese traditions. The Cultural Revolution Zhu Yunzhang unleashed went far deeper than politics. The Ming court systematically erased Mongol influence from Chinese society. Mongol dress was banned. The queue hairstyle that Mongols had imposed disappeared overnight. Even the Mongol language was purged from official documents. Within a generation, it became dangerous to admit Mongol ancestry. The examination system returned with renewed vigor. For nearly a century, the Yuan had allowed foreigners and Mongols to bypass the traditional Confucian exams. Now, those exams became the only path to power. The message was clear. China would be ruled by Chinese, selected through Chinese methods, according to Chinese values. But while the Ming rejected Mongol culture, they quietly retained Mongol infrastructure. The postal relay system continued. The provincial administration remained largely intact. The Grand Canal system the Mongols had expanded still functioned. The Ming simply rebranded these as ancient Chinese traditions restored after barbarian interruption. The fall of the Yuan marked a psychological turning point for the entire Mongol world. China had been the jewel of the empire, the wealthiest and most populated territory. Losing it shattered the illusion that Mongol rule was permanent or divinely ordained. The other Khanates watched nervously as Ming armies consolidated control. The Golden Horde, meanwhile, was imploding from within. While the Yuan fell to external rebellion, the Golden Horde destroyed itself through succession wars. The period historians call the Great Troubles began in 1359 with the assassination of Khan Berdebek. What followed was 2 decades of chaos that makes Game of Thrones look like a peaceful Sunday dinner. Between 1359 and 1381, more than 20 different Khans claimed the throne of the Golden Horde. Some ruled for years, others for months. One lasted 11 days before being murdered. The constant warfare devastated the Khanate's already plague-weakened economy. The violence wasn't random. It reflected deep fractures within Mongol society. Different aristocratic families backed different claimants. Regional power bases competed for dominance. The eastern and western wings of the Horde effectively became separate states, occasionally cooperating, but more often fighting. Trade collapsed. The Volga river cities that had thrived under early Golden Horde rule saw their populations plummet. Merchants who had once moved freely across the steppe now required armed escorts. The postal system broke down. Tax collection became irregular or impossible. Russian principalities sensed weakness. Moscow, which had been a minor tributary state, began withholding payments. Grand Prince Dmitry Donskoy even dared to challenge Mongol military power directly. In 1380, at the Battle of Kulikovo Field, Russian forces defeated a Mongol army. The victory was temporary. Mongols would sack Moscow 2 years later. But the psychological impact was enormous. Russian chronicles celebrated it as the moment they stopped fearing the Tatars. The Golden Horde briefly stabilized under Toktamish, a talented Khan who reunited the eastern and western wings in 1381. For a moment, it seemed the Khanate might recover. Toktamish even launched raids into Russian territory, reasserting Mongol dominance. He attacked Persia, attempting to reclaim territories the Ilkhanate had controlled. Then he made a fatal error. He challenged Timur. Timur, also known as Tamerlane, was a Turco-Mongol conqueror who had risen to power in Central Asia during the chaos of the 1370s. He claimed descent from Genghis Khan through the female line and positioned himself as the restorer of Mongol glory. In reality, he was building his own empire on the ruins of the old one. Toktamish's raids into territories Timur considered his own provoked a response that was swift and devastating. Between 1391 and 1395, Timur launched 2 major campaigns into Golden Horde territory. His armies were better organized, better equipped, and led by a military genius at the height of his powers. The decisive battle came in 1395 at the Terek River in the Caucasus. Timur's forces crushed Toktamish's army so thoroughly that the Golden Horde never recovered. But Timur didn't stop with military victory. He systematically destroyed the economic foundations of Mongol power in the region. His armies sacked Sarai, the Golden Horde's capital, so completely that it never functioned as a major city again. Astrakhan was burned. Azov was leveled. The destruction wasn't random violence. Timur was eliminating the urban centers that had made the Golden Horde wealthy. He was ensuring that even if they rebuilt militarily, they couldn't rebuild economically. The Golden Horde fragmented into smaller Khanates, the Crimean Khanate, the Kazan Khanate, the Astrakhan Khanate. Each controlled portions of the old territory. These successor states would survive for centuries. The Crimean Khanate lasted until 1783, but they were regional powers, not empires. The Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia followed a similar trajectory, though its collapse was slower and more complex. The Khanate had already split into eastern and western sections in the mid-1300s. The western portion, centered on Transoxiana, fell under the control of non-Genghisid military leaders. Timur rose from this western Chagatai nobility. His conquests between 1370 and 1405 absorbed most of the Chagatai territories into his own empire. He maintained the fiction of Chagatai legitimacy by keeping puppet Khans of Genghisid descent on the throne while wielding real power himself. The Eastern Chagatai Khanate, centered in Mogulistan, survived longer as a genuinely Mongol state. It controlled the Tarim Basin and parts of modern Xinjiang, but it was isolated, weak, and increasingly influenced by the settled populations it ruled. By the late 1400s, it had essentially become a Muslim Turkic state that happened to be ruled by Genghisid descendants. The Ilkhanate had already collapsed by this point. It was actually the first of the 4 khanates to disintegrate completely. The Ilkhanate's end came not from external conquest, but from succession failure and religious division. The last strong Ilkhan, Abu Sa'id, died in 1335 without a clear heir. His death triggered civil war among competing claimants. But unlike the Golden Horde's succession struggles, which eventually produced new stable leadership, the Ilkhanate simply fell apart. Regional governors declared independence. The provinces fragmented into a patchwork of small dynasties. Some were ruled by Mongol nobles, others by local Persian or Turkish families. The Jalayirids controlled Iraq and Western Persia. The Muzaffarids took Fars. The Sabadars established a radical Shiite state in Khorasan. None of these successor states could claim empire. They were regional kingdoms fighting over the scraps of Ilkhanate power. When Timur's armies swept through Persia in the 1380s and 1390s, they encountered dozens of these small states. Timur conquered them one by one, absorbing the last remnants of Ilkhanate territory into his own empire. What's striking about the Ilkhanate's collapse is how quickly Mongol identity vanished. Within 2 generations of Abu Sa'id's death, the ruling classes of Persia were functionally Persian or Turkic Muslim elites who happened to have some Mongol ancestry. The cultural assimilation that had been happening slowly during the Ilkhanate's existence accelerated dramatically once central authority disappeared. The same process occurred everywhere Mongols ruled. In China, Mongol families who stayed after the Ming conquest gradually became Chinese. In Russia, Tatar nobility eventually intermarried with Russian nobility, creating a hybrid elite. In Persia and Central Asia, Mongols became Turks or Persians. This cultural dissolution was perhaps the most profound aspect of the empire's fall. The Mongols had conquered through military unity built on shared identity. They maintained control by remaining distinct from conquered populations. Once that distinction blurred, Mongol political power couldn't survive. The religious transformations accelerated this process. In the Ilkhanate, most Mongols converted to Islam by the early 1300s. In the Golden Horde, Islamization occurred slightly later but was equally thorough by the late 1300s. The Chagatai Khanate followed the same path. Only in Mongolia itself and the Yuan dynasty did Mongols maintain their traditional religious practices, primarily Tibetan Buddhism mixed with older shamanistic traditions. When the Yuan fell and Mongols retreated to the steppe, they took those traditions with them. The northern Yuan, as historians call the Mongol state that survived in Mongolia after 1368, clung to the forms of imperial legitimacy. They kept the title of Great Khan. They maintained they were the rightful rulers of China, temporarily displaced. They periodically raided Ming territory, attempting to reclaim what they'd lost. But the northern Yuan was a shadow of the original empire. It controlled only Mongolia and occasionally parts of Manchuria. Internal divisions weakened it further. Different Mongol tribes competed for dominance, just as they had before Genghis Khan unified them. The Ming dynasty actually preferred this situation. A divided Mongolia was less threatening than a unified one. Ming emperors sometimes supported one Mongol faction against another, ensuring no single leader could reunite the steppe. By the late 1400s, the Mongol world had completely transformed. The empire that once stretched from Korea to Hungary had fragmented into dozens of successor states. Some, like the Crimean Khanate, remained powerful regional players. Others, like the minor Khanates of Central Asia, controlled only small territories. These states shared Genghisid legitimacy, the prestige of descent from Genghis Khan, but little else. They fought each other as often as they fought outsiders. They adopted the languages, religions, and customs of the regions they ruled. The unity that had defined the Mongol Empire was gone. The transformation was so complete that by 1500, you could travel from China to Persia and encounter dozens of states claiming Mongol heritage, but no Mongol Empire. The political structure that had united Eurasia had dissolved into the very diversity it once dominated. This fragmentation had enormous consequences for world history. The Silk Road, which had flourished under Mongol protection, became dangerous again. Trade between East and West declined. The Pax Mongolica, the Mongol peace that had allowed relatively safe travel across Asia, ended. European merchants and travelers who had moved freely through Mongol lands in the 1200s and early 1300s found their routes blocked by the 1400s. The collapse of unified Mongol control contributed to European interest in finding sea routes to Asia, an interest that would eventually lead to Columbus and the Age of Exploration. The power vacuum left by Mongol collapse also allowed new empires to rise. The Ottoman Empire expanded into territories the Ilkhanate once controlled. The Ming consolidated Chinese power in ways the Yuan never managed. Russia gradually absorbed the territories of the declining Golden Horde. The Timurid Empire briefly reunited much of the old Mongol domains before itself fragmenting. Each of these successor states built on Mongol foundations while claiming to reject Mongol influence. The Ottomans used administrative techniques they'd learned from the Ilkhanate. The Ming retained Yuan provincial structures. Russian autocracy incorporated elements of Mongol governance while positioning the Tsars as liberators from Mongol oppression. The speed of the collapse was remarkable considering how dominant the empire had been. In 1294, when Kublai Khan died, the Mongols still ruled the largest contiguous land empire in history. By 1400, barely a century later, that empire was gone. By 1500, even the pretense of unity had disappeared. What happened? How did the world's most successful conquerors lose control so completely? The answer lies not in a single cause, but in accumulated failures across multiple dimensions of imperial power. The first major crack appeared not from external enemies, but from the Mongols themselves. Ogedei Khan, Genghis's third son and chosen successor, ruled from 1229 to 1241. He expanded the empire further, conquering the Jin dynasty's remaining territories and pushing into Europe. But Ogedei also introduced something new, a sedentary court. He built Karakorum, the empire's first real capital. Stone buildings replaced felt tents. Bureaucrats replaced warriors. The Mongol elite started drinking wine instead of fermented mare's milk. This wasn't just cultural drift. It represented a fundamental transformation in how the empire operated. Nomadic empires traditionally avoided fixed capitals because they limited mobility and created targets. Ogedei's decision to build Karakorum signaled that the Mongols were becoming something they'd never been, an empire that stayed still. When Ogedei died in 1241, the system broke. Genghis had established a succession principle. The Kuriltai, a council of Mongol nobles, would elect the next great Khan from among Genghis's descendants. In theory, this preserved both legitimacy and flexibility. In practice, it guaranteed conflict. Ogedei's widow, Turagana, ruled as regent for 5 years, maneuvering to place her son Gyuk on the throne. Gyuk's reign lasted barely 2 years before he died, possibly poisoned. Another succession crisis followed. Munka, from a different branch of the family, seized power in 1251 after what amounted to a coup. He executed rivals and purged the administration. The message was clear: succession now meant civil war, Mongke attempted to restore unity through conquest. He launched campaigns against the southern Song in China and sent his brother Hulagu west to destroy the Abbasid Caliphate. These campaigns succeeded militarily. Baghdad fell in 1258, ending 500 years of caliphal rule. But Mongke died in 1259 during the siege of a Chinese fortress, and with his death, the empire fractured permanently. The succession war that followed split the Mongol world into competing factions that would never fully reconcile. Kublai, another of Mongke's brothers, claimed the title of Great Khan and moved the capital from Karakoram to Beijing. This decision was revolutionary and destructive. By relocating to China, Kublai was essentially declaring that the empire's center of gravity had shifted from the Mongol heartland to the wealthiest of its conquests. Other branches of Genghis's family saw this as betrayal. Kublai's cousin Arik Bokeh contested his claim, arguing that the true Great Khan should rule from Mongolia, not from a Chinese palace. Civil war erupted. Kublai won militarily, but the political damage was irreversible. By 1264, the unified Mongol Empire existed only on paper. In reality, 4 separate khanates had emerged, each ruled by descendants of Genghis Khan, each pursuing independent policies. The Yuan dynasty in China, under Kublai, controlled the richest territory but faced constant challenges integrating Chinese administration with Mongol traditions. The Ilkhanate in Persia, founded by Hulagu, struggled with legitimacy after converting to Islam while maintaining Mongol identity. The Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia remained more traditionally nomadic, but lacked the resources of its neighbors. The Golden Horde in Russia and Eastern Europe became the most enduring, but also the most isolated from the others. These khanates maintained diplomatic relations and occasionally acknowledged Kublai's nominal supremacy, but they operated as independent states. More damaging, they fought each other. The Ilkhanate and the Golden Horde went to war over Azerbaijan in the 1260s. The conflict lasted decades and accomplished nothing except mutual exhaustion. Mongol armies that had once conquered empires now wasted resources fighting other Mongols over regional disputes. The irony was bitter. Genghis had unified the Mongol tribes precisely to prevent this kind of internal warfare. Within 2 generations of his death, his descendants had recreated the very chaos he'd eliminated. The Yuan dynasty's problems in China illustrate why conquest doesn't equal governance. Kublai Khan controlled the world's most populous and economically productive region, yet his dynasty lasted barely a century. The fundamental issue was simple. The Mongols never figured out how to rule China as Mongols. They tried maintaining their distinct identity while governing a sophisticated, bureaucratic state that had been functioning for over 1,000 years. The result was a hybrid system that satisfied nobody. The Mongols established a 4-tier social hierarchy with themselves at the top, followed by other Central Asian allies, then Northern Chinese, and finally Southern Chinese at the bottom. This blatant discrimination alienated the very people whose cooperation they needed. Chinese scholars, traditionally the backbone of imperial administration, found themselves excluded from power. The examination system that had selected officials for centuries was suspended. Instead, the Mongols relied on foreigners, particularly Muslims and Europeans like Marco Polo, to staff their administration. This created resentment without creating efficiency. The foreign administrators didn't understand Chinese society. The Chinese population saw them as illegitimate. Meanwhile, the Mongol elite were becoming Chinese themselves, adopting Chinese customs, speaking Chinese, practicing Chinese Buddhism. By the 1330s, many Mongol nobles were indistinguishable from Chinese aristocrats, except for their legal privileges. They'd been absorbed by the culture they'd conquered. But this assimilation didn't translate into legitimacy because the legal discrimination remained. The Yuan dynasty had the worst of both worlds, a ruling class that was culturally Chinese but legally separate, governing a population that resented both their foreign origin and their incompetent administration. Economic mismanagement made everything worse. The yuan printed paper money without backing, causing inflation that destroyed savings and disrupted trade. Natural disasters, floods of the Yellow River, and widespread droughts created famines that the government failed to address effectively. Corruption became endemic as officials at every level extracted what they could from a deteriorating system. When peasant rebellions erupted in the 1350s, the government couldn't suppress them. The Red Turban Rebellion, which began as a local uprising, spread into a nationwide revolution. Zhu Yuanzhang, a former Buddhist monk turned rebel leader, built a power base in southern China and gradually pushed north. In 1368, his armies captured Beijing. The last Yuan emperor fled to Mongolia, and the Ming dynasty replaced the Mongol rule that had lasted less than a century. The Ilkhanate's collapse followed a different pattern, but reached the same end. Hulagu had established Mongol rule over Persia, Iraq, and much of the Middle East. His descendants governed a sophisticated Islamic civilization while maintaining Mongol identity and traditions. This balancing act worked for about 70 years. Then it stopped working. The turning point was religious. Most of the Ilkhanate's population was Muslim, but the ruling Mongols initially practiced Buddhism or traditional shamanism. This created tension, but not crisis. When Ghazan Khan converted to Islam in 1295, he thought he was solving the problem. He was actually creating a new one. By becoming Muslim, the Il-Khans lost their distinctiveness without gaining full acceptance. Persian Muslims still saw them as foreign conquerors, now claiming religious legitimacy they didn't truly possess. Meanwhile, traditional Mongol nobles resented the abandonment of ancestral traditions. The Ilkhanate had alienated both its subjects and its ruling class. Economic problems compounded political ones. The Ilkhanate's finances depended on trade, particularly the Silk Road connections that linked China to the Mediterranean. As the Yuan dynasty weakened and the other khanates focused inward, this trade declined. Revenue fell. The government debased the currency, tried implementing paper money that nobody trusted, and imposed increasingly heavy taxes that drove people to rebellion. When Abu Sa'id, the last effective Ilkhan, died in 1335 without a clear heir, the Khanate disintegrated almost immediately. Local dynasties emerged across Persia. Rival claimants fought brief civil wars before being replaced by new rivals. By 1353, the Ilkhanate had ceased to exist as a political entity. Its territories were absorbed by regional powers, some claiming Mongol descent, others explicitly rejecting it. The transformation was complete. What had been the western anchor of the Mongol Empire became a collection of Persian states with Mongol influences, but no Mongol identity. The Golden Horde survived longer, but followed a similar trajectory. Ruling the Russian principalities and the Eurasian steppe, the Golden Horde was geographically isolated from the other khanates. This isolation initially helped. The Golden Horde faced fewer succession disputes and maintained more traditional Mongol practices. But isolation also meant vulnerability. When crisis came, there was no help available. The Black Death struck first. The plague ravaged the Golden Horde's territories in the 1340s, killing perhaps a third of the population. Trade collapsed. Cities emptied. The economic foundation of the state crumbled. Then came the Great Troubles, a 20-year period of civil war starting in 1359. Rival Khans rose and fell rapidly. Between 1359 and 1381, more than 20 different rulers claimed the throne, most ruling for less than a year before being killed or overthrown. During this chaos, the Golden Horde's subject peoples began breaking away. Russian principalities stopped paying tribute. Lithuanian and Polish forces seized Western territories. The Golden Horde briefly reunited under Toktamish in the 1380s, but this recovery was illusory. Timur, a Turkic Mongol conqueror who claimed descent from Genghis Khan through marriage, invaded in 1395. His army destroyed the Golden Horde's major cities, Sarai, Astrakhan, Azov. The devastation was so complete that the Golden Horde never recovered. By 1400, it had fragmented into multiple smaller Khanates, the Kazan Khanate, Crimean Khanate, Astrakhan Khanate, each independent and weak. Russian principalities, particularly Moscow, gradually absorbed these fragments over the next century. By 1480, when Moscow's Grand Prince Ivan III refused to pay tribute and the Khan couldn't force him to, the Golden Horde's power was finished. The Chagatai Khanate story was the least dramatic because it was always the least unified. Controlling Central Asia, it lacked the wealth of China or Persia and the trade revenues of the Golden Horde. The Khanate split into eastern and western sections in the 1340s, and both halves remained unstable. Timur emerged from the western Chagatai Khanate, conquered it along with most of the former Mongol domains, and created his own empire. After his death in 1405, even that fragmented. By the mid-1400s, the Chagatai Khanate existed only as a legal fiction, a title claimed by rulers of small Central Asian states with tenuous connections to Genghis Khan. The pattern across all four Khanates was remarkably consistent. Each began with military power and Genghisid legitimacy. Each struggled to create stable administrative structures. Each faced succession crises that weakened central authority. Each experienced economic decline, often triggered by external shocks like plague or invasion. And each eventually fragmented into smaller states that retained some Mongol cultural influence, but no political unity. The speed of collapse varied, but the direction never did. By 1500, the Mongol Empire that had once ruled from Korea to Hungary had completely dissolved. What made this collapse so complete? Why couldn't the Mongols, who'd conquered the world's greatest civilizations, maintain control for more than a few generations? Part of the answer lies in numbers. The Mongols never represented more than a tiny fraction of their empire's population. Estimates suggest perhaps 2 million Mongols ruled over 100 million subjects. This worked during conquest because Mongol military superiority was overwhelming. It failed during governance because you can't administer a continental empire with administrators who represent 1% of the population. The Mongols had to rely on local elites, which meant they never truly controlled their own government. Cultural absorption was inevitable and fatal. Mongol rulers in China became Chinese. Mongol rulers in Persia became Persian. Mongol rulers in Russia became Russified. This happened because the conquered civilizations were more sophisticated than nomadic Mongol culture. You couldn't govern China using steppe traditions. You couldn't administer Persia without adopting Persian bureaucratic methods. But as the Mongols assimilated, they lost the unity that made them Mongols. A Sinicized Mongol noble in Beijing had more in common with Chinese aristocrats than with his nomadic cousins in Mongolia. The empire fragmented along cultural lines because its rulers had become culturally fragmented. The economic model never worked long-term. Mongol power initially depended on conquest and plunder. Once the conquest stopped, revenue had to come from taxation and trade. But the Mongols weren't good at either. They overtaxed in some regions, causing rebellion. They undertaxed in others, starving the government of resources. Trade flourished initially under Pax Mongolica, but maintaining that peace required effective administration, the Mongols couldn't provide. As the Khanates fought each other and internal stability declined, merchants avoided Mongol territories. The very trade networks that made the empire valuable dried up. Perhaps most fundamentally, the Mongol Empire lacked ideological coherence beyond Genghisid descent. What did it mean to be part of the Mongol Empire? military allegiance to the descendants of Genghis Khan. That's it. There was no shared religion, no common language beyond the ruling elite, no unified legal system, no collective identity except conquest. Once the conquests stopped and Genghis's descendants started fighting each other, nothing held the empire together. Compare this to Rome, which offered citizenship, law, and cultural prestige, or to Islam's caliphates, unified by religion and language. The Mongol Empire offered only power, and when that power fragmented, the empire had no other foundation to fall back on. The structural weakness at the empire's foundation becomes clearer when you look at succession. Mongol tradition demanded a Kurultai, a grand assembly of nobles, to elect each new Khan. But Kurultais weren't democratic. They were political battlegrounds where the most powerful princes brought their armies to intimidate rivals. The system worked under Genghis Khan because his authority was absolute, and his sons respected him enough not to tear things apart while he lived. After he died in 1227, that restraint evaporated. Ogedei Khan, Genghis's third son, became the second great Khan in 1229. He was capable, diplomatic, and continued his father's conquests into Russia and Eastern Europe. Under Ogedei, the empire reached its maximum territorial extent. He established Karakorum as the capital, created a postal system that connected the empire, and oversaw the conquest of the Jin dynasty in northern China. But his reign also revealed the empire's hidden fractures. Ogedei's brothers and cousins commanded vast territories with their own armies. They paid nominal allegiance to the Great Khan, but in practice they ruled independently. The empire was already becoming a confederation rather than a unified state. When Ogedei died in 1241, the succession crisis began in earnest. His widow Turagena acted as regent for 5 years, while different factions maneuvered. Finally, in 1246, Ogedei's son Guyuk was elected Great Khan. He ruled for less than 2 years before dying under suspicious circumstances, possibly poisoned. Another regency followed, this time under Guyuk's widow. The pattern was emerging. Extended regencies between Khans, suspicious deaths, rival factions growing stronger. Each succession transferred power not smoothly, but through crisis. Mongol Khan took power in 1251 after what amounted to a purge. He was from the Tolui line, Genghis Khan's youngest son, and his election represented a shift away from Ogedei's descendants. Mongol executed or exiled dozens of princes from rival lineages. He centralized administration, cracked down on corruption, and launched new conquests in China and the Middle East. His reign was effective but brutal, and it set a precedent. Succession would be decided by whoever could mobilize the most force, not by any consistent principle of legitimacy. Then Mongol died in 1259 while campaigning in China. What happened next shattered any remaining unity. 2 of his brothers, Kublai and Arik Boka, both claimed the throne. Kublai was in China, leading the campaign against the Song dynasty. Arik Boka was in Karakorum, the traditional Mongol heartland. Each held a Kurultai that elected him Great Khan. Neither recognized the other's claim. Civil war erupted immediately. The Toluid civil war lasted 4 years and fundamentally changed the empire's nature. Kublai eventually won because he controlled China's wealth and could fund larger armies. But his victory came at a cost. He moved the capital from Karakorum to Khanbalik, modern Beijing. This signaled that the empire's center of gravity had shifted from the Mongolian steppes to China. Traditional Mongols saw this as betrayal. Kublai was becoming Chinese, they argued, abandoning the nomadic traditions that made the Mongols powerful. Other branches of the family watched this civil war and drew conclusions. If the Great Khan's authority could be challenged militarily, if succession depended on controlling resources rather than blood right, then every Khanate could act independently. The Golden Horde in Russia the Ilkhanate in Persia and the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia stopped waiting for orders from the Great Khan. They acknowledged Kublai's nominal supremacy, but made their own foreign policy, kept their own revenues, and fought their own wars. By 1264, when Arik Burqa surrendered, the empire existed only as a legal fiction. 4 separate khanates operated as sovereign states. They shared Genghisid descent and some cultural traditions, but politically they had nothing in common. Worse, they started fighting each other. The Burqa-Hulagu War broke out in 1262 between the Golden Horde and the Ilkhanate over territory in the Caucasus. This wasn't a dispute between Khans and rebels. This was 2 parts of the Mongol Empire openly at war. The Kaidu-Kublai War followed, lasting from 1268 to 1301. Kaidu, a descendant of Ogadai, controlled Central Asia and challenged Kublai's legitimacy for decades. He allied with other disaffected princes and waged constant warfare against Yuan dynasty forces. This wasn't rebellion against a tyrant. This was a legitimate branch of the Genghisid family, refusing to accept another branch's supremacy. The civil war became permanent, institutionalized into the empire's structure. What made this fragmentation irreversible was distance. The 4 khanates were separated by thousands of miles. Communication took months. Coordinating military action was nearly impossible. When the Mamluks defeated the Mongol invasion of Syria at Ain Jalut in 1260, the Ilkhanate couldn't get reinforcements from the Yuan dynasty or the Golden Horde. Geography made unity impractical even if the political will existed, which it didn't. Each khanate developed its own trajectory, shaped by local circumstances. The Yuan dynasty in China faced the challenge of governing the world's largest population with a tiny Mongol minority. Kublai Khan and his successors adopted Chinese administrative practices, employed Chinese officials, and patronized Chinese culture. They built Beijing as a grand capital, completed the conquest of the Song dynasty, and presided over a prosperous economy. But this Sinicization alienated them from the Mongol heartland. Traditional Mongols saw the Yuan emperors as Chinese rulers who happened to be ethnically Mongol. The Ilkhanate in Persia faced different pressures. The Ilkhans initially maintained traditional Mongol shamanism and Buddhism, which put them at odds with their overwhelmingly Muslim subjects. Ghazan Khan's conversion to Islam in 1295 was a political necessity as much as personal conviction. Once the Ilkhanate became Islamic, it shared more culturally with the Mamluks they'd been fighting than with the Buddhist Yuan dynasty. Religious differences reinforced political division. The Golden Horde controlled the Russian principalities as tributaries. They allowed local princes to govern in exchange for taxes and military service. This system worked efficiently, but required the Horde to remain militarily dominant. When that dominance weakened, the tributary system collapsed. The Golden Horde also converted to Islam in the early 14th century under Uzbek Khan, further distancing them from the shamanist traditions of the Mongolian homeland. The Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia remained closest to traditional nomadic culture, but that isolation made it economically weaker. It lacked the urban wealth of China or Persia. Internal succession disputes plagued it constantly, with the Khanate splitting into eastern and western sections that fought each other as often as they fought external enemies. By 1300, the 4 Khanates had diverged so completely that they were Mongol in name only. A Yuan dynasty official had more in common with a Chinese scholar than with a Chagatai warrior. An Ilkhanate bureaucrat in Tabriz operated within Persian administrative traditions. The Golden Horde's relationship with its Russian subjects was shaped by Orthodox Christianity and Slavic culture. They all claimed descent from Genghis Khan, but that shared ancestry meant less each generation. The economic model that sustained the empire during its expansion phase collapsed during fragmentation. Mongol power initially depended on conquest. You took wealth from defeated enemies and distributed it to your followers. This kept warriors loyal and funded further expansion. But once the conquest stopped, this system had nothing to sustain it. You couldn't keep plundering the same territories forever. You had to transition to taxation and trade. The Mongols were never good at this transition. They overtaxed peasants in China, provoking resentment and rebellion. They failed to develop stable revenue systems in Persia, leading to financial crisis. The Golden Horde squeezed its Russian tributaries so hard that evasion became systematic. Trade flourished initially under Pax Mongolica because the empire protected merchants and maintained infrastructure. But as the Khanates fought each other and internal stability declined, merchants avoided Mongol territories. The Silk Road trade that made the empire wealthy dried up. The Black Death delivered a blow from which the empire never recovered. The plague emerged in Central Asia around 1331 and spread along Mongol trade routes, killing millions. In China, the epidemic combined with Yellow River floods to create catastrophic famines. The Yuan dynasty's inability to respond effectively destroyed what little legitimacy it had retained. In the Golden Horde, entire cities were depopulated. The economic infrastructure collapsed. Tax revenues plummeted because there weren't enough people left to pay them. The plague's impact went beyond immediate death tolls. It broke the psychological connection between Mongol rule and prosperity. For a century, Mongol conquest had brought peace and trade. Now Mongol rule was associated with disease and disaster. Rebellions that might have been contained in better times exploded into full-scale wars because people had nothing left to lose. In China, the Red Turban Rebellion began in 1351 as a peasant uprising with religious overtones. The rebels drew on Buddhist, Manichaean, and traditional Chinese millennial beliefs, promising to overthrow the Mongol barbarians and restore Chinese rule. What started as scattered peasant bands grew into organized armies that captured cities and controlled provinces. The Yuan dynasty's response was incompetent. Court factions fought each other while rebels advanced. Mongol generals defected or simply abandoned their posts. By 1368, Zhu Yuanzhang, a former peasant who'd risen through rebel ranks, proclaimed himself emperor of the Ming dynasty. Yuan forces fled north without a climactic final battle. The Mongols simply abandoned China because they couldn't hold it anymore. The Yuan court retreated to Mongolia, where they continued to call themselves emperors, but they controlled only the steppes. The richest, most populous part of the Mongol Empire was gone, lost not through military defeat, but through administrative collapse and popular rejection. The Ilkhanate's disintegration was faster and messier. After Abu Sa'id died in 1335 without a clear heir, the Khanate splintered into competing successor states. Regional governors declared independence. Rival claimants fought brief wars before being overthrown themselves. Within 20 years, the Ilkhanate existed only as a historical memory. Its territories were divided among Turkmen dynasties, local Persian rulers, and eventually Timur's empire. The Golden Horde lasted longer but followed a similar pattern. The Great Troubles from 1359 to 1381 saw over 20 Khans claim the throne, most ruling for less than a year before being murdered or deposed. This wasn't succession crisis, this was anarchy. The Khanate couldn't function without stable leadership, so trade collapsed, cities declined, and subject peoples stopped paying tribute. When Toktamish briefly reunified the horde in 1381, he faced a new threat. Timur, a Turco-Mongol conqueror claiming Genghisid descent through marriage, invaded from the south. Timur's campaigns in the 1390s destroyed the Golden Horde's major cities. After that, it fragmented into smaller khanates that competed with each other and slowly lost territory to Moscow and Lithuania. The pattern across all four khanates was identical. Political fragmentation led to military weakness. Military weakness led to economic decline. Economic decline led to popular rebellion or external conquest. The Mongol Empire didn't fall to a superior enemy. It dissolved because the structures holding it together were never strong enough for a post-conquest world. The Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia followed a different trajectory, but the destination was the same. Geographic isolation and internal feuding prevented it from ever achieving the stability of its neighbors. The Khanate split between settled agricultural regions in the west and nomadic pastoralist areas in the east. These two halves had fundamentally incompatible interests and repeatedly broke apart before being forcibly reunited by ambitious leaders. The eastern portion remained more traditionally Mongol, maintaining steppe customs and resisting sedentary civilization. The western portion, centered on cities like Samarkand and Bukhara, gradually adopted Turkic Islamic culture. By the late 14th century, these weren't variations within a unified state. They were separate political entities that happened to share Genghisid rulers. The real question isn't why the Mongol Empire fell, it's why anyone expected it to survive. Genghis Khan had built a military machine optimized for conquest, not governance. The administrative structures were minimal. The legitimacy claims were based entirely on military success and the charisma of a single founding figure. When that figure was gone and the conquest stopped, what was left to hold it together? The Mongol elite themselves didn't seem to understand this. They kept trying to maintain the fiction of imperial unity while pursuing completely independent policies. The Yuan court in Beijing would issue proclamations claiming authority over all Mongols, while the Golden Horde signed treaties with European powers without consulting anyone. The Ilkhans converted to Islam and fought wars against the Golden Horde, despite both being theoretically subject to the same supreme Khan. This wasn't just political dysfunction, it was cognitive dissonance on a civilizational scale. What replaced the unified empire was something historians struggle to categorize. The Mongol Khanates weren't quite successor states because they didn't inherit clearly defined territories or institutions. They weren't quite independent kingdoms because they maintained symbolic ties to Genghisid legitimacy. They existed in a strange intermediate condition, simultaneously claiming to be the true continuation of the empire while acting as completely sovereign powers. This ambiguity had real consequences. In the 1360s, when Timur began his rise to power in Central Asia, he couldn't claim the title of Khan because he wasn't a direct descendant of Genghis Khan. Instead, he ruled through puppet Genghisid Khans while holding real power himself. This wasn't just personal ambition. It reflected a political culture where Mongol blood was still seen as essential for legitimate rule, even though Mongol political unity was long dead. Timur's campaigns in the 1380s and 1390s revealed just how hollow the Mongol Khanates had become. When he invaded the Golden Horde, he didn't face a united empire. He faced a collection of competing factions that couldn't coordinate defense because they were too busy fighting each other. Timur systematically destroyed the Horde's cities. Sarai, the capital, was leveled. The urban centers that had sustained the Khanate's economy were reduced to ruins. The Golden Horde never recovered. It fragmented into smaller Khanates that spent the next century being absorbed by Moscow and other regional powers. The irony is that Timur himself claimed to be restoring the Mongol Empire. His propaganda presented him as the rightful heir to Genghis Khan's legacy, even though he was ethnically Turkic and ruled through different mechanisms. This speaks to how powerful the Mongol myth remained, even after the political reality had completely dissolved. The idea of a unified Eurasian empire ruled by descendants of Genghis Khan outlived the actual empire by centuries. In China, the northern Yuan dynasty that fled to Mongolia in 1368 maintained the imperial claim until 1635, when the last Khan submitted to the Manchu Qing dynasty. For nearly 3 centuries, Mongol rulers in the steppe insisted they were still the legitimate emperors of China, even though they controlled only Mongolia and had no realistic prospect of reconquest. This wasn't delusional. It was the logical endpoint of a political system based entirely on bloodline legitimacy, rather than territorial control or administrative capability. The final dissolution of Mongol political power came in stages spread across 2 centuries. The Golden Horde's formal end is usually dated to 1480, when Moscow stopped paying tribute after the Great Stand on the Ugra River. But the Horde had already fragmented into the Kazan Khanate, the Crimean Khanate, the Astrakhan Khanate, and several smaller entities. These successor states survived into the 16th and 17th centuries before being conquered by Russia or the Ottoman Empire. The Crimean Khanate, the last Genghisid state with significant power, wasn't annexed by Russia until 1783. The Chagatai Khanate's remnants lasted even longer in some forms. The Yarkant Khanate in eastern Turkestan, ruled by descendants of Chagatai, survived until 1705, when it was conquered by the Dzungar Khanate. Even after that, local rulers claiming Genghisid descent maintained symbolic authority in parts of Central Asia into the 18th century. The last political entities that could trace direct institutional continuity to the Mongol Empire didn't disappear until the modern era. What's striking about this prolonged decline is how little drama it contained. There was no single decisive battle that ended Mongol rule, no great last stand where the remnants of the empire were swept away. Instead, there was a slow, uneven process where Mongol political authority gradually became irrelevant. In most regions, the transition from Mongol rule to local rule happened through a series of barely noticeable shifts in power relationships. In Russia, Mongol overlordship faded so gradually that historians debate exactly when it ended. Moscow princes stopped traveling to the Golden Horde's capital for confirmation of their authority. They stopped paying full tribute. They started calling themselves czars instead of grand princes. Each step was a small erosion of Mongol authority, but no single step was decisive. By the time everyone agreed that Mongol rule was over, it had already been functionally over for decades. The same pattern repeated across the former empire. In Persia, the Ilkhanate's collapse led to a period where dozens of small dynasties competed for power, many claiming some connection to Mongol legitimacy. In Central Asia, the Timurid dynasty maintained Mongol cultural and political traditions while being ethnically Turkic. In China, the Ming dynasty deliberately rejected Mongol administrative practices, but kept many of the same territorial boundaries and trade networks. What survived the Mongol Empire's political collapse was more subtle, but more lasting. The trade routes that Mongol rule had protected continued functioning under different administrations. The idea of continental-scale political organization persisted as a model for later empires. The integration of Eurasia's different regions, achieved by Mongol conquest, created permanent connections that shaped subsequent history. The Silk Road never fully recovered its Mongol-era prosperity, but it remained an important trade route into the early modern period. The postal relay system that the Mongols had perfected was adopted by successor states. The administrative techniques developed to govern vast, diverse populations influenced Chinese, Persian, and Russian governance for centuries. Even the military tactics that had made Mongol armies unstoppable were studied and imitated by later powers. Perhaps the most enduring legacy was cultural rather than political. The Mongol Empire had forced different civilizations into contact with unprecedented intensity. Chinese artisans worked in Persia. Persian administrators governed in China. European merchants traveled safely to East Asia. This exchange of ideas, technologies, and cultural practices continued long after Mongol rule ended, because the connections had been established and the benefits were too valuable to abandon. The technology transfers were particularly significant. Gunpowder weapons spread westward from China during the Mongol period. Printing technology moved in both directions. Agricultural techniques developed in one region were transplanted to others. These weren't just isolated exchanges. They represented a systematic integration of Eurasian knowledge systems that accelerated innovation across the entire continent. Religious and intellectual exchanges followed similar patterns. Buddhism spread from Tibet to Mongolia and beyond. Islam expanded into regions that had been Buddhist or shamanist. Nestorian Christianity, which had flourished under Mongol protection, declined, but left lasting influences on religious thought across Asia. The cross-pollination of philosophical and theological ideas during the Mongol period shaped the intellectual development of multiple civilizations. Yet there's something unsettling about how completely the Mongol political system disappeared. An empire that had dominated Eurasia for over a century vanished with barely a trace of its governing structures. The Yuan dynasty's collapse didn't lead to a Mongol restoration movement with popular support. The Ilkhanate's disintegration didn't produce sustained efforts to reunify Persia under Mongol rule. When the Golden Horde fragmented, the resulting khanates fought each other, rather than trying to recreate the larger entity. This suggests that the Mongol Empire never achieved real legitimacy beyond military dominance. It was accepted because it was powerful and because it provided stability and trade. When it could no longer deliver those benefits, people moved on without nostalgia. The speed with which Mongol rule was forgotten in most regions indicates how shallow its roots actually were. Compare this to Rome, which collapsed politically but remained a cultural and ideological reference point for more than 1,000 years afterward. European rulers claimed Roman titles. The Catholic Church preserved Roman administrative structures. Latin remained the language of learning. The idea of Rome survived the reality. The Mongol Empire left no comparable legacy. Within a few generations, it was history rather than living memory. The Mongol case demonstrates something fundamental about empire. Military conquest can create vast political entities, but it can't create lasting cultural integration. The Mongols ruled their subjects, but never convinced most of them that Mongol rule was legitimate or beneficial beyond maintaining order. When that order broke down, there was nothing else holding the system together. This explains why the empire's fall was so complete. There was no Mongol cultural identity that transcended political boundaries. There was no shared language or religion that united all Mongols and their subjects. There was only the institutional structure of imperial rule, and when that structure collapsed, the empire simply ceased to exist as a meaningful entity. The lesson isn't that empires inevitably fall. It's that empires based purely on military power and administrative efficiency fall faster and more completely than those that achieve cultural hegemony. The Mongol Empire's greatest achievement, rapid conquest of unprecedented territory, contained the seeds of its ultimate failure. It expanded too fast to build the cultural foundations that might have sustained it through political crisis. By 1500, the Mongol Empire existed only in historical memory and in the genealogical claims of various dynasties scattered across Eurasia. The political entity that Genghis Khan had founded and his successors had expanded was gone. What remained was a transformed world, more interconnected and more aware of its own diversity than it had been before the Mongols arrived. That transformation was the empire's real legacy, far more lasting than any of its political institutions. The Mongol Empire's transformation from world domination to historical memory wasn't just political theatre. It was a demonstration of what happens when conquest becomes the only language you speak and you suddenly run out of things to conquer. The machinery of expansion had no reverse gear, no maintenance manual for peace, and definitely no section titled, "What to do when you've already won everything." What made the collapse particularly instructive was its inevitability. From the moment Genghis Khan died, the empire was living on borrowed time. Not because his successors were incompetent, though some certainly were, but because the entire system was designed around a premise that couldn't last. You can't build a sustainable civilization on the principle of keep conquering or fall apart. Eventually, geography runs out. Eventually, the armies get tired. Eventually, someone has to actually govern instead of just intimidate. The speed of disintegration varied by region, but the pattern was universal. In China, Mongol rule lasted less than a century before the Ming swept them out. In Persia, the Ilkhanate barely made it to its third generation before fragmenting into irrelevance. The Golden Horde hung on longer, but only because it had perfected the art of ruling through proxies and collecting tribute without actually administering territory. When that system collapsed, it collapsed completely. What's remarkable isn't that the empire fell. It's that anyone thought it could survive. The structural problems were visible from the beginning. A tiny ethnic minority ruling vast populations they didn't understand, using administrative systems they didn't create, collecting taxes in currencies they didn't trust, all while maintaining the fiction that they were still the same steppe warriors who terrorized Eurasia a century earlier. The cognitive dissonance was staggering. The cultural absorption that doomed the empire was also its most human element. Mongol rulers in China started appreciating Chinese poetry. Mongol rulers in Persia began patronizing Islamic scholarship. They married local women, learned local languages, adopted local dress. This wasn't weakness. It was the natural result of living somewhere for more than 5 minutes. You can't govern a sophisticated civilization while treating it with pure contempt. Eventually, you start to see its value. And once you do, you're no longer quite the same person who conquered it. This assimilation created an impossible paradox. To rule effectively, the Mongols had to become like their subjects, but becoming like their subjects meant losing the distinct identity that justified their rule. They ended up trapped between two identities, neither fully Mongol nor fully Chinese or Persian or Russian, acceptable to nobody and increasingly confused about who they actually were. The religious transformations accelerated this identity crisis. When the Golden Horde and Ilkhanate converted to Islam, they weren't just changing religions, they were declaring that being Mongol mattered less than being Muslim. When the Yuan dynasty adopted Chinese Buddhism, they were saying that Chinese civilization was worth joining rather than just exploiting. Each of these conversions was pragmatic, even necessary, but each also eroded the shared Mongol identity that had once united the empire. By the early 1400s, asking, "What is Mongol?" would have produced wildly different answers depending on where you asked. In Beijing, Mongol meant speaking Chinese and participating in Confucian court rituals while claiming descent from Genghis Khan. In Samarkand, it meant fighting other Mongols over scraps of Central Asian territory, while Turkish became the dominant language. In Moscow, it meant collecting tribute that arrived less frequently each year until it stopped arriving at all. The economic model's failure was particularly revealing. The Mongol Empire had functioned as a protection racket on a continental scale. Pay tribute, and we won't destroy you. Keep paying, and we'll even protect the trade routes. It worked brilliantly during expansion because the threat was real and immediate. It failed during decline because threats only work if you can follow through. When the Khanates started fighting each other instead of external enemies, the whole system unraveled. Why pay tribute to a Golden Horde Khan who couldn't protect you from his cousin's army? Why fund a Yuan dynasty that just lost another expensive war against Vietnam? The moment subjects realized their rulers were weak, the tribute stopped flowing. And without tribute, the governments couldn't pay their armies. And without armies, they couldn't collect tribute. The death spiral was rapid and irreversible. The Black Death's impact can't be overstated. The plague killed millions, but its psychological effect was worse. For a century, Mongol rule had been associated with prosperity and peace. The Pax Mongolica had made trade safer and more profitable than ever before. Then, suddenly, Mongol territories became plague zones, where entire cities emptied, and trade routes became highways of death. The association between Mongol rule and prosperity shattered. What replaced it was an association between Mongol rule and catastrophe. When rebellions erupted across the empire in the 1350s and 1360s, they weren't just responses to bad governance. They were existential rejections of Mongol legitimacy. The Red Turbans in China didn't just want better administrators. They wanted to expel foreign barbarians and restore Chinese rule. The Mamluks in Egypt celebrated their victory at Ain Jalut as proof that God opposed Mongol expansion. Russian princes began conceptualizing their struggle against the Golden Horde as a religious war against Islamic oppressors. The empire had lost the battle for legitimacy. Military power could force compliance, but it couldn't create genuine acceptance. And once the military power weakened, compliance evaporated instantly. There was no reservoir of goodwill, no cultural attachment to Mongol rule that might have sustained it through crisis. When the armies couldn't enforce obedience, people simply stopped obeying. Timur's campaigns in the 1390s demonstrated how completely Mongol power had collapsed. Here was a Turkic warlord claiming Mongol descent through marriage, destroying actual Mongol states while claiming to restore Mongol greatness. The irony was lost on nobody. The Golden Horde, which had once terrified Europe, couldn't defend its own capital against a Central Asian upstart. The Ilkhanate's successor states fell like dominoes. Even the northern Yuan in Mongolia couldn't prevent Timur from raiding their territory. Timur succeeded where the Mongols failed because he understood something they'd forgotten. Empire isn't just about conquest. It's about creating systems that function when you're not personally supervising them. Timur's empire collapsed immediately after his death, which suggests he hadn't solved the problem either. But he at least recognized that Mongol methods no longer worked in a post-Mongol world. The various successor states that claimed Mongol heritage reveal the empire's final transformation. The Crimean Khanate allied with the Ottomans and survived as a tributary until the 18th century. The Kazan and Astrakhan Khanates were absorbed by Moscow. The northern Yuan lingered in Mongolia until the Qing conquest in the 1630s. None of these entities resembled the original empire. They were regional powers with Mongol origins, not Mongol powers with regional influence. What's striking is how little nostalgia accompanied the empire's fall. There was no widespread longing to restore Mongol unity, no mass movements demanding the return of the Khans. When the Mongols left China in 1368, the Chinese didn't revolt to bring them back. When the Golden Horde fragmented, its subjects didn't mourn. The empire had ruled through force and efficiency, but it had never won hearts. When the force disappeared, so did any reason to remember it fondly. The intellectual legacy was more complex. Mongol rule had connected civilizations that had barely known each other existed. Chinese inventions reached Europe. Islamic science traveled east. The cross-pollination of ideas, technologies, and cultural practices during the Pax Mongolica period shaped subsequent development across Eurasia. These exchanges continued after the empire fell because the value was obvious and the connections had been established. But the political legacy was almost non-existent. No later empire tried to recreate the Mongol system. The Ottomans, Mughals, and Qing all built vast empires, but none of them looked to the Mongol model for inspiration. If anything, they studied the Mongol example to learn what not to do. Don't rely purely on military superiority. Don't ignore local administrative traditions. Don't create succession systems that guarantee civil war. The most brutal lesson of the Mongol collapse was about power itself. Conquest is easy compared to governance. Destroying existing systems is simple. Building new ones that actually work is extraordinarily difficult. The Mongols were history's most successful conquerors, and they proved definitively that military genius doesn't translate into administrative competence. They also proved that empires need more than bloodlines to survive. Genghisid descent remained a mark of prestige across Eurasia, for centuries after the empire fell. Rulers from the Crimea to India claimed it to boost their legitimacy. But prestige isn't power. Having Genghis Khan's blood didn't help the last UN emperor when he fled Beijing. It didn't save the Golden Horde from fragmentation. It didn't prevent the Ilkhanate's collapse. Legitimacy based purely on ancestry is legitimacy without substance. The regional diversity of collapse patterns is instructive. In China, the Mongols lost power through popular rebellion and administrative failure. In Persia, they lost it through succession crisis and economic collapse. In Russia, they lost it gradually as tributary relationships eroded. In Central Asia, they were displaced by new conquerors claiming to restore what they'd destroyed. Each region had its own timeline, its own mechanism of failure, its own particular way of rejecting Mongol rule. What united these diverse collapses was the fundamental weakness of the Mongol political system. It had no ideology beyond, we're descended from Genghis Khan and we're really good at fighting. It had no unifying religion. It had no common language beyond the ruling elite. It had no cultural coherence that transcended political boundaries. When the political structure crumbled, there was nothing underneath to catch it. The speed with which Mongol identity dissolved in most regions reveals how shallow it actually was. Within 2 generations of Yuan collapse, most Mongols in China had been absorbed into the general population. In Persia, Mongol became just another component of a complex ethnic mixture. Even in Mongolia itself, the unity Genghis Khan had forged fragmented back into tribal competition. The empire hadn't created a lasting Mongol national identity. It had merely suppressed tribal divisions temporarily through force of personality and military success. Contemporary observers understood what was happening, even if they couldn't articulate it in modern terms. Chinese chronicles celebrated the Ming Restoration as a return to natural order after a century of barbarian disruption. Persian historians describe the Ilkhanate's collapse as divine judgment against rulers who'd destroyed the caliphate. Russian chronicles portrayed the end of Mongol domination as liberation from an alien yoke. Nobody mourned the empire's passing except the descendants of Genghis Khan, who'd lost their privileged positions. The technological and commercial networks that flourished under Mongol rule didn't survive unchanged. The Silk Road declined as maritime trade routes became more important. The postal relay system was maintained by successor states, but never achieved the same continental reach. The safe passage merchants had enjoyed under Pax Mongolica became a distant memory as regional conflicts made overland travel dangerous again. The integration the empire had forced upon Eurasia partially reversed once the force was removed. Yet the psychological impact lingered. Europe had encountered a power from the east that could threaten its existence. China had been conquered by foreigners and learned it wasn't invulnerable. Persia had seen its cultural centers destroyed and rebuilt under foreign rule. Russia had spent centuries as a tributary state. These experiences shaped how these civilizations understood themselves and their place in the world. The Mongol Empire's fall wasn't a tragedy. It was a correction. The empire had been an anomaly, a brief period when military genius and historical accident created a political entity that spanned a continent. It had never been sustainable. It had always been destined to fragment. The surprising thing wasn't that it fell. The surprising thing was that it lasted as long as it did. What we learn from studying this collapse is less about the Mongols specifically and more about empire generally. Size alone doesn't guarantee survival. Military power is necessary but not sufficient. Cultural legitimacy matters more than force in the long run. Administrative competence can't be faked or delegated indefinitely. And succession systems that guarantee civil war will eventually produce civil war. The Mongol Empire conquered the world and then spent a century slowly, painfully demonstrating that conquering isn't the same as ruling. By the time the lesson was learned, the empire was gone. What remained were scattered khanates, cultural influences, trade routes, and memories. The greatest land empire in history had become a cautionary tale about the limits of military power and the complexity of actually governing the world you've just conquered. The steppes of Mongolia still exist. The descendants of Genghis Khan still exist. But the empire that connected them to China, Persia, Russia, and beyond exists only in history books. It rose faster than any empire before it, dominated more territory than any empire before it, and collapsed more completely than most empires after it. That pattern, that arc from nowhere to nowhere again, defines its legacy more than any single battle or Khan or policy. In the end, the Mongol Empire fell because empires always fall. But it fell faster and more thoroughly than most because it was built on foundations that couldn't support long-term stability. The conquest machine had no peacetime function. The multinational elite had no shared identity beyond military success. The administrative systems were borrowed and never fully integrated. The succession mechanism guaranteed conflict. And the cultural absorption that might have saved the empire politically destroyed it culturally. By 1500, you could travel from Beijing to Baghdad and encounter dozens of states claiming some connection to Genghis Khan, but you wouldn't encounter the Mongol Empire. It had transformed from a political reality into a historical memory, from a living institution into a collection of stories about what once was and could never be again. The greatest conquest in history had ended not with a final battle, but with a slow fade into regional irrelevance, leaving behind roads, trade connections, and the persistent question of how something so powerful could vanish so completely.